Hello, how are you all doing? This is your host. Today, I want to present a new fanfic for the channel. Welcome to the first season of What If Naruto Awakened the Wood release as a child and was hated by the village? Do you want a second season? Then let me know by leaving a like, subscribing, and a comment. Now then, I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Chapter 1. The Hidden Leaf Village, better known as Konoha and considered the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages, is a peaceful place. The village is known for its will of fire, which emphasizes the importance of teamwork. Many legends have arisen from the beliefs embodied in the will of fire, with its inhabitants fighting for the good of their village with that ideal ingrained in their hearts. On October 10th, 6 years ago, the birth of a child would mark the beginning of a new legend. That boy is a young, blonde boy named Naruto. However, Naruto is no ordinary child. He is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, which attacked Konoha on the day of his birth. The attack was devastating and came out of nowhere. Many shinobi perished that night at the hands of the Kyuubi, along with many civilian casualties. The sudden attack paralyzed Konoha considerably, and the destruction of Konoha was imminent if it hadn't been for the 4th Hokage, who defeated and then sealed the Kyuubi within the newborn Naruto at the cost of his own life. The 4th Hokage had wished that Naruto would be seen as a hero, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case, as people viewed Naruto as the reincarnation of the Kyuubi. Although they didn't openly hate or mistreat the young Naruto, his fate was worse, as his entire existence was seemingly ignored. Naruto was orphaned that night and, as such, had lived in the orphanage since birth. Like most orphans, being adopted was all Naruto had wanted for as long as he could remember. As far as he knew, nothing was wrong with him. He was intelligent. The kind mother at the orphanage said he was handsome. Perhaps his whisker-like scars? No, said those who joined his appeal. So why, like every day, wasn't he adopted? He couldn't even get one of the families to consider him. The orphanage had a lot of people come and go, but Naruto still felt alone. What did I do to deserve this treatment? Naruto thought sadly. In that same case, something strange was happening in Konoha. Nothing important, it just seemed that the vegetation around Konoha was fading a little. Konoha Center. In a building, right in the heart of Konoha, a man sat behind a desk in an office, gazing into a crystal ball. It was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was an elderly man with gray hair and a face etched with age. Despite this, he was still recognized as the strongest in Konoha and considered one of the strongest shinobi in the world today. Behind Hiruzen stood another silver-haired man, dressed in black with gray armor and a porcelain dog mask. This was the Umbu captain, whose codename was Inu. With one of his most trusted Anbu behind him, Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Inu, do you think I have failed the 4th Hokage? Hiruzen asked. I couldn't say, but if I had to say something, I'd say things might be a little easier for the hero of Konoha, Inu replied. Maybe you're right. I could make things easier for Naruto, starting by finding people who at least recognize him. Maybe I'll go to the orphanage tomorrow and walk around the village with him. That sounds practical, Hokage-sama. I'm sure you'll know what to do. May I be dismissed? Of course, have your report later, Hiruzen said. Okay. Oh, by the way, is it just me? Or does Konoha not seem as green as it used to? Inu said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. He does. That's strange. He's not supposed to look like that. The only times I've seen him look like that were when Hashirama-sensei was sad about something. Sometimes like the death of a ninja, but that was only because of his connection to nature through his MOKUTON. Could that be it? Said a slightly surprised Hiruzen. The next day, today at the orphanage began like any other for Naruto. He woke up, went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, got dressed, and ate breakfast. Then Naruto headed to one of his favorite places, the library. Naruto enjoyed reading about the history of Konoha and anything related to it, and he was reading peacefully until he heard his name called. Naruto put down his book and went downstairs to answer the call. Yes, ma'am, he called me. Old man, said a stunned Naruto, noticing the 3rd Hokage at the door. Ah, yes, I am indeed Naruto-kun. Would you like to take a walk with me? said an amused Hiruzen while smiling at the ecstatic child in front of him. Just a second, mother. Could I go with the Hokage for the day? After an obvious yes from the woman, Naruto and the Hokage left. The orphanage mother was proud that Naruto was polite enough, even in his state of shock, to ask for permission despite the Hokage being in the room. As they walked through Konoha, the Hokage decided to ask Naruto a few questions. Naruto-kun, how have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. I've been fine, Gigi. Everything's all right? Naruto said, trying to hide his sadness from Hiruzen. Really? Are you sure you're okay? Haven't you been feeling a bit down lately? Feeling lonely because people seem to be ignoring you? Naruto stared wide-eyed at the Hokage. How did you know? I'm the Hokage. I make sure I know. How about you tell me during lunch, Have you heard of a place called Ichiraku's? Sure. Why not? And what is an Ichiraku? Several minutes later, Ichiraku's. This is the food of the gods, Naruto exclaimed as he happily devoured his third bowl of the heavenly food called ramen. He no longer felt depressed at all about his past experiences as Hokage, about how he had been ignored by the people of Konoha. It's actually Naruto. Ichiraku's has the best ramen in all of the Land of Fire, possibly the world. And you're always welcome here, said Tuchi, the owner of Ichiraku's. Can I, Ji-san? Always? Asked Naruto, who stopped eating while waiting for an answer. However, before Tuchi could answer, his 10-year-old daughter, Ayam, responded first as she approached from behind the counter. Of course, Naruto-kun. I'll always be here for you. We could be best friends, huh? As she hugged Naruto around the neck. Naruto was surprised. The girl he had just met wanted to become his friend, his best friend. Then he nearly had a heart attack when she hugged him. It was his first hug from someone other than the Hokage, and he couldn't remember ever being happier. His first friend his own age, Naruto felt an immediate surge of happiness. At that moment, the Hokage, who was happy to be there, decided to ask another question. Hey Naruto-kun, do you still want to become a ninja? As he finished his hug with Ayam, Naruto replied, Of course. I want to be as strong as you so I can protect my friends and the village. That way everyone will have to acknowledge me. Maybe I'll even become Hokage so you can go back to your retirement home. After a round of laughter from everyone, the Hokage said, Shall we see if we can train you a bit? We'll even get you an apartment near my office so you can come see me anytime. How does that sound? Naruto didn't reply, but the tearful look on his face and the immediate hug he gave Hiruzen was more than enough. This was the happiest moment of Naruto's young life. He was going to become a ninja, what he had always wanted. While all this was happening, the plant life of Konoha seemed to spring to life. Trees grew seemingly at once, and flowers began to bloom rapidly. Everything looked beautiful, and the one nicknamed the Professor had a pretty clear idea of what was going on. I think I know the perfect sensei for you, Naruto-kun. It seems something amazing has returned to the leaf, Hiruzen thought with a smile. Several months later, a few months had passed since Naruto began his new life. This life consisted of moving into his apartment, meeting his sensei, and starting his journey to become the best shinobi he could be. In those 6 months, Naruto met some other children his age, with whom he got along better than expected. These children were many of the clan's children, since shinobi families didn't actively tell their children to avoid them. They were Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka, and a quiet boy named Shino Aburame. Naruto got along best with these four, but he also had the opportunity to meet Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, though it was limited because Sakura's mother took Sakura away most of the time when Naruto arrived, and Ino went off with her friend. Despite this, he greatly enjoyed his time with each of them, and they quickly became friends. Happiness filled Naruto. He wasn't the most popular kid in Konoha, but at least he had friends who cared about him and enjoyed spending time with him. And almost every weekend since Naruto's new life began, he met with his sensei after school at a simple training ground. He only knew him by his tiger mask and his short, spiky brown hair. The Umbu was a cool guy in Naruto's opinion. He was a calm and collected person. He wasn't a strict teacher, but he instilled a sense of perfection in Naruto's training. He primarily had him do chakra control exercises such as leaf balancing, tree walking, and water walking to regain control. Seeing that he couldn't do anything too strenuous because he didn't want to hinder the growth of a 6-year-old, he realized that somehow, despite Naruto being a Jinchuriki, his chakra control was astonishing. It was shocking because, generally, people with greater chakra reserves didn't control it well. Naruto was a complete anomaly. But what he found even more shocking was when he tested Naruto's affinity. The results surprised him. Tora handed Naruto a special sheet of chakra paper and explained how it worked. When he channeled his chakra into it, it would either burn to ash, fire release affinity, become soaked, water release affinity, crumble, earth release affinity, crumple, lightning release affinity, or split in half, futon release affinity. When Naruto did as instructed, the paper did something unprecedented. It tore in half, creating 2 halves. Then one side crumbled to earth while the other side became damp and soaked. "Whoa, Tora-sensei, does that mean I have 3 affinities?" said an excited Naruto. As surprised as he was, Tora didn't mention it to Naruto. He was an umbu, he could handle blows like this, but it was still impressive and it showed in his tone when he said, yeah, Naruto, that's extremely rare and very impressive. It's so impressive, I think. I'll teach you 2 jutsu for 2 of your affinities, as they're identical to mine. But first, you need to master elemental manipulation for both. We might even find some elemental manipulation in wind as well. But for now, let's start with earth release. Tora handed him a sheet of paper and told him to channel chakra into it and try to turn it into earth. All right, Tora-sensei. I can't wait. I'm going to steal that old man's hat in no time, Naruto said as he began to channel his chakra. He noticed someone walking toward an abandoned-looking clan district. Hey, isn't that the Uchiha? Yes, it is. It's sad what happened a couple of months ago with the massacre. Maybe it's best to stay away from him for a while to let him deal with his loss. I can't imagine what he's going through, Tora said. Maybe you're right, sensei. Hopefully he won't get too upset about it. But honestly, how could I know? I bet the pain is unbearable, Naruto said as he watched him walk down the path, forgetting what he was doing. Hopefully. But aren't you supposed to turn that leaf into dirt? Torai asked as Naruto's eyes opened. Hi, sensei, Naruto said as he began to concentrate once more. He continued doing this for a few hours with minimal progress, but progress nonetheless until his sensei told him he had to leave. He left him with instructions to continue his chakra control exercises and stay focused on the Leaf Village in his free time. With that, he disappeared in a shunshin that left Naruto to his own devices. Deciding it was still too early to return home, Naruto went to the park to see if his friends were there. Flashback. Now Naruto-kun, are you ready to meet your sensei and begin your training? Asked the Hokage. Naruto closed his apartment door and said excitedly, Yes. I can't wait to become the best. With that, Naruto and the Hokage headed to a training ground located 15 minutes from his apartment. They sat and talked for a few moments until Naruto abruptly stopped mid-sentence and looked to his left. A few seconds later, an umbu wearing a tiger mask appeared in a swirl of leaves. The Hokage noticed this and asked Naruto how he knew umbu would arrive there. What Naruto said surprised him. I don't know, Gigi, I just felt it coming, and that was the direction it was coming from. I've always been able to do that. It's kind of strange. I also know what other people are feeling, Naruto said, not quite realizing what that meant. That's the same as Mito-sama's negative emotion detection, the Hokage thought. Well, Naruto, what are we both feeling right now? The Hokage asked. You feel proud and tired. And the man in the tiger mask feels a little anxious and a little excited, said Naruto. With a quick nod from the umbu, the Hokage said, Naruto, it seems you're a sensor with abilities I've only ever seen in one other person. With an excited look, Naruto asked, Who? And is he that good? Mito Uzumaki. She was the wife of the first Hokage. Before you ask, I'm not sure if you're related. I think your surnames are just a coincidence. And yes, Naruto, it's one of the most powerful sensory abilities recorded. And with that, you'll surely be an incredible shinobi. No one could fool you. Quite powerful indeed. Yatta, I will be the best shinobi in the world, said a joyful Naruto. Present, Konoha Park. While Tora was giving his report, Naruto had found his friends in the park. The whole gang was there: Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino. Actually, none of them were doing anything when Naruto walked up and said hi. "Hey Naruto, how are you doing, man?" said an excited Kiba with a greeting bark from Akamaru as well. "I've been great. It must be great to come from clans like all of you," Naruto said. "What do you mean, and how do you know we're from clans?" a curious Shikamaru asked, since it had never been mentioned before. Naruto was too young to know about clans, right? Well, while I was at the orphanage, I read a lot about Konoha's history and got a detailed explanation of the most prominent clans. Like the Nara clan, which Shikamaru comes from, known for their use of shadows, producing geniuses, and is part of the Ino-Shikacho combination. That Choji here is also part of it. He's from the Akimichi clan, whose physical prowess is unmatched by their expansion jutsu. I also heard they own some restaurants. Kiba here is from the Inuzuka clan, known for their tracking ability and amazing taijutsu skills. Also, for their equipment and partners like Akamaru there. And finally, Shino from the Adhering clan, who specializes in tracking and capturing their enemies. They use flaws in almost all their jutsu and are quite formidable in battle because of those flaws and their logic in formulating plans, Naruto explained. At the end of his explanation, the group of four had mixed reactions. Choji was happy that Naruto hadn't talked about his weight. Kiba was pleased that Naruto knew the Inuzuka clan was amazing. Shino nodded silently, while Shikamaru was trying to figure out the enigmatic Naruto. Sometimes he was a normal, goofy kid, but other times Naruto had moments where he seemed like a ninja because of his knowledge and movements. But before he could say anything to learn more, Naruto seemed to take off with Kiba during his moment of reflection. Oh well, he'd had plenty of time to figure it out, so why worry about it now? Besides, he found those clouds rather appealing. Hokage's office. Well, at least Naruto's life has improved, don't you think? Hiruzen asked no one in particular as he observed the scene from his crystal ball. From the window appeared the Umbu dog mask. Yes, he seems happier and I'm glad for that. Will I still be his sensei when he graduates? Inu replied, if everything goes according to plan, he'll be on the same team as Uchiha Sasuke, so you can teach them both. Minato, your sensei's legacy and the last loyal heir remaining from the Uchiha clan. I couldn't find a better teacher and observer for those two if I can create one from scratch. But Naruto will continue working with Tora, allowing you more time to focus on Sasuke and his third member. With that, Inu gestured with his hand over his left eye. Sounds like a good plan. Well, if that's all, I'll be off. Until next time, Hokage-sama. Goodbye, Inu, I'll see you later, said the Hokage as he stood up and looked towards his village. As he gazed at his beautiful village, Hiruzen couldn't help but think, I can't wait to see what the future holds for Leaf Village. I'm sure it will be one that will be recorded in the history books. Chapter 2. Time skip. 4 years later, Naruto is age 10, approaching 11. A blonde-haired young man could be seen walking through the streets of Konoha. This young man was of a good height for his age, standing at 4 feet 8 inches. He wore a sleeveless orange hoodie over a blue t-shirt and matching blue shorts. He also wore a blue bracelet on each wrist and blue shinobi sandals to complete his outfit. 6 whisker-like markings adorned his face, 3 on each cheek, contrasting with his tan skin. His blonde hair rivaled that of his hero, the 4th Hokage, complete with 2 bangs that framed his face. Overall, he looked like a carbon copy of the 4th Hokage, except that he had violet eyes, which he unknowingly inherited from his mother. For years had passed since Naruto began his journey to become the best ninja he could be. His training was going very well. Thanks to his sensei's training methods, Naruto had progressed remarkably well for his age. How could it be otherwise? He'd had a personal Umbu master since he was 6. When asked what he wanted to specialize in, Naruto told his sensei that his goal was to be a well-rounded shinobi with skills that encompassed all the major categories. Being the best shinobi possible was his true objective, and Tora knew deep down that ninjutsu would become his favorite and the shinobi skill at which Naruto would excel. Naruto had learned that he possessed enormous chakra reserves for a boy his age, and frankly, for anyone of any age. This was primarily due to the fox inside him and the intricate seal placed upon him, which slowly drew the Nine-Tails chakra into his own. Normally, when someone has a large chakra reserve, they would have terrible control over it because of the sheer amount of chakra they possess. Naruto was unusual because his control over his chakra was impressive, too impressive for someone with his chakra level. It seemed he was lucky, as both sides of the coin worked out in his favor without any of the drawbacks. From the very first day, Naruto's sensei had taught him how to use shuriken and kunai more effectively. Tora taught Naruto how to throw them accurately, and how to throw them with speed and power. Although he wasn't the most accurate shinobi, he could still hit his target 8 out of 10 times with relative ease. After Naruto's 7th birthday, his sensei began putting him through physical training, though nothing that would stop his body from growing. He was given a workout to do and weights to train with to strengthen his body. Naruto focused on speed as his primary physical attribute. He remembered reading in a book that the fastest shinobi is usually the winning shinobi. Furthermore, the 4th Hokage was one of the fastest ninjas in history, and he wanted to surpass him. So Naruto worked mainly to be faster than his opponents. That's not to say his attacks lacked power. Naruto's progress in taijutsu was minimal. This was because his teacher wasn't proficient in it, as Tora was a ninjutsu specialist. Therefore, Naruto had only learned the katas for the basic academic style taught at the academy. However, despite this, Naruto found ways to better emphasize his abilities and added his own touch to the style. That's what the academy style is for. Just a basic set of katas that are malleable enough to change and better suit an individual. Naruto could keep up with almost any, if not all, genin at this point in a taijutsu fight, and he still had 3 more years before becoming one himself. Naruto's progress in genjutsu was steady. He still hadn't been able to use any of the genjutsu his sensei had taught him. He could detect them fairly easily, even up to most B ranks. Naruto could even break them with ease due to the sheer volume and power of his chakra. Because Naruto's chakra had a single presence. They discovered this when he first opened it. When the chakra erupted, Naruto created a small circle of cobweb-like cracks on the ground beneath him. Naruto didn't yet have any genjutsu in his repertoire, but he was confident that by the time he graduated, he would be able to use the few he had been tasked with learning. Naruto truly excelled at ninjutsu. He was a genius at the art. And with his 3 chakra natures, it was easy for him to use most elemental ninjutsu. Naruto learned the 3 basic techniques from the academy, including the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, although it took some chakra control lessons to narrow it down to the required 3. Naruto had become so skilled at the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, that he no longer needed to use hand seals. Tora even taught Naruto the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, and it was by far his favorite. Naruto was even trying to find a way to make himself more competitive in battle by improving his speed. He hadn't succeeded yet, but he would keep trying. Naruto also learned the first chakra nature manipulations for his 3 chakra natures, turning a leaf into earth, soaking it, and finally splitting it in half. Naruto hadn't yet mastered the next steps for either of them, as they were much more difficult and would take longer to execute. His first elemental jutsu learned was the ever-versatile and defensive Doton, Doryuhiki, Earth Style, Mud Wall. It was a technique that allowed the user to create a wall of mud for defense, either by spitting mud from their mouth or using pre-existing earth. Naruto also learned another versatile earth jutsu called Doton, Murugikure no Jutsu, Earth Style, mole-like hide technique, which allowed him to travel underground to avoid attacks. Naruto could even attack while underground. Earth was easily his favorite element so far and his element of reference. For water release, Naruto also learned 2 jutsu, both offensive. The first is water release, Tearing Torrent, which allows the user to create swirling water in their hand. The water is then fired at high speed toward the enemy. The other jutsu Naruto learned was basic water release, Water Bullet technique. It is a basic water technique in which the user shoots water from their mouth in a bullet shape. It is comparable to fire release, Flame Bullet. Naruto hadn't yet learned any wind-style jutsu, choosing instead to use them to add a deadly edge to his weapons. By adding wind chakra flow, Naruto's weapons increased their cutting power. His kunai and shuriken became even more deadly, though Since he hadn't fully mastered elemental wind manipulation, they weren't as lethal as they could be. It was still better than nothing. Naruto was happy with his progress in ninjutsu. He might not have over 1,000 jutsu like the copy ninja of Konoha, but he had mastered the ones he did have. So much so that with his chakra control and continuous practice of his ninjutsu, he had reduced his hand seals to one for his Shunshin, one-handed ram seal, mud wall, and water bullet, and none for the others. This increased his speed in battle since he didn't have to waste movement on all those hand seals like others might have to. At one point, about 2 years ago, Naruto received the shock of his young life. Flashback. 2 years ago, Naruto age 8. Naruto was in the training field he'd been using since he was 6 years old and was nearing the end of his training for the day. He was finishing up his water release techniques. Naruto was training on the water while practicing so he could also increase his chakra control. He trained topless in the water so he wouldn't get his clothes completely wet. A little later, Naruto began to run out of chakra from staying longer than usual. Normally, Naruto would notice when he was running low and stop to avoid depleting his chakra. But he was too focused on mastering his jutsu to notice. So, when Naruto went to draw more chakra, what he got terrified him. Instead of her normal, calm chakra, it seemed Naruto drew from another source. A source containing a powerful, vile chakra that was extremely difficult for the blonde academy student to handle. Naruto immediately stopped sensing the chakra and decided to end her training. As she looked down, she noticed black markings on her stomach that slowly began to fade. Was that a seal? Why did she have a seal? Did she have her second chakra? Why did she have a second chakra anyway? Questions like that began to swirl through Naruto's mind, and she was going to find the answers. After a month of research, Naruto headed to the Hokage Tower to speak with the Hokage, someone who could actually answer his questions. Having read about certain things, Naruto decided to test his theory with the man who should know the most about it. Hello, Gigi. Thank you for seeing me. I have some questions that I think only you can answer, Naruto said as he entered the Hokage's office after the secretary let him in. Ah, yes, it's great to see you, my dear boy. What can I do for you, Naruto-kun? The Hokage asked with a smile after hugging Naruto. With the greeting out of the way, Naruto took a deep breath, kept a serious face, and said, Am I the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? The smile on Hiruzen's aged face vanished at the words Jinchuriki and Kyuubi. The Hokage immediately put on a serious expression and asked Naruto how he had learned such a thing. Naruto replied, It's the only explanation I could come up with after doing some research. Everything makes sense, from my whisker marks to the fact that many people in Konoha ignore me and tell others to stay away from that fox brat. Not to mention the seal that appeared on my stomach when I was training shirtless. It only appeared after I accidentally channeled some of its chakra. That's why I started researching how a person can contain 2 chakras, and the word that came up was Jinchuriki, a title for those who house a tailed beast, and the only tailed beast that's been in Konoha since I was born is the 9-tailed fox. It was the only logical explanation, and even now, based on your reaction, I guess I'm right, Naruto said sadly, realizing that he was the Kyuubi. Hiruzen was distraught that Naruto had come to discover his status as Konoha's Jinchuriki without anyone telling him. He hadn't wanted to tell him until he was at least a Chunin, but it seemed that was too long to wait. Now, Naruto-kun, yes, you house the Kyuubi, but don't confuse it with the fox itself. You are Naruto, not the Kyuubi. It's no different from a sealing scroll and a kunai. Just because you seal a kunai in a scroll doesn't make the scroll a kunai. It's just a scroll with a kunai on it. The same goes for you, although it's a very deadly kunai with 9 tails. You understand? Naruto, who had been saddened, cheered up a little upon hearing that. Although he still had a few more questions. Yes, I understand. But why was I chosen as the one to house the Kyuubi? Because you were the only one the 4th Hokage could trust with the village's safety. You were a hero from the day you were born, protecting Konoha more than anyone else, including me, as our Jinchuriki. Who were my parents? Did they just hand me over to the 4th Hokage for that purpose and leave me to handle this on my own? Can you still tell me about them? Naruto asked, his face tearful and hopeful. Other villages might find out and want to attack Konoha just to get rid of you, the Hokage said, his face stern and unwavering. But I promise you that when you're strong enough, you'll discover their names. Is that a deal? Oh, it must have been incredible to have so many enemies and give birth to the greatest future ninja of all time. I can't wait for the day I can find out who they are. I'm going to keep your promise, old man, said a now motivated Naruto. One last question. Can we go watch the sunset from the top of Hokage Mountain? Asked a now puppy dog-eyed Naruto. The Hokage said nothing as a smile spread across his face. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and they launched themselves into a body shunshin, reaching the top of the fourth Hokage's head. As they gazed at the sunset, they couldn't help but notice how beautiful the village looked at that moment. They sat in relative silence until Naruto suddenly spoke. I want to protect this peace, Naruto said softly. So softly, in fact, that the Hokage barely heard him. Do you want to do what Naruto-kun did? I want to protect this peace, this beautiful moment, and how happy I feel in this village. I want to protect it. I want to do everything in my power to keep this place this way. That's why I will become Hokage, to keep this village safe. No matter what happens, I will protect my home and anyone who tries to harm it, whether they are my comrade, friend, or even my father. I will show them no mercy in defending it. I will show everyone that I am Naruto, not the Nine Tails. Then everyone will have to acknowledge me and start treating me like someone important. I will become Hokage, and that's a promise. And I will never go back on my word. That's my ninja style, Naruto said passionately. The Hokage was speechless when he saw the first Hokage's face appear in Naruto's place during his speech. Naruto had just summoned within him the same amount of passion he had felt when Hashirama told him what it meant to become Hokage. It was incredible to see. The will of fire burned even brighter in this 8-year-old boy, and he couldn't wipe the smile off his aged face. You will indeed do it, Naruto, you will indeed do it? Hiruzen thought to himself and finished watching the sunset with Naruto. End of flashback. From that day on, Naruto's training seemed to intensify due to his dedication to improvement. He took things more seriously and trained harder every day. Despite this, he still made time for his friends, primarily through the academy, since they all entered at age 6. However, at the academy, Naruto decided he didn't need to display all his abilities. Therefore, he settled into being one of the average students in his class. He felt no need to become Rookie of the Year or anything like that, as it meant nothing to him. Besides, he had read that information was one of the most powerful tools a shinobi could use, so he kept his power hidden to avoid revealing too much. Naruto knew he was by far the strongest in his age group, even if no one else knew it. He was far more advanced than his classmates, even Sasuke. But Naruto knew that if Sasuke ever awakened his Sharingan, he could quickly catch up to Naruto. What Naruto didn't know, however, was that afternoon his trump card was revealed to him. After finishing his day at the academy, Naruto headed to the training grounds he had frequented since the 6th. Realizing he was early, Naruto decided to start anyway. After setting up his training weights, he began doing some physical exercises before his sensei arrived. After about an hour of just training, Naruto sensed his sensei approaching. He immediately stopped what he was doing to see what was on the schedule for the week. Hello, Naruto. How are you today? Tora said as he arrived. After Naruto returned the greeting, he continued, Now, Naruto, your training has gone fantastically, and as your sensei, I couldn't be more proud. Having said that, I have a new jutsu for you to learn, and I think you'll be able to use it. Naruto immediately became excited at the prospect of learning a new jutsu. He would have another jutsu to add to his arsenal, further enhancing his battle capabilities. Are you ready? Good, here we go. This jutsu is an advanced version of the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, where you'll create a clone of yourself. Unlike a standard clone, though, this will be a physical clone. With that in mind, the hand seals for the jutsu are tiger, dog, snake. Now, you'll need to channel some chakra into it as it has a higher cost. Go ahead, practice until you get it, Tora said, maintaining an anxious air about him, awaiting the results. Naruto easily remembered the hand seals and slowly performed them one at a time. When he finished, he channeled a large amount of chakra into the jutsu while thinking about creating a clone of himself. When nothing happened, Naruto seemed confused for a moment and thought he had done it wrong until his sensei told him to try again, as it was difficult. With some pointers from his sensei and an hour of consistent attempts at the jutsu, Naruto finally succeeded. An exhausted Naruto, for the 100th time in the last hour, flew through the hand seals for the jutsu and channeled a bit of chakra into it. Unlike other times, Naruto felt a tug at the back of his neck, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. Thinking he should tell his sensei, Naruto looked at him, but his sensei was aiming behind him. Turning around, Naruto looked to see what his sensei was pointing at. He gasped when he saw another version of himself who had turned around at the same moment and gasped as well. It was him, and they seemed to perfectly mask each other, as if he were looking in a mirror. "It's me!" Both Narutos shouted at the same time. "You look amazing. This is awesome," they both said simultaneously. They then proceeded to get to know each other and discovered that, ironically, they liked the same things. An amused Tora watched Naruto and his interaction with his clone, but when they started talking about ramen, she thought she had gone far enough. Naruto. Both Narutos were startled to see their sensei with that eerie light from the phantom ATM shining on him. They wondered where he got that flashlight to provide such illumination. "Now, Naruto, don't you realize that what you just accomplished has only been achieved by 2 people in the history of Konoha? Make a clone of myself? I've seen other people make clones of themselves all the time. How could only 2 people have done it?" One of the Naruto's questioned since he thought it was a bunch of bulls. Tora chuckled slightly as he said, "Naruto, that clone jutsu you used is the wood clone technique. It's a solid clone of oneself made of wood. It can only be performed by those who possess the Kekkei Genkai made famous by the first Hokage, would release." At this, both Naruto's jaws dropped. This news shocked them, as they knew all about the lineage from having read about it in countless books. The ability to transform one's chakra into life. Naruto was genuinely happy to be connected to someone in some way, and a Hokage to boot. With this bloodline, it meant that Naruto's lineage descended from the first Hokage. He was a Senju. He had a clan, family. Naruto and his clone proceeded to begin celebrating together, completely forgetting their earlier exhaustion. "Does that mean I'm a Senju sensei? That's the only right way. Bloodlines can only be passed down to those with the same blood, right?" After receiving a nod from his sensei, Naruto continued his euphoric celebration with dancing and the whistling of a tune. He was Senju Naruto. He was going to wear the Senju clan crest on his back and display it with pride. Throughout Naruto's joyful leaps, he didn't notice the garden of flowers that sprang up beneath him each time he landed, as they responded to his happiness. Even though Tora was happy for the new Senju, he still noticed some flaws in Naruto's jutsu and, being a perfectionist, pointed them out. "Naruto, you made a wood clone of yourself, but it's not perfect." After seeing the confused looks on both Naruto's faces, Tora elaborated. "Well, first of all, your clone looks like a puppet. That's not supposed to happen. Second, its arm resembles tree bark. That's definitely not supposed to happen. And third, it's not even the same height as you. The clone should be identical. It should look like a perfect copy of you down to the last detail. Just like a transformation, if it's not done correctly, the enemy will immediately see through the illusion and use it to their advantage." After Naruto nodded in agreement, Tora began to say goodbye for the week. "Now that you have a new jutsu, I want you to practice perfecting it this week along with your usual exercises. When you've mastered this jutsu, I'll show you another would release jutsu to add to your repertoire. I'm going to chat with Hokage-sama now, so I'll see you later. Oh, and Naruto, the Senju clan is a clan feared on par with the Uchiha clan, especially Hashirama because of his wood release abilities. So for now, refrain from telling or showing anyone your wood release, as it could have dire consequences." "Understood." After another nod from Naruto, Tora said goodbye to him and quickly walked away to meet the Hokage. Hokage Tower. The Hokage had been spying on Naruto the whole time through his crystal ball, and when Tora came out of his apartment, he said, "So Naruto-kun has the MOKUTON I see?" The Hokage said with a knowing smile. "You don't seem surprised at all by that news, Hokage-sama. Did you know I had it all along? Even before you asked me to try it?" Hiruzen finished looking at Naruto as he took a drag from his pipe. After exhaling the smoke, he said, "I've had my suspicions for a while. When Naruto was 6, I noticed that when he was sad, the vegetation around Konoha would slightly wither, and when he was happy, it would be full of life and become exponentially more vibrant. I'd only ever seen that in one other person, and that person was Hashirama-sensei. And that was solely due to his connection to nature through his wood release. So I've always believed he would be able to use it. I just wanted to wait until he was mature enough to know that he shouldn't tell the world. Why do you think I chose you to train him? There's no one better suited to help him learn to harness his lineage than you." Of course, Hokage-sama, that seemed like the best option, and I'm more inclined to teach Naruto about his wood release. I'll teach him everything I can about it in the coming years before his graduation and placement on the team under his sensei. Also, Naruto has decided that he wants to use the Senju surname to honor his connection to Hashirama. He reasoned that being able to use Hashirama's abilities must separate him from his family, so he wanted to use his clan's name as his own. Of course she can. I'm sure Tsunade-chan would want to hear this, since she used to be the last remaining Senju. Though it's difficult to get in touch with her these days since she left the village, Hiruzen replied. Yes, in fact, I'm sure he'd be glad to know he still has family. Perhaps that's enough to bring him back. We can only wait. Is that all, Hokage-sama? Tora asked as he began to sink back into the ground. Yes, of course. See you next week, Hiruzen said, taking another puff from his pipe. Things are improving around here. I hope it's not a bad idea to let Naruto use that surname. I can handle anything. Today has been good, the old Hokage thought, but he immediately regretted that thought when he saw his secretary enter with a huge stack of papers. I just had to think of that, huh? Bring it to the paperwork department. The next day, on another beautiful day in Konoha, we find Naruto heading to the academy. Naruto was running a little late, just like yesterday's long day. From revealing his lineage to Tora, to changing his name, to the lengthy process of attaching the Senju clan emblem to the back of his hooded jacket. He soon arrived and knocked on his classroom door. After a moment, a voice called out, "Come in." Naruto then entered the classroom. As he entered, he saw his teacher, Irika Umino, staring at him. Irika was a man of average height and build. He had black hair, which he kept in a ponytail, and a horizontal scar across his nose. He wore the standard Konoha Chunin uniform, complete with a blue headband tied around his forehead. Irika was a kind man, yet upon first seeing Naruto, he treated him with indifference, like most others. But after a while, Irika became friendlier toward Naruto after observing his interactions with his friends and speaking with him himself. Even though Naruto had become his favorite student, Irika still didn't accept any favoritism, as he was always ready to scold Naruto for being late. "Naruto, why are you 15 minutes late to class today?" "I'm sorry, Irika-sensei. I had a crazy day yesterday. I found out I'm from a clan," said Naruto. Naruto wasn't the most popular kid in school, but everyone who got to know the kind boy knew how amazing he was. They also knew that Naruto was an orphan with no clan. So, when he mentioned that he was from a clan, everyone's attention turned to him to find out which one. Noticing everyone's stares, Naruto decided to elaborate as he turned to show his clan's crest before speaking. "I'm a member of the Senju clan. From now on, just call me Naruto Senju." Normally, such an announcement would be ridiculous, but the Hokage's sealed note of approval eliminated any doubt. Irika read the note and told the class that the Hokage himself acknowledged Naruto's clan affiliation. The classroom erupted in excitement as soon as Irika declared Naruto a Senju. The Senju clan was the strongest in Konoha. Is Naruto a Senju? Damn, it got hotter. Annoying. Amidst all the commotion, Irika fainted upon hearing Naruto's shocking news. Sasuke took a slight interest in Naruto. Sasuke knew all about the history of his clan and the Senju clan, as well as the rivalry between Hashirama and Madara. Once Irika recovered from his daze and settled the class, it was time for the taijutsu match. After a few sparring matches and Shikamaru's withdrawal, it was no surprise when Naruto was challenged by Sasuke, which he accepted. So there it was, Uchiha versus Senju. Of course, everyone's eyes were glued to the mast. Sasuke got into the Uchiha clan's interceptor fist while Naruto took his slightly modified academy stance. With a quick shout from Hajime, the battle began. Despite the signal to start, neither Sasuke nor Naruto moved for a minute. That changed when a leaf landed on the mat, and both fighters took that as the cue to begin, charging at each other. Sasuke started with a few quick punches, attacking Naruto in different places, but was surprised when Naruto seemed to dodge them effortlessly. Seeing this, Sasuke decided to move up a bit and throw kicks with his punches to catch Naruto off guard. But despite all those blows, in the end, Naruto dodged with a kick without taking a single hit. Sasuke couldn't believe it. With the spectators, Shikamaru Nara muttered, "Troublesome," and when Ino questioned him about why he said it, he decided to explain, "I knew Naruto was better than he let on. I had my suspicions ever since I met him 4 years ago in the park. Besides, in all his other matches, he rarely got hit. Sometimes it seemed like he let himself get hit. Even then, at best, they were just light scratches. He's very good for any of us, including Sasuke right now. How can this be? I thought Sasuke was the best in our class," asked a confused Ino. "Naruto is stronger than he let on. Why is he showing us his power now?" "Because he has a clan to represent," Shino explained logically. "How can Naruto be stronger than Sasuke-kun?" "Sasuke-kun is the best," shouted Sakura, who received cheers of agreement from some nearby fangirls. "Are you sure Naruto is that strong?" "I might be getting lucky," asked a confused Kiba, who was slowly watching himself become the third best in taijutsu. "It's too much work to explain," Shikamaru said as he proceeded to lie down and close his eyes. Lazy ass, everyone thought. Back at Spar, Sasuke had grown increasingly frustrated at his inability to land a punch on Naruto. As a result, his fighting style became somewhat sloppy, and Naruto took advantage. Sasuke threw a predictable straight punch at Naruto, but Naruto surprised him by grabbing his wrist. Deciding that at least he and Naruto had finally made contact during the fight, Sasuke continued to press forward with a high kick to Naruto's chin. Just like his punch, Naruto caught his kick as well. Sasuke barely caught Naruto's smile before he found himself on his back after a leg sweep from Naruto. Sasuke then felt a kick to the ribs from Naruto that sent him skidding across the mat for several feet. Gasps rippled through the air at Naruto's swift display of skill. Naruto had dominated Sasuke in their final exchange, and frankly, the fight. But Sasuke wasn't finished. After catching his breath, he quickly rose and chose to enter with a feint of a left hook disguised as a knee strike to Naruto's stomach. But it was all for naught, as he was on the receiving end of a vicious elbow to Naruto's knee, which brought his leg down. Then Sasuke felt the 2 fastest blows he had received since joining the academy. From the pain in his knee to the momentary stupor from the blows, Sasuke was completely open to Naruto. Seeing Sasuke's dazed state, Naruto decided to end the fight with a follow-up uppercut to the stomach that doubled over Sasuke, and finally with a swift elbow strike to the back of the neck to knock Sasuke unconscious. Everyone was amazed by what they saw on screen because, until that moment, Naruto had never displayed that level of skill. He was good, but everyone always believed Sasuke was the best. Not after that brutal and swift defeat. Naruto was incredible, and now he was showing himself in a new light. It seemed there was more to the kind boy they had come to know. What Naruto didn't know was that the kick in the butt he gave Sasuke at that moment would be the spark he needed to activate his Sharingan. Sasuke had had his Sharingan since he was 6 years old, from the massacre of his clan. He just needed enough catalyst to make them sprout again. And that was more than enough. Now Sasuke would train harder than ever, not to kill Itachi, but to be on par with Senju Naruto. And with his Sharingan now activated, he was going to try to close that gap. Later that day, when the academy closed that day, since it was one of Naruto's days off for training, he decided to go to his favorite restaurant, Ichiraku's. He wanted to catch up with his first friends outside of the Hokage and devour his weekly ramen. When Naruto pushed back the restaurant flap, he shouted, "Hey old man, a large miso ramen, please." "Ah, Naruto, how's my favorite customer doing these days?" "You look good," Tucci said as he began preparing Naruto's dish. "Dude, I feel great. I learned something about myself the other day. Something big." When Tucci finished the Naruto ramen, He handed it to Ayam, who asked, "And what would Naruto-kun be?" "First of all, Ayam-chan, did I ever tell you that having a beautiful girl like you bring me ramen is probably the most amazing thing I've ever seen? It's like a dream." "Really?" Naruto said as he began to slurp his noodles, oblivious to Ayam's blushing face. "Hee. Thanks, Naruto-kun. Now tell us about your big news," Ayam said while fighting her blush. "Oh, right," Naruto said when he'd somehow reached his second bowl of ramen. "Where did he get that second bowl?" "Yesterday, I found out I'm part of a clan, the Senju clan. Can you believe it? Naruto Senju, future Hokage of Konoha and ramen connoisseur. Believe it." Both Ayam and Tuchi froze at Naruto's statement. Senju like Hashirama and Tobirama, the first two Hokage, Senju? They're Naruto, the same Naruto they had met just 4 years ago. They were so lost in thought that they didn't even register when Naruto said goodbye after finishing his third bowl of ramen. Wait, his third bowl? When he got 3 bowls of ramen, Ayam only brought 1. Some time later, as Naruto walked home, he overheard a civilian say something that put a smile on his face. "Did you hear that kid is a Senju? And I heard he easily defeated the Uchiha prodigy today? Maybe that kid isn't the demon fox. Maybe he's just a kid. For him to beat the Uchiha kid, that must make him a genius too, right? Being from the famous Senju clan, he might be. I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'll wait until I know more about him." Upon hearing that conversation, Naruto couldn't help but feel happy. The process of making Konoha see him for who he was beginning. Today he was just one person, but everyone has to start somewhere, right? Chapter 3. Time skip. 3 years later, Naruto is 13 years old, approaching 14. Today was the day Naruto would finally become a Konoha shinobi. Prepared Naruto was ready for today's Genin exam. It had been a journey that began with him crying in the Hokage's robes when he was 6 years old and led to this very moment. And young Naruto was feeling good. Naruto had grown to a handsome 5 feet 4 inches tall. He even changed his wardrobe, as he had become a true shinobi. Naruto wore a black, zipperless tracksuit with 3 orange stripes on each sleeve, over a mesh shirt. To complete his outfit, he wore black pants and black sandals. His hair was still the same as the 4th Hokage's, and his face had matured to reflect his age. Naruto had many things going for him at this point. He was handsome, intelligent, and quite powerful for his age. His training was progressing at a rapid pace. Over the years, Naruto had achieved incredible results under the tutelage of Tora, his Umbu sensei. Naruto felt on top of the world and was ready for whatever the shinobi world had in store for him. Naruto's chakra reserves only increased at this point. He could easily unleash jutsu after jutsu without feeling the usual effects of exhaustion like other ninjas. Naruto was a chakra monster, and it didn't help that his chakra control had only improved. He wasn't quite there yet to use something like Iryo ninjutsu, medical ninja techniques, which require precise chakra control, but he wasn't far off either. Naruto also found time to delve deeper into Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. The 3rd Hokage was teasing Naruto after Naruto claimed he wanted to surpass the 4th Hokage. Hiruzen told him that since the 4th Hokage was a sealing master, if Naruto truly wanted to surpass him, he would have to become one as well. He hadn't expected Naruto to ask for lessons immediately afterward, but he was somewhat glad he had. They met twice a month since the Hokage was a busy man, but Naruto had done well. His handwriting had become perfect, at least good enough by Fuinjutsu standards. There were 10 levels of Fuinjutsu, and Naruto was at level 2, which dealt with storage seals, and the efficiency of making them as a storage seal was one of the simplest seals. He had reduced it to 45 seconds to make one and couldn't. Thanks to his sensei's rigorous training regimen, Naruto honed the basics of shinobi until he had mastered them almost flawlessly. His accuracy in using and throwing shuriken and kunai became second nature. He was now just as accurate running, blindfolded, or in midair as he was standing still. He was a perfect 10 out of 10 with his target. Naruto's taijutsu flourished alongside his shuriken skills. Even though he was only using his modified academy style, he was still formidable at it. His speed nearly doubled with all the drills he did and the heavier training weights he was now using. Naruto even learned to infuse his strikes with chakra to make them a bit more powerful. He didn't go to the extreme of one of Tsunade Senju's famous punches, but he reinforced his attack power. Tora had said that in a straight-up taijutsu fight, Naruto could overpower most Chunin at his current level. Genjutsu also progressed very well for Naruto. He finally mastered both genjutsu techniques his sensei taught him. One of them was Megan, Jigaku Koka no Jutsu, Demon Illusion, Descending Hell Technique, which creates the illusion of a massive fireball falling from the sky toward the target. It was only a C-rank technique and fairly easy to detect and dispel. His second genjutsu was more effective than the first, Nien Shoja no Jutsu, Nirvana Temple Technique, which generates imaginary white feathers that induce sleep. Seeing these feathers causes the target to fall into a peaceful sleep. When it came to detecting genjutsu, Naruto had improved, and his ability to break them had risen to A rank. He was doing well with that at the moment. As always, Naruto's ninjutsu was progressing the most, so much so that he seemed like a specialist. Even so, Naruto managed to add many new ninjutsu to his arsenal, although most were for his still hidden would release. Naruto finally prepared his body flicker technique for battle. No leaves, no smoke, just a simple afterimage. It wouldn't catch sharp-eyed or Chunin-level opponents off guard, but it was something. Regarding the progression of his element, for Earth style, Doton, Naruto added only one new jutsu to his repertoire. That jutsu is the powerful Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Doton, Doryuden, which creates a mud dragon that then fires rapid-fire mud bullets at a target. Naruto still favored Earth style, Doton, over Water style, Suiton, and Wind style, Futon, and, as such, used them more frequently. For Suiton, Naruto added another B-rank technique, his Earth Dragon. Suiton, Suigaden, Water Fong Bullet, creates a powerful liquid mass that erupts from the water as it compacts, adding a spinning motion to increase damage. It was a powerful jutsu, attacking an opponent in a 360-degree arc with multiple water blasts in the form of ascending fangs. In Wind Release, Naruto finally learned a jutsu for his third element. It was simple but a powerful technique that would grow stronger as Naruto grew older. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, was a technique that created a sudden gust of wind which, with enough skill, could become more than just a C-rank jutsu. This power depended entirely on the user. Since awakening his would release, Naruto spent most of his time improving it, as it easily became his favorite element. Would release possessed the strength of earth and the fluidity of water. It was the perfect element in Naruto's opinion, and Naruto absorbed everything he could from his sensei over the past 3 years. Naruto already knew the wood clone technique and had finally perfected it. After the cloning technique, Naruto learned the ever-versatile would release, Great Forest Technique, which transforms his arms into branches. It could be used to capture an enemy, or sharp stakes could be added to the ends of the branches for a deadly edge. Another jutsu Naruto had mastered was Wood Release, Wood Block Wall, which creates a powerful vaulted wall made of interlocking wooden pillars. And finally, Tora taught Naruto his favorite jutsu so far, Wood Release, Forest of Trees, which creates a forest in mere moments. And he was only getting better. Naruto also learned his sensei's name, Tenzo. Naruto also discovered that Tenzo could also use would release MOKUTON. When asked if he and Tenzo were related, Naruto learned that Tenzo was the product of an experiment conducted by Orochimaru that granted him the ability. Despite his ability to use would release since it was injected into him, he couldn't use it on the same scale as Hashirama. Naruto didn't have that problem. His would release was genetically inherited, and he showed that his would release was noticeably stronger than his sensei's even though he had just learned it. Naruto had room to grow, and his power could equal Hashirama's in would release, given enough time. After Naruto's 12th birthday, Tenzo decided it was time for the meeting between Jinchuriki and Bijou to take place. Flashback. Almost 2 years ago, Naruto was 12 years old. "Do you want me to meet the Kyuubi?" an eager Naruto asked. He wasn't scared or anything, more excited to finally meet his Bijou. Tenzo smiled at Naruto's enthusiasm and said, "Yes, Naruto, I think it's time you established a relationship with the Kyuubi. There's no point in having all that ability and not using it." Naruto was ready. There was a moment of silence. How do I meet the QB? Asked a sheepish-looking Naruto. Tenzo couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's expense. It has been said that when a Jinchuriki mediates, they can consciously enter their mental landscape to interact with their bijou, so that's what you're going to do. Do it. So Naruto did as instructed, sitting in the lotus position and clasping his hands in a ram seal. After about 10 minutes of steady breathing, Naruto felt a tug in his head. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in a tunnel. Looking behind him, he saw a wall, so he took the only path, which was straight ahead. After what felt like an hour, which wasn't even a second in the real world, Naruto came upon a cage. A huge cage. After noticing no other presence or movement behind it, Naruto began to wonder if he had followed the right path. Hello! After receiving no response, Naruto thought he had done something wrong and was about to leave when an eye opened. A giant, red, slashed eye. Then another one opened. And finally, the shadows covering a huge nine-tailed fox rose. So this is my Jinchuriki. Finally, come and meet me. I see, Kyuubi said after looking at Naruto. Yes, I am. My name is Senju Naruto and I'm happy to finally meet you, Naruto said with a smile. Normally I'd tear you to pieces just because, but your chakra is very calming and comforting. Not to mention this cage and the seal that prevent me from doing so. So in the meantime, I'll oblige you, the Kyuubi replied as he rested his head on his crossed arms. Naruto showed no outward reaction to the prospect of being torn to pieces, but he swallowed hard inwardly. Well, I just wanted to get to know you better. You've been here for 12 years and I still don't know anything about you besides what the legends say, Naruto said as he continued. Well, when I was researching the bijou, I discovered that there are 8 others like you in the world. And one thing I noticed was that the Ichibi has a name, Shikaku. So it got me wondering, do they all have names? If so, what's yours? The Nine-Tails was surprised. It had overheard the boy sensei explaining the purpose of the visit and assumed its Jinchuriki would come demanding power. So, when the Nine-Tails heard Naruto's question, surprise was evident in its voice. You, a child, are the first human to ask if I have a name since I've existed in this world. So I thank you, said the Kyuubi, taking a closer look at his host. Kurama. My name is Kurama. Naruto couldn't wipe the smile off his face. This had started better than expected. Well, Kurama, if I may, why did you attack Konoha? Naruto said, his expression stern. He'd always wanted to know, since it never added anything to his knowledge that the Kyuubi would simply attack out of nowhere. To be honest, a man with a Sharingan manipulated me. Just because I'm almost omnipotent doesn't mean I go around destroying places just because I can. So while I was hypnotized by this masked man, he placed me in your village until your 4th Hokage managed to seal me inside you. Well, it's good to know you didn't attack Konoha of your own volition, or that you're not a murderous bijou bent on destruction. Can you explain why this place looks like this? I thought it would be more complex, like the seal on me, Naruto said, thinking it resembled a sewer. It's not a sewer kit, Kurama said as Naruto looked surprised. But then remembered, it was in his mind. So obviously his thoughts could be heard here. And why it looks like this, I can't say. Though it's more inviting here with your MOKUTON-infused chakra circulating around, permeating the air. Well, as long as you feel comfortable, then I'm fine with that. Now, to the heart of the matter of why I'm here. My sensei sent me here to somehow find a way to gain access to your chakra. I thought we could become partners. You realize that with your Kekai Genkai you could steal my chakra at will, right? You're still asking me to use it? A confused Kurama asked. I wouldn't want anyone to steal my chakra. I'd like them to ask my permission, and you know the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So I decided to ask if you would lend it to me. What an amazing child. From what I've seen of his life and thoughts, I can tell he's different from the rest. Perhaps I'll give this child a chance. But mainly because it would be foolish for a Jinchuriki not to have access to their bijou's chakra. Kurama thought before saying, sure, Kit, but first there are risks to using my chakra. My chakra is extremely powerful, too powerful for you to handle at your current level. Use a portion of it while still being able to control it without harming the wrong people. It wouldn't matter even if you could use more. The seal is so tight that only a tail of my chakra is accessible to you right now. You'd have to find a way to loosen it somehow. Even then, well, can't I just peel off the seal? Naruto said. It's not that simple. This piece of paper means nothing unless you loosen the seal. Besides, I wasn't going to give you more than one tail in the first place, so don't worry about it for now, Kurama said. Naruto agreed with what his bijou had said and decided he would do everything he could to gain Kurama's trust. I mean, if Kurama was there, why couldn't they be friends? He was glad he'd had access to his bijou's power in the first place. After exchanging farewells, Naruto left his mindscape. When Naruto returned to the physical world, he noticed Tenzo was still there, watching him expectantly. Catching the hint, Naruto channeled some of Kurama's chakra and entered his Jinchuriki state. So, what do you think? Naruto asked, now enveloped in a reddish-orange chakra shroud. Tenzo was impressed. He hadn't believed Naruto could access his bijou chakra. But, it looks amazing, Naruto. I can feel the oppressive chakra pressing against me. But is that as far as you can go? If not, go as far as you possibly can and then tell me how you feel. Naruto nodded as he channeled a little more of Kurama's chakra and entered a one-tailed state. Instead of just a flame-like shroud, Naruto's cloak transformed into a bubbling red chakra that took the shape of a fox, complete with a chakra tail wriggling behind him. I feel incredible. I feel faster and much stronger. This chakra, it's full of energy. Feels like life force. Naruto performed the snake hand seal and thought, with style, birth of a sea of trees. Instantly, trees sprouted from the ground around Naruto at a much faster rate than before and were also taller. It seems Kurama's chakra has its advantages. My wood release is stronger when I use this chakra. I love it, Naruto said as he moved around a bit to test how it felt to use it. It seems we should train so you can start getting used to using your bijou's chakra. This will help you avoid attacking your teammates, Tenzo said as he prepared for Naruto's attack. Let's go, savages. End of flashback. Good times, Kurama said in Naruto's head. Naruto and Kurama were now on good terms after almost 2 years of knowing each other. It was a strange relationship. But then again, what wasn't strange about a 13-year-old human boy and a fox-shaped collection of energy that was given consciousness and became friends? As Naruto was heading to the academy, a friendly woman outside her shop greeted him. Hello, Senju-san. It's good to see you this morning. Today is the day of the Genin exam. Correct. After a smile and a nod from Naruto, she continued, well, good luck and do your best. I'll be cheering you on, the woman said as she waved goodbye with a smile. Naruto smiled and returned the greeting as he continued toward the academy. Things had changed since he became a Senju. Although it took a month, some blood test results, and a verbal promise of authenticity from the senior Hokage for the people of Konoha to finally accept Naruto's status as a Senju, he still wasn't the most popular person in Konoha. A name meant nothing, even the Senju clan name, because he was still perceived as the Kyuubi that attacked him at birth. But some people, like the woman from earlier, had begun to open up to him. Lost in thought about his training, Kurama, and Konoha, Naruto didn't realize he was entering his classroom. Once he noticed, he immediately headed for the empty seat next to Sasuke. Sasuke had opened up to Naruto after the beating he received that day 3 years prior. Sasuke had asked if he could train with Naruto and even thanked him for helping him awaken his Sharingan, despite it being accidental. After a few training sessions and getting to know each other, Naruto and Sasuke had become good friends, best friends. Sasuke improved greatly while training with Naruto. The first thing Naruto taught Sasuke was how to walk on trees and water. Naruto claimed that his ninjutsu increased immediately after doing those chakra control exercises. Sasuke knew Naruto was right when he performed a katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, and saw how much bigger and hotter it became. When Sasuke reawakened his Sharingan, he still only had 1 tomo in each eye, but after training with Naruto, and since Naruto didn't land a single punch, it evolved to its 2 tomo state. Sasuke had finally begun to hit Naruto where it hurts. Although there was still a gap between their skill levels, Naruto was much stronger, and Sasuke wasn't afraid to admit it. But they were rivals. Sasuke had to catch up. Then, when Naruto came to sit down, The two exchanged a fist bump while talking about the upcoming exam. This is the day we begin our journey as ninja of Konoha. Right, Sasuke? Naruto said to his friend. HN. The perfect response to anything came from the Uchiha. Are you ready? You're not going to freeze up again from having flashbacks, are you? Naruto asked after Sasuke had told him about the massacre. He was the first person Sasuke had shared his perspective on the events with since it happened. Yes, I'm fine. I'll be good. I can't let you try to outshine me here. I'm the rookie of the year. I can't let that stop me from becoming a Genin, Sasuke said with a confident smile. PSSSH. I could still kick your rookie of the year ass, you know? Titles like that don't mean anything in the real world, Naruto said in a defiant tone. Sasuke activated his Sharingan as he looked at Naruto. Do you want to test that theory now? Sasuke said. Ooh, so you have conjunctivitis with a nice eye pattern. That doesn't scare me at all. Your body can't keep up with your eyes. I find it funny, seeing a punch coming in super slow motion and still knowing there's nothing you can do to stop it. HN, said the Uchiha as he began to mentally prepare for the exam. Meanwhile, Naruto could hear Kurama laughing in his mind, his red eyes echoing repeatedly between chuckles. Out of nowhere, a red and purple stain burst into the room at approximately the same time. I win! Sakura Haruno shouted as she walked through the door with Ino by her side. If you wish, the only hope he had of winning was because his forehead gave him a reach advantage, was Ino's quick reply. You're angry because Sasuke wouldn't date pigs like you, Sakura retorted. Before Ino could reply, one of the other civilian girls shouted. Why would we want Sasuke when Naruto-kun is so much cuter? Have you seen those adorable whisker marks? Ino mentally agreed and was glad she hadn't said the same thing. Ino had wanted Sakura to improve and knew that competition would help her, which was why she continued with all this animosity towards Sasuke, even though Ino was in love with Naruto. Ino had liked Naruto since she was 9 years old. One day, Naruto gave her the most vibrant purple lilac she had ever seen, and when she looked at it, she noticed that his eyes matched the lilac, which was her favorite color. She had discovered that Naruto loved flowers and everything related to plants. She also got to spend time with him when he volunteered at his family's flower shop. The flowers always seemed to look their best when he was around. Besides, he had the most beautiful eyes ever, and they were her favorite color. Have I thought of that? Ino thought to herself as she watched Naruto chatting with Sasuke. Her thoughts ended the moment Irika-sensei entered and ordered everyone to take their seats. After a long and arduous speech from him, the exam began. Irika and his assistant, Mizuki, began handing out the written exams. Mizuki was a man of average height and build, similar to Irika. He had white hair down to his neck and wore the standard Konoha Chunin uniform. To complete his attire, he wore his bandana-style forehead protector around his head. Naruto had always been able to sense the bad vibes coming from Mizuki. Naruto never told anyone because he simply believed Mizuki was prejudiced against him because of his status as a Jinchuriki. So Naruto let Mizuki hate him. Naruto loved his enemies anyway. After the simple written exam that Naruto did the bare minimum to pass, it was time for the practical exam, which consisted of a taijutsu fight with an instructor and a demonstration of the 3 basic techniques. Many of the students performed well on this part of the exam. Sasuke even managed to land some solid blows on Irika and earned a 9 out of 10 for his efforts. Kiba finished with an 8 out of 10, as did Hinata, thanks to her gentle fist style. Choji received a 7 for his clan's techniques. Shino scored a 6. Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru all scored a 4, though Shikamaru lost after earning his 4th point, which was enough to pass. Next up was Naruto, who somehow had the ironic luck of being paired with Mizuki. Naruto could already tell Mizuki would try to hurt him, but Naruto wasn't worried in the slightest. He welcomed the challenge. What happened became known as the biggest squeal of ass ever given by an academy student to a Chunin instructor in history. Mizuki never moved. Naruto was on top of him too fast, and the match ended as quickly as it began. After Irika said, "Hajime," not a second later, and with a surprise shunshin that Mizuki could have countered had he not been overconfident, Mizuki felt pain. A left jab to the face, a right cross, followed by a roundhouse kick. But before Mizuki could hit the ground, Naruto planted another kick that sent Mizuki hurtling past Irika. 10. Definitely a 10. Since Mizuki was unconscious, Irika simply continued with the ninjutsu portion alone. Shino Aburame. Pass. Choji Akimichi. Pass. Sakura Haruno. Pass. Hinata Hyuga. Pass. Kiba Inazaka. Pass. Shikamaru Nara. Pass. Naruto Senju. Pass. Sasuke Uchiha. Pass. Ino Yamanaka. Pass. There were also 18 other civilian children who passed the exams. After Irika gave another speech about how proud he was of his students and what life would be like now that they were Leaf Shinobi, he let them go. The academy was over, and now it was time to meet their senseis, which was tomorrow. We did it, Naruto said with a grin on his face as he tied his black forehead protector around his forehead. A grin that everyone in the group of 9 returned. Well, with Shino you couldn't see, but Naruto could feel that he was happy. We should go celebrate. Everyone wants a barbecue, said a happy Choji. It's troublesome, but I'm in, Shikamaru said with a smile. After a chorus of agreements, the entire gang, who would later be nicknamed the Rookie 9, headed to one of Choji's family restaurants. They all shared a great time at the restaurant. They knew this would be the last time they would all be together for a while once they separated into teams with their senseis. Eventually, they all went their separate ways. Choji and Shikamaru headed to Shikamaru's house. Kiba, Shino, and Sasuke returned to their respective homes. Ino and Sakura disappeared into Sakura's house, and Hinata politely excused herself upon returning to her clan's compound. Several hours later, a few hours had passed, and Naruto began wandering aimlessly through Konoha, trying to decide what to do. It seemed the sun would soon set, so he could watch the sunset from Hokage Mountain. With a shunshin, Naruto sat on the 4th Hokage's head. Naruto felt at peace. He felt good, and nothing would change that. After sunset, Naruto decided to head home to rest a bit before tomorrow. On his way, a shinobi flew past him and nearly collided with him. Naruto was turning around to apologize when he noticed the ninja had moved on. Wait a minute, that's Mizuki-sensei. I wonder why she's in such a hurry. Ah well, wait, that's a scroll on her back. It looks familiar. Where have I seen that scroll before? Naruto wondered. Then he realized it was the Hokage's seal scroll. A scroll containing many dangerous techniques, mostly kenjutsu, forbidden techniques. But why did Mizuki have it? Why would Mizuki leave the village with that scroll? A scroll that only the Hokage could touch? Oh, she's stealing it, and you're still sitting here trying to figure out what she's doing. It's obvious, said an irritated Kurama. Naruto had the decency to look embarrassed. He made sure no one was watching while he created a wood clone and instructed it to alert the Hokage. After taking care of that, Naruto immediately pursued Mizuki to apprehend him. Forest near the edge of Konoha. Mizuki had never been happier in his life. The forbidden scroll, he had finally grasped it. Now all Mizuki had to do was give it to Orochimaru, and he would obtain the power he sought. Mizuki began to get excited about how close he was to his dreams. However, he stopped when he saw the Kyuubi brat appear before him. Mizuki, Naruto said with a serious face. Tonight's better, Mizuki said with a sadistic laugh. The gods must love me to have you, of all people, appear here right before I leave. I can finally end the act and kill you after all these years. Fox boy, didn't I hit him earlier today? Is he crazy? Naruto thought blankly. It seems so, Kurama said with a smile. Don't look at me with that demonic gaze. Do you know why the people of this town hate you? Mizuki said with an evil look. It doesn't matter, said Naruto, whose face hadn't changed since he arrived. It's because you're the Kyuubi. You're that piece of shit fox that attacked Konoha years ago. And now, you pathetic demon, I'm going to kill you, Mizuki said dangerously as he pulled an oversized shuriken from his back. Naruto, I don't care how you do it. Just kill this guy. Who does he think he's talking about here? Kurama said, agitated, as he aggressively tried to send chakra to Naruto to make him destroy Mizuki. I can't kill him, but I'm sure Gigi will know what to do with him to appease your needs, Naruto said in his head as he denied Kurama's chakra. Are you done yet? Naruto asked in a bored tone. What? Asked a slightly confused Mizuki, as he thought the boy would have a mental breakdown upon hearing the news. I know what's sealed inside me, but I'm a Konoha Genin, Naruto Senju, and nothing will change that. Before I stop you, something serious. I need to know, why did you steal the scroll? For power? From someone else? Naruto said sharply. It seems I have to give you some credit, but even a fool is right sometimes. Since you'll be dead here soon, why not tell you? Lord Orochimaru entrusted me with retrieving this scroll, and in exchange, I would become his right-hand man. He would grant me great power, and I could prove to everyone that I am strong. Mizuki said madly as he threw his shuriken at Naruto. Orochimaru, one of Konoha's greatest traitors. The same one who performed that experiment on Tenzo-sensei. Naruto thought as he dodged the shuriken. That's a terrible mistake on your part, Mizuki, and I can't forgive a traitor to my village. Naruto said as he performed the ram hand seal and struck the ground with both palms. Doton, Doryuhiki, Earth Style, Mud Wall. Naruto thought as a massive wall rose up behind Mizuki. Mizuki briefly turned his head and stared in amazement at the jutsu the demon had used. He had no idea he could use ninjutsu of this caliber. In the short time it took Mizuki to turn his head, Naruto clasped his hands together, ready to fire another jutsu. Suetun, Suedan no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Bullet Technique. Naruto fired a massive water bullet at Mizuki, who braced himself for the impact as it crashed into him. Because of Naruto's mud wall behind him, Mizuki didn't travel far before hitting the wall behind him. As Mizuki slowly overcame the effects of the jutsu, he stabilized himself with a kunai in his hand and charged at Naruto. Naruto drew his own kunai and it clashed with Mizuki's. Mizuki, being physically stronger and taller than Naruto, had the upper hand and finally managed to plunge his kunai into Naruto's chest. Mizuki smiled at Naruto's surprised expression, but that smile quickly faded as Naruto transformed back into mud. Replacement. He barely had time to turn around before Naruto was coming straight for him. Mizuki felt all the air leave him from Kurama's elbow to his stomach. Mizuki fell to his hands and knees trying to catch his breath, but before he could recover, he was knocked unconscious as his body hit the ground from Naruto's two-handed axe blow to his back. When Naruto noticed Mizuki had stopped moving, he relaxed a little and went to retrieve the scroll. Then he stomped on Mizuki once to keep his promise. Naruto tied Mizuki up and carried him and the scroll back to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen was in his office when Naruto entered and told him about the Scroll of Seals incident, and he was concerned. However, he visibly relaxed when it was only a clone and the real Naruto was already pursuing Mizuki. He knew Naruto could easily handle Mizuki, but he sent Umbu to ensure the scroll was returned and that Naruto was safe. Hiruzen knew Mizuki had become complacent and his abilities had weakened, so that Naruto would have no trouble defeating him. He was proven right when Naruto appeared with a body flicker carrying both Mizuki and the Scroll of Seals. You know, that was a pretty quick shunshin, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said with a smile, pleased that Naruto had returned unharmed and with the scroll. Thanks, Gigi. Well, I caught Mizuki, beat him up, and brought back the scroll, said a cheerful Naruto as he punched his clone, which then dissipated. Then Naruto turned serious and said, Orochimaru is involved in Mizuki's betrayal. This news shocked the old Hokage, as everything Orochimaru was saying was terrible news for Konoha. His favorite student had become a major pain in the neck, and it was his fault for not finishing him off so many years ago. I'm too old for this, Hiruzen thought with an aged sigh. However, the scroll was back, and Naruto had captured the traitor so he could be interrogated for more information. He might even let Ibiki pull out all his tricks. Hiruzen shuddered at the thought. He didn't know how Ibiki had become so sadistic, but he was glad he wasn't on the receiving end of an interrogation by Ibiki. That man was brutal. You didn't take a look at the scroll, did you? The Hokage said authoritatively. Of course not, Gigi. That scroll is only for the Hokage's eyes, Naruto said with a smile. Good, Hiruzen said proudly, realizing how much Naruto had grown in the past few years. He was well on his way to becoming a great shinobi. Well, thank you, Naruto-kun, and I say this on behalf of all of Konoha, as what you just did was a great service to the village. Now, prepare for your registration and team assignment. I'm very proud of you, and good luck. Hi Hokage Jiji-sama, Naruto said with a mocking greeting. After that long day, Naruto did nothing but go inside and collapse onto his bed, all the while anticipating tomorrow's event. Chapter 4. Naruto woke up today feeling amazing. Today, everything would be official. Naruto would register and then head to the academy to meet his Jonin sensei. After getting ready, Naruto left to have his registration taken care of. After the short walk and putting on his ninja face for his photograph, Naruto headed off to deliver his papers to the Hokage. "Hey, Grandpa!" said a happy Naruto after seeing Hiruzen dressed in his Hokage attire as usual. Hiruzen smiled at Naruto's arrival. Naruto always seemed to brighten people's days, or at least his. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I see you have your ninja registration," he said, reaching out to take Naruto's papers. Well, Konoha Genin, Naruto SENJU, ninja registration number 012607. You're an officer, and you look good, kid," Hiruzen said with a warm smile. Before Naruto could reply, he sensed someone approaching the door. After a few seconds, that person flew through the door wielding a paper shuriken. The aggressor had short, spiky brown hair. He wore a yellow shirt with the Konoha symbol in red, gray shorts, and a long blue scarf. He was a child, no more than 8 years old. "It's the old man's turn today," the child shouted as he charged at Hiruzen. However, 2 steps in, he tripped over his oversized scarf and fell flat on his face. The third Hokage sighed as he said, "Naruto, this is Konohamaru. He wants to defeat me in a battle to win the title of Hokage." "That was the most pathetic attempt to hit someone I've ever seen," Kurama said, watching the scene with amusement. Naruto nodded inwardly at Kurama's statement. And finally, after that embarrassing moment, Konohamaru stood up and pointed an accusing finger at Naruto. "You tripped me up. I was this close to beating the old man, but you had to ruin it," Konohamaru said in a murderous tone. "Huh? You tripped over your scarf. I had nothing to do with your mishap just now," Naruto said, confused about how he'd gotten himself into this situation. Another person entered the room, snapping Naruto out of his reverie. "Honorable grandson," came the voice of a man named Ebisu. Ebisu is a Tokubetsu Jonin, special Jonin, of the Leaf Village who wears the standard Konoha shinobi attire without the body armor. He also wears a pair of black sunglasses and his forehead protector is bandana style. He is also known throughout the Konoha shinobi population as a suck-up, and as such, he gives brown noses to those above him or those of sufficient importance. Since he only heard Konohamaru shout and didn't realize he was speaking to the Senju boy, he said, "You scoundrel, what did you do to the third Hokage's grandson?" Upon hearing that statement, Naruto's eyebrows arched slightly as he looked at Konohamaru. Konohamaru smiled when he saw Naruto's face and expected him to kiss his feet like everyone else upon realizing who he was and how the third Hokage was his grandfather. "I didn't do anything to Konohamaru here. He tripped over his scarf. And I couldn't care less if he's the third Hokage's grandson. That means nothing to me. Titles like that are meaningless, and even if we go by that, we lose, since I surpass him for being related to 2 Hokage," said Naruto, who bid farewell to the Hokage and disappeared via a shunshin. This provoked varied reactions in the room. Hiruzen watched the scene with satisfaction because he knew Konohamaru liked being called Konohamaru and not honorable grandson. He had a name. Konohamaru stared in amazement, not because of who Naruto's ancestors were, but because he was being called Konohamaru, not to mention how cool he looked disappearing like that. Ebisu was surprised. If he had known it was Senju-sama he was speaking to, he would have changed what he said. Naruto arrived at the academy, jogged to his class, and took his usual seat next to Sasuke. After exchanging greetings, and since it was so early, Naruto decided to take a nap. After about 20 minutes, Irika came in to give the team assignments while Sasuke woke Naruto up. "From today onward, you are all true shinobi. But you are still just rookie genin. The hard part hasn't even begun. Now, you will soon be assigned duties by the village. Today, we will put you into your 3-man teams, and each team will be assigned a Jonin sensei. You will follow their instructions from this moment forward, Irika said with a proud smile as he handed out the team assignments. Naruto doesn't care about any team that isn't his own or one of his friends. So he didn't care until he heard his name called and was happy to be on the team. Team 7 is Naruto SENJU, Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing those two names, it seemed every girl in the room who hadn't yet been chosen was hoping to be paired with the two most attractive boys in their class. Sakura Haruno, your sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Yes, love generally prevails, Sakura said, raising her fist in the air in support of Sasuke. There were also some incoherent murmurs of damn, it's not fair, and the forehead is with my man. Irika continued after calming the class. Team 8 is Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazaka, and Hinata Hyuga. Your sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 is Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. And with that, Irika wished them good luck and took his leave, as their senseis would be arriving soon. 2 hours later, one by one, each jonin came to collect their team right after Irika finished speaking. However, 2 hours had passed, and Team 7 sensei still hadn't arrived. Sakura was furious at this point, wondering why he hadn't shown up. Naruto remained calm and even closed his eyes to get some more sleep. Sasuke stood between them, as calm as Naruto, but his eyebrow flickered every few seconds to show his irritation. I don't care if this guy is a jonin. Who the hell is 2 hours late? Sakura shrieked, practically furious, while grinding her teeth. Naruto opened his eyes and said, Sakura-chan, you're being loud again. Sakura blushed with embarrassment. Naruto had told her that she shouted sometimes, and after everyone agreed, she had started trying to lower her voice, although she still had outbursts from time to time. A short while later, Naruto perked up a bit and glanced toward the door. A few seconds later, a man with gravity-defying silver hair entered. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi uniform along with a face mask that covered his nose. He also wore his headband around his forehead, though it was tilted down to cover his left eye. Team 7. After a nod, he said, My first impression of you guys. You seem like a nice group. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. As he disappeared in a puff of smoke, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura headed to the roof to meet Kakashi. Once they arrived, they noticed their sensei was reading an orange book. He seemed oblivious to his surroundings, but Naruto could see the critical eye he had on them. After Kakashi confirmed everyone was ready, he began. I'm glad you made it. Now, how about we start with you introducing yourselves? Kakashi said as he put away his book. What should we say? Sakura asked. What about your likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, and hobbies? Kakashi replied in a bored tone. Could you go first? As an example, Sakura said with a smile. Kakashi sighed. Fine. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I don't want to tell you my likes or dislikes. Dreams for the future? I have many hobbies, Kakashi said as he gestured for Naruto to leave. Naruto was discouraged when he only learned his sensei's name, but he smiled when it was his turn to introduce himself. My name is Naruto SENJU. I like ramen, forests, and gardens. I don't like the 3 minutes it takes to make ramen and traders. My dream for the future is to surpass all the Hokage and protect this village, so everyone will have to acknowledge me. Hobbies? I have a bonsai tree and I train, Naruto said, still smiling. It's grown interesting. Although Kakashi. Next, Kakashi said, looking at Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. There are tons of things I dislike and only a few things I like. And I don't use the word dream, because I have one ambition. To revive my clan and kill a certain man, Sasuke said. I figured as much, Kakashi thought. And finally, the girl, Kakashi said to Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like, Sakura said while looking at Sasuke. The person I like is my dream for the future? Oh my god. What I don't like is Ino Pig. Sakura finished. Typical girl her age, loves jutsu. Kakashi thought before saying, well, tomorrow marks the beginning of Team 7. I'll see you all tomorrow for survival training. Kakashi said. Survival training? But didn't we do enough training at the academy, Kakashi-sensei? Asked a confused Sakura, who also had confused looks from Naruto and Sasuke. This training is different. I'll be your opponent, but that's not all. This is an exam where only 9 out of 27 graduates will pass. It has a 66% failure rate. Kakashi said with a chuckle at the surprised faces of his genin. You'll meet me tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Bring your shinobi gear, and I suggest skipping breakfast, Kakashi said, and before anyone could ask any more questions, he vanished into a puff of smoke. Naruto pondered those words before he, too, said goodbye to his teammates and departed using a shunshin. Sasuke decided to train a little more for tomorrow, and Sakura headed home to prepare for tomorrow as well. It would be a big day. The next day, 11 a.m., the next morning, after a long 3-hour wait, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at 8 a.m., awaiting their sensei. Sasuke leaned against a tree, frowning slightly as he waited. Sakura was seething inside again. Naruto meditated while he waited, still racking his brain over what Kakashi had said the day before. Naruto then opened his eyes when their sensei appeared several seconds later. You're late, Sakura shouted as Sasuke and Naruto agreed, though less vocally than their pink-haired teammate. Noticing the questioning looks from his genin, Kakashi explained his tardiness. I was on my way here when I saw a black cat cross my path. I didn't want bad luck, so I took a longer route, Kakashi said in a tone that seemed completely honest. Sasuke and Sakura immediately recognized the awful lie. However, Naruto understood right away. He wouldn't want bad luck either and probably would have walked too. All right, it's noon, Kakashi said as he took out a clock and placed it on one of the training stations. Then he took out 2 bells and said, Here are 2 bells. Your task is to get one of these bells before noon. Those who fail to get a bell don't get lunch. Not only will I tie you to a stump, I'll eat your lunch right in front of you, Kakashi continued as the stomachs of his 3 students rumbled. That's why he said not to eat, Naruto thought as he slowly finished today's training. You only need 1 bell, and since there are only 2, I'll tie up whoever doesn't have one here. Furthermore, if that person fails, they'll be sent back to the academy, which means at least one of you will be going backward no matter what. You can use any ninja tool you have. I recommend coming at me with the intent to kill, otherwise you won't get a bell, Kakashi said as all his genin prepared themselves. After Kakashi told them to begin, the 3 immediately dispersed. After a few moments of inactivity, he took out his book and began to read. Several minutes passed, and Kakashi shrugged as he continued reading. They would have to come for him anyway. Sasuke was hiding in some trees, watching Kakashi with a searching eye, trying to find the best moment to strike. Then he sensed a presence behind him. Naruto, what are you doing here? Sasuke whispered. We need to find Sakura. I have something I need to tell you both, said a completely serious Naruto as he took off to find Sakura. Sasuke would have argued if he hadn't seen Naruto's seriousness and immediately followed him. After a few minutes, Naruto and Sasuke landed near the bushes where Sakura was hiding. After luring her closer, Naruto began. This test is crap, said Naruto, completely confusing Sakura and Sasuke. What do you mean, Naruto? And hurry up. You're wasting my time. I need to get one of those bells, Sasuke said, irritated that Naruto still hadn't gotten to the point. Sakura-chan, what's the standard genin team in Konoha? Naruto asked. After Sakura's quick reply, 3 genin, 1 jonin, Naruto continued. Thanks, with that in mind, it makes this test even more awkward. We're never going to face a jonin in a battle who just graduated from the academy. Gigi wouldn't allow it in the real world. It just doesn't happen, so why now? The only way our chances would increase is if we work together, and even then, the odds are still practically 0. Naruto said as Sasuke and Sakura listened intently to their friend speak. Since he rarely spoke like this, his analysis was usually accurate. Kakashi said this test had a 66% failure rate. That means only 9 of us will pass. From what Sakura says, you can only have 3 genin teams, full genin teams. That means this test is about teamwork, not understanding, Naruto said. completely confident in his deduction of this test. So we have to work together. And in case I'm wrong, we can both have the bells. I don't mind doing it another year. Sasuke and Sakura simply nodded. They weren't entirely convinced, but they figured that by working together with Naruto, they had a better chance of obtaining the bells than working alone, especially since Naruto would willingly fail for them. So, after Naruto quickly came up with a plan, they set off to confront Kakashi. Several minutes later, Kakashi was still in the same spot as at the start of the test. He lowered his book slightly to see Naruto standing in front of him. You know his basic shinobi knowledge of concealing one's presence and attacking from blind spots, right? Kakashi said as he put his book away. He knew how good Naruto was. Naruto replied, "It wouldn't have made any difference. 1, you already knew where it was. 2, you have one of your eyes covered, so you probably found a way to cover your blind spots while creating a huge one with only one eye. And 3, I figured out your test. It's teamwork, but it has a major flaw." Kakashi was impressed with Naruto's analysis. He was right on every point, though he wondered what the flaw was in the test. And what would the flaw be? Kakashi asked as he prepared for Naruto's attack. You can't expect 3 new Genin to come in and demonstrate teamwork at that level. Teamwork involves more than just bonding through missions, team meetings, and simply being together. While it's a great test to see if a team embodies the will of fire, it's still difficult to accomplish all of that in just 1 hour, Naruto said as he placed a hand on the half-ram seal. Naruto then performed a body flicker technique to begin his assault on Kakashi. Kakashi nodded at Naruto's explanation. Then he turned and blocked Naruto's head kick. The speed behind his kick is immense. That's why it hit so hard, because of the accumulated momentum, Kakashi thought as he continued to block each of Naruto's blows. Then he saw Naruto perform a low sweeping kick and leaped over it. He was surprised when Naruto immediately sprang to his feet faster than before, a kunai in his hand, and went to cut the ropes that secured the bells to his waist. He cut a small section of the rope before Kakashi snatched the kunai from his hands and they leaped away from each other. To think that I could get so close to the bells. Impressive, Kakashi thought before seeing Naruto hold the tiger's paw seal. Nien Shoja no Jutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique, Naruto thought as white feathers appeared around Kakashi. Kakashi immediately recognized the genjutsu and dispelled it with ease. However, as soon as he dispelled it, several kunai struck him squarely in the back. Sasuke was slightly surprised when his kunai struck Kakashi. He had done it according to plan. Once Naruto activated his genjutsu, he threw the kunai at Kakashi to catch him off guard. He wasn't disappointed, however, to see the usual recorder take Kakashi's place, signaling a replacement. Shortly after that, Sasuke heard a scream. It seemed Kakashi had eliminated Sakura. Damn it! I guess we'll go to plan B, Sasuke thought as he activated his Sharingan when he noticed Kakashi behind him and engaged the Jonin in Taijutsu. Kakashi wasn't surprised to see Sasuke's Sharingan. He'd read about it in Sasuke's file. However, he was in a different state of shock, as after a few blocked blows and Sasuke's impressive agility, Sasuke managed to ring one of the bells. Noticing this, Kakashi immediately disengaged and slid a few meters away from Sasuke. However, he failed to notice the 3 mud lines on the ground around him. The lines were in a perfect square surrounding Kakashi, with the only uncovered side facing Sasuke, who was going through several hand seals when Naruto landed beside him with his palms on the ground. Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Style, Mud Wall. Naruto thought as mud swirled around Kakashi, creating a tunnel-like formation in front of his 2 students. At roughly the same time, Sasuke finished his hand seals and placed a hand near his mouth. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Sasuke said as he unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth that flew towards Kakashi. Kakashi was about to jump to avoid the jutsu when he noticed an equally large ball of water flying towards him. Naruto must have created that before landing next to Sasuke to activate his mud wall. Damn, that's a good combination, Kakashi thought as the area inside the mud walls exploded with steam from the combined fireball and water ball techniques. The steam continued to rise from the impact zone, obscuring the 2 Genin's view. Once it cleared, they noticed there was no sign of Kakashi anywhere. Underground, Naruto thought, but it was too late when a hand grabbed him and Sasuke and proceeded to drag them both underground. Kakashi soon appeared a few meters away and smiled at the two heads with his single visible eye. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. That was good teamwork between you two. A great combination. You almost had me there, but you didn't. Too bad you didn't get a bell. I'm sure it would have been great to have him on my team, Kakashi said, noticing Sakura charging at him. Looks like Naruto must have woken her up while I was in that taijutsu battle with Sasuke, Kakashi thought. Unfortunately, Sakura was too weak to face Kakashi. However, before she could reach him, Kakashi found himself in a complete Nelson from Naruto. Due to the shock of Naruto's unexpected arrival, he didn't notice Sasuke's kunai cutting through the bells. Sakura lunged toward the bells as Kakashi was still trapped in Naruto's grip. It was all for nothing when the timer went off just as Sakura reached the bells. So close, Naruto thought as he let go of Kakashi, and they all headed for the tree stumps. They passed with great success. But why not find out to what extent? Kakashi thought as he tied Naruto to one of the stumps. Kakashi asked how Naruto got out of the ground so quickly, and with the answer, Earth release. Murugikure no Jutsu, Earth style. Hiding like a mole technique. He nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kakashi told them they hadn't passed the test since none of them had heard a bell. But because they had used teamwork, he would give them another chance. Since Naruto had attacked him first, he wouldn't be allowed lunch. Then, after giving Sasuke and Sakura a bento and leaving instructions not to feed Naruto, he vanished in a puff of smoke. We were so close, Sakura said as she opened her bento and began to eat. HN, Sasuke said as he agreed and couldn't wait for him to shoot the Jonin again. We'll catch him next time, Naruto said, wondering if he'd been wrong about the true meaning of the test. They should have passed, right? Yet they hadn't. Was he wrong? Finally, his thoughts were interrupted when his stomach twitched at the sight of Sasuke and Sakura eating his food. When that happened, he was surprised when Sasuke offered him his bento. We need you, Sasuke said reluctantly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten this close in the first place. So here, eat. You won't be at your best if you're crippled by hunger. Naruto was even more surprised when Sakura also offered him her bento. Sasuke-kun is right. You need to eat something, and you can have some of mine since I don't eat as much as Sasuke-kun, Sakura said as she placed some food on her chopsticks, and was inches away from feeding Naruto when, boom, a massive plume of smoke billowed up, and out emerged a furious-looking Kakashi. You dare defy my rules. I told you not to feed Naruto, but you disobeyed my orders and did it anyway. What do you have to say for yourselves before I deliver divine punishment? Kakashi said, holding the ram seal as the sky darkened considerably and lightning danced around him. Startled by Kakashi's sudden appearance, Naruto shouted, because we're a team, and teammates look out for each other. That's what Konoha is all about. Teamwork. Well, if that's all you have to say, then you, Kakashi said as all the genin closed their eyes awaiting their punishment. Come in, Kakashi said with a smile in his eyes as the sky cleared. What? Came Sakura's intelligent reply. Kakashi simply pointed to the memorial stone and said, Naruto was right. This test was to discover your teamwork and your willingness to work together. I gave you all a near-impossible task with rules designed to make you separate and work alone. If you had abandoned your teammates and worked alone, you would have failed, even if you had received a bell. Everyone did the opposite, and that's why we are now officially Team 7. Remember these words. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are even worse than scum, Kakashi concluded. The three genin exchanged varied expressions. Sakura was thrilled to be officially a team. Sasuke simply smiled in his usual cool manner, though his excitement was evident. Naruto, however, was crying tears of passion for the line that would forever be etched in his heart. They were Team 7 and nothing would ever change that. Now tomorrow we'll begin missions and training to work more efficiently as a team. I hope to see you all here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Until then, Kakashi said as he disappeared again in a puff of smoke. When Kakashi left, Naruto escaped the ropes that bound his stump and asked, So you guys want to train since we still have a whole day left? We all need more work, especially you, Sakura. Sasuke and I are more advanced than you, and we need all our team bonds to be stronger if we want to be the best team possible. Naruto finished as Sasuke nodded and looked at Sakura expectantly. After a moment, Sakura agreed. She could spend more time with her Sasuke-kun and become a better ninja in the process, since her lack of help against Kakashi-sensei was telling. Time skip. 6 weeks later. D-rank missions, the chores, if you ask Naruto, were awful. Team 7 had completed 48 D-rank missions in the past 6 weeks, ranging from walking dogs and painting fences to capturing the elusive Tora, the fire daimyo's wife's pet cat. However, during those 6 weeks, Team 7 also had many training sessions together. Usually 3, sometimes 4, times a week outside of missions and teamwork training with Kakashi. Naruto remained relatively unchanged, constantly trying to increase the speed of his shunshin and master his ninjutsu arsenal. Kakashi even showed Naruto another clone technique, as he knew about Naruto's MOKUTON and Moku Bunshin with clones, but still didn't want to reveal it. It was the simple IWA Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone technique. Naruto also progressed to level 3 Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, which involves exploding seals. He began attaching them to his ground clones to add a deadly element of surprise to the simple clone technique. Sasuke added several more fire-based jutsu. One of them was Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower technique, which unleashed a barrage of fist-sized fireballs from the user's mouth in an unpredictable manner. He also added the powerful Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire style, fire dragon technique, which creates a powerful stream of fire from the user's mouth that takes the form of a dragon. During this time, he also managed to learn several Sharingan Jinjutsu from his clan's library. For some reason, Kakashi even gave him tips. How Kakashi knew so much about the Sharingan was beyond him, but he accepted it without question. The person who progressed the most was Sakura. She started with physical exercises that were initially brutal for her because she wasn't getting proper nutrition. However, after hearing Naruto and Sasuke tell her to abandon her diet since it would make her body better able to handle this type of training, she began to see results. Her stamina, speed, and strength had improved significantly over the past 6 weeks. Naruto and Sasuke had also discovered that Sakura possessed amazing chakra control, as she could walk on trees and water relatively quickly. Given her exceptional chakra control, Naruto suggested she become a medical ninja. Sakura was happy with the suggestion, knowing she couldn't catch up to Sasuke and Naruto in other shinobi arts. But being a medical ninja would certainly enhance her standing on the team. Sakura had learned the initial medical ninjutsu, the Shosen no Jutsu, mystic palm technique. Although it could only heal minor bruises and cuts, it was better than nothing, and she was proud of herself. She felt more important to the team these days, and her confidence soared as a result. Kakashi, noticing the progress his team had made individually, smiled because they had taken it upon themselves to improve. As such, he was more than happy to offer them advice to help them. Because they had flourished so well, he decided they had enough D ranks and it was now time for their first C rank. It was a simple bodyguard duty, escorting Tsunade, a bridge builder who lived in the Land of Waves, back to the Land of Waves and keeping an eye on him while he finished a bridge. It was fairly easy for his team to handle, and tomorrow they would be heading out on their first C rank assignment. Chapter 5. It was a bright, sunny day when 5 people were walking along a road. Those 5 people were the 4 members of Team 7 and their client. They were walking in a diamond formation with Naruto in front, Sasuke on the left, Sakura on the right, Kakashi behind, and Tsunade, the client, in the middle of the formation. A day had passed since he left the village to begin his first C rank mission. Normally, the journey to the wave would take less than a day, but since Tsunade was a civilian, they had to travel at his pace. The group walked in relative peace and quiet until Naruto stumbled slightly. After a light laugh at Naruto's misfortune, Sakura asked a question. Tsunade-san, you're from the Land of Waves, right? After a "what's wrong with that?" grunt from him, Sakura turned to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi-sensei, do they have ninjas in the Land of Waves? No, not in the Land of Waves. Although their culture and customs differ, there are hidden villages, and as such, other ninjas as well, Kakashi said as he patted Sakura's head, ruining her perfectly styled hair. Don't worry, there's no ninja combat on a C-rank mission. As the group walked through a puddle on the path, Sakura visibly relaxed upon hearing that. She may have grown stronger and more skilled as a ninja, but she was still a little apprehensive about facing an enemy ninja. Her relaxed state changed immediately when she heard, "One down." Upon hearing those words, everyone except a captured Kakashi turned to see Kakashi being torn to pieces by two other ninjas. Those two were the demon brothers Gozu and Meizu. Both had shoulder-length brown hair and dark eyes. Both wore a respirator and a poison gauntlet on one arm. They looked identical except that Gozu had a single horn on his forehead protector and wore a cloak, while Meizu had two horns and shaggy hair. Seeing the Genin's state of shock, the demon brothers seized the opportunity to grab the one from the closet, who was the blonde boy. However, when they tied him up like the first ninja, they didn't notice the smile on his face. "Two down," said the brothers, who were shocked when the boy sank into the mud as they tore him to pieces. "Kawarimi, replacement," Gozu and Meizu thought to themselves as they suddenly began to feel hotter. They looked up to see the largest fireball either of the siblings had ever seen fall from the sky. The heat was intense and almost seemed unreal. "Genjutsu," Meizu thought as she dispelled the illusion. Upon dispelling the illusion, they didn't notice a kunai pinning their chain to a tree. Shortly after dispelling the genjutsu, Gozu received a powerful kick from the blonde boy, while Meizu was struck by one from the dark-haired boy, sending them flying in opposite directions and breaking their chain. Despite the blows, the siblings recovered quickly enough and decided to eliminate their target as soon as possible, setting off to confront him. They encountered the pink-haired girl and their target, Tsunade. However, upon striking the two, they discovered they were merely clones. Tricked by some brat, before anyone could move, Kakashi appeared and had trapped both Gozu and Meizu under each arm. "Good work, team. You all handled it perfectly. Good job, Naruto, Megan, Jigoka no Jutsu, Demon Illusion, Descending Hell Technique. Sasuke, excellent work breaking their chains with that kunai. And Sakura, great way of getting the VIP out of harm's way and even deceiving the enemy. Good work, my cute little Genin. Tsunade, we need to talk," Kakashi said as he tied Gozu and Meizu to a tree from which Sakura and Tsunade had emerged behind them. "These are Chunin-level mist ninja," Kakashi said before Gozu interrupted him. "How did you react so well to us?" Gozu asked. "My team and I could have killed you immediately, since we knew you'd been there for a while. First of all, Naruto, the blonde one, is a censor. When he tripped, he secretly indicated your location. And even if Naruto hadn't, it hadn't rained in days. So on a nice day like this, there wouldn't have been a puddle on the ground," Kakashi said, glancing at Tsunade with one eye. "We didn't kill them because I wanted to find out their objective. Would you mind explaining why two Chunin are trying to kill you? Our mission is to protect you from thugs and thieves. Ninjas are at least a B-rank mission. It seems we'll have to head home. This mission is beyond our capabilities," Kakashi finished, walking toward his team. "Wait," Tsunade pleaded. "I'm sorry I deceived you all, but I had no other way to get protection. Our country is very poor, and as a result, I can't afford anything above rank C. As I said before, I'm a bridge builder, currently constructing a bridge that will connect Wave to the mainland. This will keep us out of Gado's shipping industry monopoly. Gado is an evil man who has absolute control over Wave's economy by controlling the shipping industry and driving up costs for anyone trying to move goods. That's why he makes life a living hell for everyone in Wave. Please, I beg you, help me, because without this bridge, things will only get worse." Kakashi seemed indifferent to Tsunade's plea. Sasuke and Sakura felt sorry for him, but Kakashi-sensei said it was too difficult for them. Naruto was sobbing anime-style tears after Tsunade's plea. He couldn't help it. The other three members of Team 7 had grown accustomed to Naruto's distress. They loved the stories of his sobbing and even Kakashi's excuses for being late. "How is Naruto so strong?" Sasuke thought as he looked at Naruto crying. Before Kakashi could stop him, Naruto spoke with conviction when he said, "Don't worry, "Old man, we'll continue the mission. We'll kick Gatos, but save your country and look awesome while doing it, or else my name isn't Naruto." Tsunade seemed hopeful after hearing Naruto speak. Kakashi just sighed. They could have gone home and done something else. But since Sasuke and Sakura wanted to continue, he had to leave now. "Well, it looks like we're leaving, but I expect full payment once you've secured the necessary funds to complete whatever it is that finishes the mission. Understood?" Kakashi said to Tsunade. After Tsunade thanked him and agreed, Team 7 continued their now B-rank mission. Several hours later, Team 7 and Tsunade had finally reached the final stretch of their journey. After crossing a large body of water and Tsunade's flimsy bridge, they were nearing Tsunade's house. However, Naruto sensed a presence to their left and immediately threw a kunai in its direction. Kakashi, who had felt the same thing, went to investigate. Upon noticing a snow bunny, Sakura scolded Naruto for almost killing the cutest bunny of all. Naruto immediately fell into a depression after Sakura's scolding. While this was happening, Kakashi realized that the bunny was a replacement and was on high alert. "Get down," Kakashi said as Naruto grabbed Sakura before ducking. Sasuke grabbed Tsunade and pulled him to the ground as Kakashi ducked. Had they arrived a second late, a large, spinning sword would have sliced them in half. The sword continued its trajectory over their heads as it crashed into a tree. Suddenly, a man appeared, standing on the sword's hilt, staring down at the group. This man was tall and muscular with pale skin. He had short, spiky black hair, brown eyes, and thin eyebrows. Bandages covered the lower half of his face like a mask. He wore his forehead protector sideways around his head and was shirtless, with only a belt around his chest that held his sword across his back. He also wore baggy pants with the typical Kirigakure striped pattern and camouflage wrist warmers that extended to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. The man then spoke. It's no wonder the Demon Brothers failed. They were facing the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, also known as Sharingan no Kakashi. Sharingan no Kakashi? That means... Sasuke thought as he saw Kakashi stand up. Zabuza Momochi, also known as Kirigakure no Kijin, Demon of the Hidden Mist, Kakashi said, as if he weren't interested in him. "Well, I have to ask, what do you want?" "Nothing too big, just the old man's head. If you hand him over, I won't kill you all," Zabuza said in an equally nonchalant tone. Kakashi raised a hand to his forehead protector as he said, "Protect the bridge builder with your lives. Form a manji formation around him and don't join this fight because he's out of your league. He's a jonin like me." Kakashi finished as his team carried out the instructions with Naruto in front, Sasuke to his left, and Sakura to his right. "I think I'll have to use this against you," Kakashi said as he lifted his forehead protector to reveal a 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye. This provoked mixed reactions. Sakura wondered if Kakashi was an Uchiha. Naruto deduced that Kakashi had possessed it all along, since he could advise Sasuke on the matter and wasn't surprised by the revelation. Sasuke was an internal mess. How did Kakashi acquire a Sharingan? He wasn't an Uchiha. He shouldn't have that eye. It's a birthright. Sasuke had a few questions for Kakashi. "Oh, the Sharingan so soon. I'm honored." "Well, let's get on with it," Zabuza said as he vanished, reappearing at the top of the lake with his massive sword slung over his shoulder. He landed with his left hand extended upward, holding a half-ram seal in his right. "Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique," Zabuza said as a dense fog enveloped the area. The fog was so thick that it concealed Kakashi from his genin. 8 options: liver, lungs, spine, jugular vein, carotid artery, brain, kidneys, or heart. "Which one do you want to die for?" Zabuza said in a disembodied voice that seemed to come from all directions. Everyone in the area reacted immediately to Zabuza's murderous intent, as it brought the place to a standstill. Tsunade nearly soiled himself. He was Zabuza's direct target and just a civilian, untrained in handling fear like a ninja. Sakura was terrified, but she believed Kakashi-sensei would save them. Naruto appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was sweating. Sasuke seemed the most frightened. Zabuza's murderous intent brought back memories of Itachi and that night. He even pulled out a kunai to finish him off before Zabuza had a chance. "Don't worry, Sasuke," Kakashi said with a smile as he placed his hands on the ram seal, a blue chakra shroud enveloping him. This maneuver cleared the area around him in a 15-foot diameter, removing the fog from his team so they could see him. "I promise to protect you with my life. Nothing bad will happen. Are you sure about that?" Zabuza questioned amidst the Manji formation. He was ready to behead everyone in the formation until Kakashi immediately stopped him with a kunai to the stomach. Zabuza was stunned for a second before turning into water. "Mizu Bunshin, water clone?" Kakashi panicked as Zabuza appeared behind him and swiftly sliced him in half. Zabuza's grinning face didn't last long when he realized he had cut a water clone. "It's over," Kakashi said as he prepared to slit Zabuza's throat with a kunai if he moved. Kakashi wasn't ready for another Zabuza to appear behind him and the one in front of him to dissolve into water. "I'm not so easy to take down," Zabuza said as he spun around to slice Kakashi in half. Kakashi dodged the swing and raised his hands to block Zabuza's follow-up kick, which sent him tumbling into the water. Zabuza grinned as he realized Kakashi was stuck in the water and performed a shunshin to appear above him. "This water is so heavy." "Oh no!" Kakashi thought urgently, but it was too late. Zabuza had already completed the hand seals for his jutsu, and Kakashi found himself trapped in a sphere of water. "Water style, water prison technique," Zabuza said, creating a dome of water that completely immobilized Kakashi. Zabuza then created another water clone as he looked at the remaining people. "Kakashi, I'm going to let you watch me kill your students and client before I kill you," Zabuza said as his clone slowly stalked toward the Genin. "Run! Get out of here! Leave me alone! Protect the client!" Kakashi said before Naruto interrupted him. "Why should we run?" Naruto said as he prepared to fight. "First of all, the first thing you taught me was never to abandon my comrades. I'm no worse than scum. And secondly, if we ran, what does that mean a Jonin wouldn't find us? We'd have to deal with him anyway. So why not fight him now? Sakura, stay with Tsunade. Sasuke, are you ready for this?" Naruto said as Sasuke activated his Sharingan, indicating he was ready. Naruto began by throwing several shurikens at the real Zabuza, which his clone in front of him blocked. Any shuriken that passed the Zabuza clone was blocked with his free hand. It seems he can't remove his hand from his jutsu or move, as it would likely interrupt it and cause it to scatter. "We'll target that. We need Kakashi." Naruto thought quickly as he and Sasuke launched themselves into a taijutsu confrontation with Zabuza. Zabuza's clone began to laugh as he easily defended himself against the two brats. After a minute, he grew bored of defending and violently kicked Sasuke, preparing to slash the other, but saw him quickly retreat. He realized he was going through some hand seals. Doton, Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Naruto thought as he spat out a bit of mud that quickly rose to form a massive dragon's head. The dragon proceeded to fire several mud bullets at Zabuza's clone, which he blocked with his enormous sword. However, as he blocked the last bullet, he noticed that the blonde man had vanished and the Uchiha brat was standing in front of him wielding a Fuma shuriken. Sasuke held the shuriken in his hand, opened it fully, and prepared to throw it. When Sasuke released it, Zabuza's clone noticed it wasn't heading toward him, but rather toward Zabuza behind him. Zabuza chuckled as he easily caught the shuriken. His laughter faded when he noticed another shuriken coming toward him, one that had been hidden in the shadow of the first. Zabuza leaped over the shuriken in an impressive display of agility. "Too easy," Zabuza said in a snobbish tone. He wasn't ready for the shuriken to puff away and transform into the blonde-haired boy, who threw a kunai at him. The kunai was perfectly aimed, requiring him to move his arm out of the way to avoid taking a high-speed kunai into his arm. Despite moving, the kunai still caught him on the cheek. Naruto positioned himself behind Zabuza, having used a henge transformation to transform into the second shuriken Sasuke had thrown to outsmart him. Naruto was standing in the water when he noticed Zabuza's rage and glare at him with murderous intent. Just as he was about to fire, the Fuma shuriken still aimed at Naruto. An incredibly composed Kakashi blocked the attempt. "Good job, Naruto and Sasuke. That was an ingenious plan, and I couldn't be more proud, Kakashi said as he continued to stare at Zabuza. Heh, I got distracted and released my jutsu. Big deal, Zabuza said, trying to downplay the fact that two Genin had tricked him. Don't get your hopes up. They forced you to quit, Kakashi said as he pulled the shuriken away from Zabuza's hand. Zabuza leaped away from Kakashi, who mirrored his movement, and flew through a flurry of hand seals that Kakashi was executing with the same speed and timing. They even shouted Sui Tun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon bullet technique, as two enormous water dragons appeared and canceled each other out when they clashed. How did that happen? The Sharingan allows the user to copy and recreate what the other person is doing, but we finished at the same time. What's going on? Zabuza thought as he went through some hand seals for another jutsu, but stopped when he realized he was standing behind Kakashi. What? Zabuza thought when he saw Kakashi going through hand seals for the jutsu he was about to use. Water style. Great waterfall technique, Kakashi said as a massive torrent of water crashed into Zabuza, sending him hurtling toward a tree. The moment he hit the tree, four of Kakashi's kunai pinned Zabuza's arms and legs against it. How are you doing that? Zabuza said before Kakashi interrupted him. Look to the future. Yes, and your future is death, Kakashi said as he walked toward Zabuza to finish the job, but two Senbon needles struck Zabuza before Kakashi could reach him. You were right, came the voice of a hunter ninja who suddenly appeared. He's dead, and I thank you for weakening my target, as I've been pursuing him for a long time. The hunter ninja grabbed Zabuza's arm and placed it above his head. Allow me to dispose of this body elsewhere, so your genin don't have to watch. The hunter ninja finished as he disappeared in a swirl of mist. Well, anyway, Kakashi said again in his bored, disinterested tone, as if he simply hadn't fought to the death just now. He covered his left eye and said, Tsunade, we're almost at your house, right? After a nod from Tsunade, Kakashi smiled and finished with, Great. Naruto, you're doing your duty. Naruto seemed confused at first until he saw his sensei collapse. Sakura rushed over and performed a diagnostic jutsu. She determined that he was simply experiencing chakra depletion and would be fine in a couple of days. With that, Naruto took Kakashi's style to heart, and they continued on their way to Tsunade's house. Finally, just before they left, Naruto voiced his concerns. Zabuza is still alive. Chapter 6. Upon arriving at Tsunade's house that evening, Team 7's exhaustion from the day's events was evident. Tsunade, his beautiful daughter Tsunami, and his young grandson Inari all lived in the same small house. Their home was warm and inviting, as they all rested for the night after their long day of travel and fighting. The next morning, Kakashi stayed home to recover from his depleted chakra. Upon waking, Kakashi confirmed Naruto's concerns that Zabuza was still alive. However, Kakashi assured Naruto that it would take Zabuza at least a week to recover from the injuries he sustained during the fight. So, for the rest of Team 7 followed Tsunade to the bridge to protect him. It was an uneventful day until that evening at Tsunade's house during dinner. Everyone's going to die, you know? Tsunade's grandson said in a practical tone. The comment came out of nowhere, and everyone in the room was surprised by its sudden announcement. Naruto was the first to respond. No, we're not. I'm too awesome to die before becoming Hokage, and so is my team. Gato is going to kill you all for trying to stop him, just like Kaiza. Inari cried as she remembered Kaiza, the first to stand up to Gato and was killed for it. No, I seriously doubt it. We'll protect your grandfather with our lives. Just watch, kid, Naruto said with a grin, which also elicited a smile from Tsunade. Stop smiling. You don't know what pain is. You don't know suffering. You've probably lived a comfortable life in that ninja village of yours, Inari said, panting as she watched Naruto's happy demeanor take a 180-degree turn. Listen, so what's bad about your life now? Get over it. People have had it worse. You still have a mother and a grandfather who love and care for you, a warm house to live in and a meal every night. You have no idea what suffering is. The radical change in Naruto was astounding to everyone there. Normally, he was a pleasure to be around, but currently he was cold and apathetic. I know a boy who lost his entire family in one night. His older brother, whom he admired. He was only 6 years old. There's also a guy whose entire village hated him for something beyond his control, where his existence has been ignored since birth. But you know what? They didn't wallow in self-pity all day. They got up and did something about it so they could move forward in their lives. Naruto then put down his cutlery as he stood up from the table. Sensei, I need to vent. I'll be in forest training. Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke as he left the house. He was silent for a few moments after he left until Sakura spoke. Kakashi-sensei, the first person Naruto was talking about was Sasuke-kun, right? Who's the other one? The other one is Naruto. What? She always seemed so happy. How could she have had such a terrible life? Actually, he was Sakura. Naruto had a pretty tough life until the Hokage intervened personally. He's done a lot to win the village's love, but it's difficult to change people's minds. Naruto can easily change a person's perspective, but people are a different story. Maybe someday that will change. Although he has improved in recent years, Kakashi said, wanting his genin to wonder what he was. Why would anyone hate Naruto? Sasuke thought as he remembered asking Kakashi about his Sharingan. The next morning with Naruto. The next morning was absolutely beautiful in the land of waves. Naruto had stayed out all night and had fallen asleep during his training session. He was snoring heavily as he lay on the forest floor. An extremely beautiful girl in a pink dress, with long black hair and chocolate brown eyes, entered the clearing where Naruto was. Noticing that Naruto was snoring, she decided to wake him. This nearly proved fatal when Naruto woke up and pinned her down with a kunai to her throat. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to attack you. It's just that this country has a bad crime rate, Naruto said with a smile as he put away his kunai and walked away. What beautiful eyes, the girl thought before noticing his outstretched hand. She took it and was helped to her feet. Oh, okay. I completely understand. Wave is quite a violent place. My name is Haku. Nice to meet you. Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Haku. What are you doing here all alone? You said you knew how dangerous this place was, Naruto said, confused by the girl's logic. Oh, my friend needs medical attention, and there are some herbs around here that might help him. Would you like to help me pick them? Haku asked with a small smile. Of course, just tell me which ones, and I'll get them for you, Naruto said, returning the smile. Haku pointed to some plants as Naruto began picking them and placing them in Haku's basket. Finally, Haku asked a question. Are you a ninja? Why are you asking? Because I noticed that your front figure was suited for combat like that of a ninja, Haku said. He tried to say forehead protector until he realized I wasn't wearing mine. I took it off last night so I wouldn't be recognized, Naruto thought as he said. There are many people with bodies like mine who are just ordinary civilians. But yes, I am one. That's what I thought. Do you have something precious to protect? I believe true strength comes from wanting to protect those who are precious to you, Haku said fondly, thinking of his own precious person, the one who needs medical attention. I know, my people and my friends are precious to me, and I'll protect them with my life. But you should know something, Haku. We have to face an extremely powerful enemy named Zabuza. He's trying to kill us, Naruto said as Haku gasped. But don't worry, we've already found him, and my team is about to kill him now, Naruto said, giving Haku a critical look. Seeing Haku stiffen slightly, Naruto knew he had her. I wish. If only it were that easy, Naruto said as Haku relaxed at the news. That's right, Naruto-kun. Thank you for your help, but I need to repay my friend, Haku said with another smile. Before disappearing completely, Haku turned around and said, Oh, and by the way, I'm a kid. Naruto didn't even react to the shocking news when he said, No, you're not. I'm a ninja, remember? I noticed you have chest bindings to hide your figure. Let's not forget when we first met and I pinned you down beneath me. My leg was in your business. Either you have some weird boyish part or that was a lady part one pressed into, Naruto said, still smiling. Haku had the decency to blush when he realized how close they'd been. Looks like I can't fool you. Anyway, I have to go now. I hope to see you again in the future, Naruto-kun, Haku said as he started to walk away again. Tell Zabuza I said hello, Naruto said as Haku remained motionless. I know you're that hunter ninja. You fooled us all with that trick. I could have killed you earlier with that kunai and been done with him, but I didn't want to kill a girl as beautiful as you. Especially since I can't sense that you want to kill me or my friends, even after I said we killed Zabuza. So please, don't ruin this opportunity. Don't come back for the old man, and that will be the end of it. We could even become friends, but, Naruto said, his face turning serious. If you come back to kill the old man or my friends again, or you or Zabuza, I won't hesitate to turn you into mush. Naruto said as he walked away. Aku remained still. Naruto figured it all out in a few minutes. He had easily deduced who she was and everything. He could have killed her when he first attacked her, and there was nothing she could have done about it. She discovered she was a child and felt she didn't want to kill anyone. Her clever cover was blown after only a few seconds of meeting him. She had to tell Zabuza this troubling news. 6 days later, the week had passed without incident. Kakashi had recovered a few days ago and began escorting his genin to the bridge. Today was the day Zabuza would attack. However, Naruto wasn't there. Naruto had asked to stay home because he thought Gato would attack Tsunade to get to Tsunade. Naruto was proven right when he heard a scream and immediately set off to find out what it was. Naruto landed on top of a building. Looking up, he saw Tsunade tied up with a rope and Inari being held by a tall man. That man was carrying a sword, and another man, also carrying a sword, was with him. Naruto felt it was necessary to deal with this as quickly as possible before something bad happened. Naruto placed his hands on the tiger hand seal and thought, Nien Shoja no Jutsu, Nirvana Temple Technique. The thugs laughed because it was too easy to take the bridge builder's family. Even those ninjas would stop when they noticed the hostages. Their laughter ended with a yawn as they began to see white feathers floating down. They seemed confused for a second before both of them fainted into a deep sleep. Tsunade and Inari were confused. What just happened? Why did those thugs just fall asleep? Their questions were answered when Naruto landed between them. I told you I'm amazing. Now I have to go help my friends since they'll need me, Naruto said as he went through 4 hand seals and ended up in the ram seal. Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, rock cloning technique, said Naruto as 4 pieces of rock detached from Naruto's body and formed 4 Narutos. My clones will keep you safe until this is all over. Inari, if needed, help protect your mom. It's time to stop being depressed. You need to become the next Kaiza around here, Naruto said as he vanished with a Shunshin, leaving only an afterimage. Tsunade Bridge. On the bridge, a battle had erupted almost as soon as they arrived. Kakashi had gone to confront Zabuza. Sakura stayed behind to protect Tsunade when Sasuke entered to face the Hunter Ninja. Sasuke was dismantling the Hunter Ninja with Taijutsu. He had a clear advantage in that aspect with his Sharingan. You're good and fast. Your eyes allow you to adapt perfectly in the middle of a battle. Impressive. However, I wonder if your body can keep up with my true speed, said the ninja hunter as he placed his hands in a unique hand seal. A thin layer of ice appeared between Sasuke and the fake ninja hunter when he said, Makio Hyosho, Demon Ice Mirrors. Sasuke soon found himself trapped in a dome of 21 identical ice mirrors. He then saw the Hunter Nin enter one of the mirrors and appear in all of them. After a moment, Sasuke had to dodge a barrage of Senbon needles. However, Sasuke managed to avoid being hit by several Senbon, 2 in the shoulder and 4 in the leg. Sasuke got to his feet and determined that fire triumphs over ice, so he was going to melt the mirrors. Fire style. Great fireball technique, Sasuke said as he sent a massive torrent of fire at one of the mirrors. However, he was surprised when the mirror only melted slightly at the corners. The mirror then regenerated right before his eyes. That level of jutsu won't do you justice here, the Hunter Ninja said as he drew more Senbon needles to throw at Sasuke. I need to end this fight quickly. This jutsu is very chakra intensive, and he already showed he can keep up by dodging that first attack. Before I tire and slow down, I need to let him go, Haku thought as she prepared to finish off Sasuke. Haku fired an inevitable barrage of Senbon at Sasuke, enough to surely finish him off. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I'm following Zabuza-sama's wishes, Haku thought sadly. knowing Sasuke was about to meet his end. That was all for Naruto when a flash of yellow appeared in his ice mirrors. Naruto appeared with his hands clasped together as he thought, Futon, de Tapa, wind style, great breakthrough. A sudden gust of wind appeared and blew away all the Senbon needles. Are you all right, Sasuke? Naruto asked, his eyes fixed on Haku. Or at least his reflection. HN. Sasuke said as he continued, these mirrors are hard. My fire doesn't affect them. We might have been able to break one if you had stayed outside. But it's too late for that now. She's too fast to let you out of here without a fight. Hello, Naruto-kun. It seems your arrival is very inopportune, but now you are in my domain and here I reign supreme, Haku said as he continued sending Senbon after Senbon. Naruto and Sasuke were easily dodging them since Haku had to split his attacks. Finally, Naruto grew tired of dodging and decided to end the fight. Haku, it's over, Naruto said as he burned his chakra. The effect was instantaneous. The area within Haku's jutsu cracked like mirrors. All fighting immediately ceased at the display of raw power. Sakura was sensing the pure power behind the chakra and hoped it was on her side since she couldn't see through the mist. Kakashi and Zabuza stopped when they sensed the chakra. Kakashi was startled, thinking the Nine Tails was exploding. That turned to astonishment when he realized it was just Naruto. Zabuza inwardly worried about Haku. He knew Haku wouldn't be able to handle such power. He doubted he could. Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief. He'd never seen this from Naruto before. After 3 years of training together and being friends, Naruto still had tricks up his sleeve. It was then that Sasuke realized the gap between him and Naruto was still too wide, if not wider. Naruto was astonishing. Haku was stunned when she saw Naruto unleash his chakra. He had shattered all her mirrors with just the presence of chakra. The kind, gentle gaze and beautiful violet eyes from yesterday were gone. Colder violet eyes replaced them with an equally chilling stare. He simply broke her jutsu in moments. It seemed he was serious about beating her to a pulp if she came. Sasuke fires a fireball at 10 o'clock, Naruto said as Sasuke flew through the hand seals and exhaled another enormous fireball without hesitation. Haku knew that even in its cracked state, her mirrors could withstand Sasuke's attack. She wasn't ready to see an entire corner of her dome obliterated by Sasuke's jutsu. How? Asked a surprised Haku. Fire style, Supernova, is a beautiful collaboration jutsu combining Sasuke's fireball technique with my breakthrough. It's quite powerful, and now we know this fight is over, Naruto said as he channeled some of Kurama's chakra and disappeared in front of the mirror where Haku was standing. Haku didn't have time to gasp as she tried to accelerate toward another mirror, but her leg was caught by Naruto. Naruto then proceeded to spin her around and slam her through the mirror she had just emerged from. She skidded a bit on the ground until she managed a backflip. As she landed on her feet, a fist met her chin. A powerful punch from Naruto sent her flying even further back. Naruto performed a body flicker technique and appeared in front of Haku's face. When she looked up, Naruto delivered a debilitating blow. He knew he shattered her mask because he channeled chakra into that fist, a lot of it from both him and Kurama. She wouldn't get up for a while after that. He approached Haku and knelt beside her. Why, Haku? Why would you work for Zabuza when he's trying to condemn an entire country by killing a bridge builder for an evil man? You're not like that, so why go that far? Naruto asked sadly. Zabuza gave me a purpose. I was an orphan when he found me. He trained me to be his tool and I have failed him. I am broken and can no longer help my master. I can no longer help my master in his goal of taking down the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure to prevent him from killing all the bloodline users in my home. Zabuza isn't so cruel as to do that, Naruto-kun. Zabuza-sama feels that his home is more important to him than this country. I'm sure you would do the same for Konoha, Haku said, looking at Naruto with a pleading expression. Please kill me. Naruto was surprised to learn Zabuza's true objective. He thought Zabuza only wanted to make some money and didn't care about the people he affected in the process. But after hearing Haku's explanation, Naruto found a solution to resolve the situation. No, Haku-chan, I can't kill my friends. Besides, if you die here, you'll never be able to help your homeland with Zabuza again. Now pick up your pretty buns, we have to go save your sensei before Kakashi kills him, Naruto said, offering Haku a hand. Haku was speechless when the kind, gentle eyes she had found reappeared. Her body felt rejuvenated after looking into them. Haku took Naruto's hand, blushing slightly at Naruto's warmth, and left with him to find Zabuza. Sasuke was incredulous. Did they just forget me? How on earth does Naruto know that Hunter Ninja's name? And she's a girl. I would have been defeated by a girl if Naruto hadn't shown up. I need to train harder. I won't let Naruto get too far ahead of me, Sasuke thought. With Zabuza and Kakashi, Kakashi had just trapped Zabuza in an awkward position. Zabuza had 9 dogs attached to him all over his body and was completely at Kakashi's mercy. Kakashi had just told Zabuza that he had shown him his only original jutsu when a yellow flash appeared between them. "Yo, sensei," said Naruto when Haku appeared a few moments after him. "Hello, Naruto. It seems you've come to a compromise with Zabuza's help. Would you mind explaining?" Kakashi said as his dogs still stood firm on Zabuza. Naruto replied, "Well, I came to save Sasuke, though I'm sure I could have won if the match had lasted longer. I defeated Haku, and she told me about Zabuza's goal. Zabuza is actually fighting for a good cause. He wants to end the 4th Mizukage's reign." Naruto finished as Kakashi stared incredulously at Zabuza. "I thought he was only doing this for the money. It seems Zabuza will fight forever," Kakashi thought, even though he thought his dogs were still holding Zabuza down. "So, what are you saying we should do, Naruto?" Kakashi asked. "I say we let them go after Tsunade completes the bridge. Killing them now would be unnecessary since it's clear they can't defeat us," Naruto said as he shut down when he sensed over 250 chakra signatures approaching the bridge. Haku and Zabuza stared at Naruto until Kakashi spoke. "Sensor, it must sense that someone is coming." Upon hearing that, Zabuza and Haku looked in the direction where Naruto was standing. Approximately 1 minute later, a group of about 250 people appeared with a short man at the front clapping. "Cat, what are you doing here?" Zabuza said, still with Kakashi's pack of ninja dogs. "Looks like the Mist Demon was a sham after all. I knew you couldn't complete the mission, and even if you had, I would have killed you anyway. How can I see myself paying a punk like you? I waited until you all got tired of it, and now I'm going to have my men take care of all of you, including the bridge builder," Gato said, laughing. "Looks like we're no longer enemies, Kakashi?" Zabuza said as Kakashi nodded and his ninja dogs vanished in a puff of smoke. However, Zabuza was still pretty battered and couldn't use his arms at the moment. He looked at Naruto and said, "Hey kid, can I spare a kunai?" Naruto looked at Zabuza for a moment before saying, "Sure, as long as I can use your sword." Zabuza chuckled at Naruto's naivete. He couldn't lift that sword, and even if he could, he wouldn't have the strength to wield it. "Sure, kid, I just need him back after we're done," Zabuza said as he caught Naruto's kunai between his teeth. Kakashi lowered his headband since he wouldn't need it for this fight. Haku also stood beside Zabuza, ready to take some out. Sasuke also appeared on Kakashi's side, believing he might as well vent his frustration on something, and Gato provided the perfect opportunity. In the middle, wielding the Kubikirabocho, decapitating carving knife, stood Naruto. Naruto had to channel some of Kurama's chakra to increase his strength just to be able to handle it. Felt so good in his hands. Glancing to his right and seeing Zabuza and Haku, then to his left to see Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto smiled. "Let's go, savages." 2 days later, how did Zabuza kill most of the people and even Armless Cat? "That's outrageous," Naruto said as he recalled the battle on the bridge a few days ago. "I'm good like that, kid. I'm good like that," Zabuza said. "Well, Kakashi, it seems Haku and I are done with this kind of business. Perhaps we'll go and see how Kiri is doing, since it's been almost a decade since I left. The Bloodline rebels may have an organized front we could join." Kakashi nodded, having heard all about Kiri's internal problems. "Until next time, Zabuza, hopefully on more amicable terms," Kakashi said as he took his leave. Zabuza then turned to Naruto and said, "Kid, you could have let them kill us, but you didn't, and that's why I say you suck as a ninja." Zabuza said this while looking shocked to see Naruto collapse and fall into a terrible depression. Couldn't this kid take a joke? But you're an amazing person, and I'm happy to call you my friend. Thank you for giving us the chance to live. Maybe someday I'll teach you how to use a sword. I'll try to fix things. Until then, don't be such an idiot, Zabuza said as he punched Naruto. Naruto-kun, thank you so much. I don't know what would have happened. I could have died, Zabuza-sama could have died. But none of that happened because you're such a forgiving person. Thank you for the opportunity we didn't deserve. I hope to see you again sometime in the future, Haku said, becoming bold and embracing Naruto. So warm, Haku thought. Me too. See you later, Haku. And kick some butt in the war, said Naruto as they separated and waved goodbye. As Naruto watched them walk away, he turned around to see his team already halfway there. Guys, wait. My team doesn't show me any love, Naruto cried as he ran to catch up with his teammates. While trying to reach his team, Naruto didn't hear the name of Tsunade's bridge. The Great Naruto Bridge, named in honor of Wave's newest hero, Chapter 7. Time skip, 2 months. It had been an eventful 2 months for Team 7. They had gone on 5 more C-rank missions and even 1 B-rank mission. 3 of their C-rank missions were simply escort missions with no ninja contact, like Operation Wave. The other 4 involved eradicating bandit camps, and 1 had several missing ninjas, making it their first B-rank mission. Normally, the first ninja kill would haunt them, but Kakashi handled it perfectly. Before his first killing spree, Kakashi had acquired 3 of the cutest little birds he could find. He then gave 1 to each of his students. Naruto, Sakura, and even Sasuke were mesmerized by the cuteness of the 3 birds. They knew they wouldn't want anything to harm them. They were theirs forever. However, Kakashi told them to kill their bird or they would be D-rank for life. With heavy hearts, except for Sasuke who outwardly acted indifferent, Team Kakashi silently killed their little bird. Needless to say, none of the Genin became haunted by the killings they had made during their bandit eradication missions. They had been successful in all their missions with great efficiency and minimal injuries. Team 7 Genin also progressed individually during that time. Sakura had progressed primarily in medical ninjutsu. She could now heal minor injuries with ease and became a very important member of Team 7, more so than ever because of her skills as a medic. Sasuke also made progress. He had strengthened his taijutsu a bit more by becoming faster because he still wanted and needed his body to reach his eyes, mainly because Naruto was still exploiting that fact in his attacks. Sasuke had also perfected his fire throw and Sharingan Genjutsu. He tried with all his might to gain the 3rd Tomo in his eyes, but they hadn't arrived yet. Naruto had done incredibly well in the past 2 months. Tenzo had finally contacted him again since Team 7 became Team 7 right after their return from Wave. As a result, he taught Naruto the jutsu that made Hashirama so great, Kakuan Nit Ten Sui Shu, 10th Edict of Enlightenment, the power to tame tailed beasts. The technique used the power of MOKUTON to forcibly suppress the power of a tailed beast. Tenzo showed Naruto the jutsu for when he encountered another Jinchuriki or Bijou. Naruto had learned the jutsu by the end of the first month and was only getting better at it. Not only had he learned that jutsu, but Naruto's speed when using Shunshin had finally reached an unparalleled level. It had reduced him to the point where he didn't need hand seals and could use it against opponents in battle. Kakashi could still easily keep up, but that was because he was an elite Jonin. Chunin and lower ranks would have trouble with Naruto's increased speed. Kakashi knew his team was easily Chunin exam material. Naruto was a sure Chunin, maybe even a Jonin. Sasuke was at least a Chunin as well. Sakura would need some luck, but he was confident his team could handle the exams. As a result, his team received his recommendation for tomorrow's exams. Several hours later, after receiving his form from Kakashi, Naruto decided to eat at his favorite restaurant. After his ramen, Naruto started walking out of Ichiraku and didn't go anywhere in particular. Naruto was walking alone, or so he thought. He chuckled softly when he noticed a rock following him. Perfectly square rock with 2 eye holes. Recognizing the chakra signature and sensing 2 more within it, Naruto decided to speak to his followers. "Come on, Konohamaru. I know you can do better than that," Naruto said. After he finished, the rock flew off as a huge plume of smoke rose. When it cleared, it revealed Konohamaru and two other children his age. The boy to Konohamaru's right had short brown hair and black eyes. He wore round glasses and had a constant runny nose. He wore a simple blue t-shirt that opened in the middle, a pair of brown pants, sandals, and a pair of blue wristbands to signify his membership in Konohamaru's ninja squad. The girl to Konohamaru's left had orange hair tied in two large pigtails with two red elastic bands, and a perpetual blush on her cheeks. She wore a red tank top over a layered pink undershirt. Her pants were gray, and she wore traditional ninja sandals. She also wore a pair of blue wristbands to honor Naruto as a member of Konohamaru's ninja squad. Naruto had given Konohamaru his blue wristbands one day when he visited him. Since then, Konohamaru had worn them and seemed to have gained 2 more limbs. Impressive. Konohamaru spoke through the dissipating smoke. I told you it was amazing. Guys, this is Naruto. Boss, these are Udon and Moegi. We're Konohamaru's ninja squad. Konohamaru finished with an authoritative pose. Hello, I'm Moegi, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-san. Konohamaru has told us wonderful things about you, Moegi said with a smile, her blush deepening as she noticed Naruto smile back. He's handsome, Moegi thought, looking Naruto up and down. I'm Udon. They're mice looking for you. Oh no, I messed up, Udon said sheepishly the first time he spoke to Naruto. Chief, come play ninja with us. You haven't played with me since Konohamaru's ninja squad became a squad. Playing ninja Naruto? I thought being a ninja prevented you from pretending to be a ninja, Sakura said as she approached when she saw Naruto. Oh hey Sakura-chan, there's nothing wrong with playing ninja. Besides, Konohamaru is better than most of my opponents, Naruto said when he noticed Konohamaru had his pinky finger raised. Boss, is that your girlfriend? Konohamaru asked. Naruto laughed when he realized what Konohamaru meant by that pinky finger. Oh, probably not. Since you're laughing, I'd laugh at that hair. I mean, who has pink hair? Does she dye it? How weird. Konohamaru finished, as he was struck by a cruel, murderous intent. Konohamaru looked up to see Sakura looking furious. Naruto whispered in Konohamaru's ear, "Run." Without needing to be told twice, she took off at full speed. Sakura was chasing her as she turned the corner Konohamaru had just taken. As she did, she noticed Konohamaru bump into someone. Ouch, sorry sir. I was running and wasn't paying attention to where I was going, Konohamaru said as he was being held up by the neck. Watch where you're going, punk, the older boy said, grabbing Konohamaru. He had black eyes and purple face paint. He wore a baggy black suit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wore a black hood that completely covered his head, and he had cat ears and his forehead protector. That's enough, Kankuro. He already said he's sorry. Leave him alone, said a girl with blue-green eyes and sandy blonde hair styled in 4 pigtails. She wore a single, light purple garment that fell off her shoulders and reached mid-thigh, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist. In addition to wearing mesh over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and left thigh, she also wore her black forehead protector around her neck. No, Temari, I plan to teach this punk a lesson, Kankuro said as he prepared a fist. Sakura was about to speak when Naruto appeared beside her in a body flicker. Excuse me, sir. I would recommend leaving it alone, Naruto said. Yeah. What are you going to do, Blondie? Kankuro said as he turned his head to look at Naruto. Naruto gasped as he said, Oh, sorry miss. I initially thought you were a boy. Temari giggled slightly when Kankuro blurted out, What the hell are you talking about? I'm a boy, so why the hell are you wearing all that makeup? Naruto said, making Temari laugh a little louder. It's war paint, not makeup. Why is everyone saying that? Kankuro asked before being hit by a rock. That startled him enough to drop Konohamaru, who immediately ran toward Naruto. Konohamaru, I don't think you need to stay here now. Go home, Naruto told Konohamaru, who hurried back home afterward. Sasuke landed next to Naruto when he said, You should choose someone your own size. Kankuro glared at Sasuke, his eyes furious, as he touched the bandaged object behind him. Sasuke drew a kunai, bracing himself for Kankuro's attack. Tamari made a movement to draw her fan, only to feel her hand land in another's. I wouldn't do that. Let them do something stupid, said Naruto, who was standing behind Tamari smiling. I didn't even see him move. Tamari thought as she noticed an image of Naruto instead of where she had been. Was that a body swoon? That was too fast. This guy is good, and he's not so bad looking, Tamari thought as she blushed slightly, looking at Naruto. Then she blushed even more when she realized her hand was still on top of his. She removed it and turned to Kankuro. Kankuro had noticed Tamari's dilemma but continued when he realized Naruto wasn't going to do anything. However, before he could begin bandaging her, he froze when he heard another voice. Both of you are a disgrace. A new voice emerged from a swirl of sand through Shunshin. It belonged to a short man with short, spiky red hair. Black rings framed his blue-green eyes, which lacked pupils and eyebrows. He wore a black, full-body suit with t-shirt-style sleeves, 3/4-length legs, and an open collar. A white cloth draped over his right shoulder and left hip, and a system of wide leather bands slung across his left shoulder and right hip. He carried his gourd, which contained his sand, with this leather band. He also wrapped his black forehead protector over the band. Gaara, Kankuro said as he stopped what he was doing upon Gaara's arrival. Stop talking before I kill you, Gaara said, turning to face Naruto. You with the blonde hair, my name is Gaara. What's yours? My name is Naruto. They are Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto said, pointing to his two teammates. Are you competing in the Chunin exams? Gaara asked. That's what we are, I suppose all of you are too. Being shinobi from Tsunade in Konoha, said Naruto, still behind Tamari. Of course. It'll be fun going up against you, Naruto, Gaara said before starting to walk away. Tamari, Kankuro. Let's go. Naruto stepped out of Tamari's way as he said, It was a pleasure meeting you, Tamari-chan. It was a pleasure meeting you too, Tamari said, blushing as she left. H.N. I would have kicked that transvestite's ass, Sasuke said. Naruto laughed and said, I'm sure you would have. I'm sure you would have. Unless I kicked your butt with that makeup kit bandaged on your back. Either way, we have a big day ahead of us tomorrow. I'm going to be ready for it. Peace out, Naruto said as he disappeared. Sasuke and Sakura did the same as they left to prepare for tomorrow's Chunin exams. One day later, Team 7 arrived at the academy the next morning for the Chunin exams. They were instructed to go to room 301 and went upstairs to reach their room. Upon arriving, they noticed they were only on the second floor and saw a door with 301 on the sign. Immediately recognizing the Genjutsu and Henge, Naruto thought, it must be a test. If Genin can't detect a simple Genjutsu like that, they don't deserve to be in the exams. We should walk around. Sasuke interrupted him. Release the Henge and the Genjutsu. You're not fooling any of the good ninjas with that, Sasuke said as both techniques dissolved. Naruto slapped his face as one of the now Chunin spoke. Looks like we have a conceited one, Kotetsu. Kotetsu then said, We do indeed. Looks like I'll have to put him in his place. Kotetsu said this as he kicked Sasuke. However, a boy in a green spandex jumpsuit stopped the kick in its tracks. Hello? My name is Rock Lee. Could you give me your names? Said Rock Lee, the boy in the green jumpsuit, to Sasuke, letting go of Kotetsu's leg. H.N. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. These are Sakura Haruno and Naruto Senju. We're Team Kakashi. Who are all of you? Sasuke replied. As I said, I'm Rock Lee, these are Tenten and Niji Hyuga. We're Team Guy, said Rock Lee. Well, we hope to see you at the exams, Sasuke said as he and his teammates walked away. They seem like a strong team with Uchiha and Senju. I wonder how good they are. Niji thought to himself, damn it, that Senju kid is hot, but I'll kick his ass if we meet. Tenten thought as she and Niji noticed Rock Lee was gone. Team 7 was about to turn the corner into room 301 when they heard a scream. Please stop, said Rock Lee as he landed behind Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, I'd like to challenge you to a match. I'm the top genin in the class this year, and I'd like to test my skills against you. You're a natural genius, and I'm a genius of hard work, and I'd like to test myself against you. Rock Lee finished as he got into a fighting stance. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and was about to say yes until Naruto said, "Sasuke, I don't think it's wise to face him without knowing what he can do. He seemed incredibly fast when he blocked that kick earlier, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the Goken fighting style. Very formidable taijutsu. You'd only suffer unnecessary injuries fighting him. Let's continue without this, we'll face him later," Naruto said when Sasuke agreed. "My teammate is right. We don't have much time to get to the exam. We'll save that training for later," Sasuke said. Before Rock Lee could respond, an adult version of Rock Lee appeared, landing next to him. "Guy-sensei, why are you here?" Lee asked Guy. "Lee, my beautiful student, I came to make sure you weren't starting any trouble. What are you doing with these fine young ninjas?" Guy asked. "Nothing, Guy-sensei. I challenged Sasuke-kun to a training session here. But he reminded me that we have little time to get to the exams, so we scheduled it for later," Lee replied, glancing up to see his sensei's face shrink. "What a beautiful display of youth. Just reminding you about your urgent exam so you're not late. It's so beautiful to think about, isn't it, Lee?" Guy said, his face streaked with tears. Lee immediately began to cry, looking at Guy's tears. "Leeward, Guy-sensei, Leeward, Guy-sensei." Team 7 witnessed a horrific genjutsu. Rock Lee and his older clone were embracing on a beach cliff, waves crashing against them and a beautiful sunset setting in. Even Sasuke's Sharingan couldn't dispel the genjutsu. Naruto even tried using some of Kurama's chakra to forcefully dispel the illusion, but it was no use. Nothing worked. They stayed and watched the genjutsu end. Slightly disoriented by what they had just seen, Team 7 finally arrived at room 301. Upon arrival, Naruto was immediately attacked by a purple blob. "Naruto-kun, I've missed you so much," Ino said as she rubbed her cheek against Naruto's. "Hey Ino-chan, it's good to see you too. Me, Shika, and Choji," said Naruto as the boys from Team 10 appeared after Ino. "Troublesome. Of course, Naruto is on this exam," Shikamaru said as he punched Naruto. Choji did the same after wiping the chips off his hand. "Ino Pig, what are you doing to Naruto? Have you finally lost hope in Sasuke-kun?" Sakura said with a smile. Ino stopped immediately and was about to reply when someone else made their presence known. "What's up, everyone? Looks like the gang's here," Kiba began. "You know what, they should call us Rookie 9, since we're the first rookies to take the Chunin exams in years," Kiba said loudly as he punched Naruto. Shino and Hinata were walking beside him. Naruto was about to answer again, but an older boy appeared and spoke to the group. "You should speak more calmly. You're drawing too much attention to yourself," the boy said when Naruto noticed everyone in the room staring at them. Sasuke looked at the boy for a second. "Who are you? I've never seen you in the Leaf Village before," Sasuke said, noticing the boy's leaf forehead protector. The boy was older than Rookie 9. He looked to be about 20 and wore round glasses. He had onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which was tied back in a ponytail that reached the top of his back, with bangs framing both sides of his forehead. He wore a dark purple turtleneck shirt, a white t-shirt, dark purple fingerless gloves with armor plates on the back of the hands, an angled white cloth waistband, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. "I'm Kabuto Yakushi. I haven't seen everyone in Konoha either, so it's not difficult for me to go unnoticed," Kabuto said before continuing. "I've been to many of these exams. I thought I should help you." Shikamaru noticed that he was saying a lot and wondered how many exams have you been in? "It's a biannual event and this is the 4th year I've tried. I'm on my 7th attempt," Kabuto said, smiling. "Damn, you must stink," Kiba said in a cheeky tone. "What? Everyone was thinking that. Perhaps you're right. But as I said, it's quite a difficult event. Since I've been involved in so many of these things, I've accumulated a fair amount of knowledge. I could even share some of it if you'd like. I have it all in these cards," Kabuto said as he pulled out a stack of blank cards. Sasuke perked up a bit. He had a few names. "Do you have any information on Rock Lee, Gaara, and Naruto Senju?" Sasuke asked as everyone gasped when he mentioned Naruto. "So you know their names, well that makes it easy," Kabuto said as he drew 3 cards and channeled some chakra into them. Alright, first, Rock Lee. Konoha Genin with tremendous skill in taijutsu. He says his nin and genjutsu are non-existent. He's a member of Team 9, led by Might Guy as his sensei. Niji Hyuga and Tenten are his teammates. He says yes. He completed 42 D rank and 35 C rank missions. He's been a genin for a year, graduating a year before you, Kabuto said as he switched to a different card. Gara of the Desert. I have little reason to believe this guy is from a different village. It says he primarily uses sand in all his attacks and is very formidable in battle with it. He's completed 12 D rank missions, 52 C rank missions, and even a 1B rank mission. Wow, it says here he's never been injured, Kabuto said as some of the genin reacted with surprise to the news. Kabuto then switched to Naruto's card, Naruto Senju, from the famous Senju clan of 1,000 skills. This is impressive. He claims to be proficient in all shinobi arts, with ninjutsu being his favorite. His chakra levels are off the charts, and he even says his control over it is simply, he seems like a chakra monster. He's a member of Team 7, led by Kakashi Hatake. His teammates are Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. He claims to have completed 48 D rank missions, 6 C rank missions, 1 B rank mission, and even 1 A rank mission. He's been nicknamed the Hero of the Wave, and he's only been a genin for about 4 months. Quite impressive. He's probably the strongest person here, Kabuto said, sounding a bit harsh when he claimed Naruto was the strongest. A gasp escaped everyone in Rookie 9 except for Team 7 and Shikamaru. Was Naruto really that strong? Had his team gone on an A-rank mission? How did he become the Hero of Wave? Troublesome. I already knew Naruto was so good. Now this guy had to go and say it. Now Naruto has all these people here pointing at him. Oh well, I hope they take him out before he gets in our way. But how does this guy know so much? Shikamaru thought to himself. I'm glad I focused my attention on Naruto and at the same time obtained more information about my enemies. Sasuke thought. This guy knows too much to be a genin. Besides, I can feel the bad vibes coming from him. I need to find a way to tell Gigi. Having information of that quality could turn this guy into a spy, Naruto thought before seeing a mummy pass by his face. The mummy's target was Kabuto as he threw a punch. Kabuto easily dodged it, but soon fell to his knees when his glasses shattered. He's not the strongest here, don't doubt us from sound, the mummy said to Kabuto. That instrument on his arm. It seems to emit a sound that damages the body. I'll have to keep an eye on that, Naruto thought before a poof sound occurred in the room. Sit down and be quiet. I'm Ibiki Marino, the supervisor of this first exam. Welcome to hell, Ibiki said as he directed his assistants to seat the genin and begin distributing the tests. Naruto noticed he wasn't near his team. He was in the middle, with Sasuke behind him in the back rows and Sakura in front. It seemed all the teams were divided like that. As the tests were handed out, Ibiki gave the rules for the first exam. Everyone will have 1 hour for this first test. You will have 45 minutes for the first 9 questions. In the last 15 minutes of your test, I will give you the 10th question. If you are caught cheating, your team will be disqualified and the exam will end. However, you may use any skill you have to get your answers. Just remember not to get caught. Begin, Ibiki said as the clock ticked, perfectly at 9 hours. Right on time. Naruto heard the writing immediately after Ibiki said that. He looked at his test and immediately noticed something strange. These questions are way too hard for any mere genin to answer. I wonder if any jonin could answer them. The guy 1 row down and 3 seats to the left seems to have no problem. I can actually see a bulletproof vest imprint on his shirt. He's a chunin positioned here with the answers. So it looks like they're testing our stealth for this exam. Clever. But I wonder what the 10th question is like. Well, I might as well get my 9 questions done, Naruto thought. Naruto waited for Chunin to turn the paper over, signaling that he was finished. Naruto's foot fused with the wooden floor beneath him as he created a wood clone. The wood clone traveled underground using earth release, earth style, hiding like a mole technique to slip under Chunin's desk. Directly beneath Chunin's paper, the wood clone's eyes appeared and took note of each of his answers. It then proceeded to return to its original state undetected. After merging with his creator, Naruto immediately received information from his clone. He then finished his test while waiting for the 10th question. Sakura already knew the answers to the test and was writing them down like the boss she was. Finally, all the knowledge I studied so hard for is paying off. And they thought I was a weirdo for trying to learn everything, Sakura thought as she quickly finished her 9 questions. Sasuke, like Naruto, noticed that a Chunin had the answers to the exam. He activated his Sharingan and began copying the Chunin's pencil movements to get the answers. It worked like a charm. Finally, the 45 minutes ended and Ibiki stood up to give the 10th question. Listen up, you worms. There are rules for this question. First, if you decide to stay for this question and lose, you will immediately fail and you and your team will be gone. Second, if you fail this question, I cannot take another Chunin exam, Ibiki said, hearing shouts and gasps. Some Genin have been here before. How is this possible if they didn't ask the question? Said a Genin from Amigakure. This is my exam. I make the rules, so solve it. Now, does anyone want to leave? If you leave now, none of this applies to you, and you can always take another exam at a later date, Ibiki said as he watched 8 other teams leave. It seems there are still 28 teams in the exam, 84 kids. Anko will never let me forget this, Ibiki thought as he looked at Naruto. I'm sure you want to stay blonde. This is your last chance, Ibiki said as she watched Naruto smile slightly. I wouldn't mind. Being a Chunin or higher isn't necessary to become Hokage. However, my teammates need me here, and I have a greater reward for becoming a Chunin. This test won't stop me. I've discovered my test, Naruto said. Oh, and what would that be? Said Ibiki. This is a test to see if we have Chunin-level stealth skills. Hence the task of trying to get answers in a room full of people with spectators watching us, Naruto said as he continued. Your 10th question is also a test to see if we have the will to continue with the risks. As Chunin, we may have to go on missions that have risks as severe as the first one you gave us. You're trying to find those who would stay, and that would mean we passed the 10th question, since staying was the answer. Naruto finished, receiving a high five from Kiba in the row behind him. Damn, that kid is good. That was definitely Chunin's level of thinking. The kid is going places. Ibiki thought before beginning to speak. Well, the brat's right. Anyone here has passed. Congratulations on passing the first exam. Before the next supervisor comes, I want to tell you the dash. Boom! Ibiki was interrupted when the wall exploded and a huge banner flew through the air. Accompanying the banner was a woman with violet hair and light brown eyes without pupils. She wore a tan coat with purple stitching down the seam, which had pockets on both sides, and a tight-fitting mesh bodysuit that extended from her neck to her thighs. She wore a dark orange miniskirt, as well as a forehead protector, a small pendant that looked like a snake's fong on a thick cord, a wristwatch, and pale gray shin guards. She also wore a dark blue belt around her waist that connected to her skirt, which had a sash attached to it. The banner had a sign that read, "The Sexy and Single Anko Mitarashi." Hello children, I am your supervisor for the second exam. Anko? Anko said as she looked at the Genin. Your arrival was early, Ibiki said as the clock struck 10 hours at that moment. You also let 84 brats through, so that's fine. I'll cut them in half at least before the third exam, Anko said. You have 15 minutes to get to training ground 44, which is a straight line through this wall. Move it. Anko finished as she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Well, damn, she's hot, Kiba said as he and Naruto exchanged another 5, admiring how good Anko looked in her clothes. They were 14 years old, and they wouldn't have noticed Anko's hot body, especially in that outfit. Soon, all the Genin were out of the room and headed towards training ground 44. 15 minutes later, Anko appeared and proceeded to hand out instructions for the next test. Welcome to my home, brats. This is training ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. Anko smiled at the Genin's surprised faces. However, she realized that Naruto didn't care in the slightest. It seems he needs a little more motivation, Anko thought as she threw a high-speed kunai at Naruto. The kunai was so fast that no one even saw Anko move her arm or see the kunai fly through the air. Some did, including Naruto, and as a result, Naruto tilted his head to the side as the kunai flew past his face. Then he felt Anko appear behind him with another kunai poked at his cheek. Looks like I can't scare you with this big, scary forest. So I'll have to do it myself, Anko said. She was about to bring the kunai close to Naruto's cheek when she felt a kunai against her inner thigh. Looks like you won't either. Thanks for the warning, but I think I'll be safe, Naruto whispered so no one else could hear. The kunai was also positioned where no one could see it. Damn, yeah, I handled that like a champ, Naruto thought before completely losing his composure. Anko had approached Naruto, who pressed his broad chest against her back and placed his lady business on his hand and kunai. Looks like I can't. If you were just a slightly older brat, you might have won a prize. I saw you high-five that dog boy after his comment about my appearance, Anko said as she licked Naruto's face with her long tongue. Naruto immediately stiffened and turned red. She's not wearing underwear, Naruto thought nervously for the first time in his life. He still has it, Anko thought as she immediately pointed a kunai at the creepiest-looking genin she had ever seen. He didn't look strange, he just looked too normal. It was creepy. Here's your kunai back, the Kusagakure genin said as Anko retrieved her kunai and walked back to the front. Now, for this exam, each of you will receive a scroll, Anko said, holding up 2 scrolls. You will get either an earth scroll or a heaven scroll. Whichever scroll you get, your team must get the opposite. After obtaining the other scroll, your team must reach the center of the forest with both scrolls to pass. Each of you will be given a gate to proceed through, where you will sign a waiver of death. Anything goes in the forest, and the waiver of death is so we won't be blamed for your lack of skill. Goodbye for now, Anko finished, winking at the still red-faced Naruto. I can still feel the heat, Naruto thought, interrupted from his musings by a tug from Sakura. Team 7 arrived at their door, and a ninja handed them their earth scroll, which Naruto gladly took. Soon, Anko sounded the horn that started the second exam. Chapter 8. Approximately 3 hours had passed since the start of the exam. Team 7 was leaping high above the ground, from cup to cup. Team 7 finally stopped when Naruto landed in the middle of a clearing. Naruto, why did you stop? Sasuke asked as he landed next to Naruto. Naruto put a hand behind his head and turned away with an embarrassed look. I have to pee. I told you to leave before we left, Sasuke said, pinching his nose. Give me the scroll. I don't need you to be ambushed. Naruto handed Sasuke the team's earth scroll. Naruto was about to take off until he heard Sakura express her concerns. Why Sasuke-kun? Naruto is still the strongest. He'd have a better chance of taking on an entire team than you and I combined, Sakura said before noticing Naruto tremble slightly. Naruto looked at Sakura with a fearful expression. Sakura-chan, I'd freeze up. That's one of my fears. Fighting someone without my junk. Naruto shuddered once more. I haven't been this angry since Kakashi-sensei mentioned that. Naruto disappeared into the desert while Sasuke and Sakura talked for a while. Approximately 4 minutes later, Naruto reappeared in the clearing. Guys, I'm back. Let's get to this, Naruto said as he landed. Sasuke nodded when Sakura said, Naruto, you didn't give me a kiss before you left. What? Am I not your girlfriend anymore? Sakura pouted. Naruto looked surprised for a second before saying, Sorry, Sakura-chan. I forgot. Naruto frowned and leaned in to kiss her. Instead of lips, he was met with a foot. That foot was detached from Sasuke's leg. Whoa, what's going on, Sasuke? Naruto said as the kick sent him flying back. Sasuke seemed bored as he said, First of all, you're a terrible henge user. Naruto has 3 stripes, not 2, on his sleeves. Second, Naruto would have dodged that kick, you trash ninja. Third, we already knew you were here. Naruto is a censor, he found all 3 of you. Saying he had to pee alerted us to his presence. Sakura and I did that girlfriend thing to test the real Naruto, and unfortunately, you failed. Sasuke finished as Naruto looked surprised. Sasuke then tied up the injured Naruto. 1 kick and you're done. You must not dance well. Not a second after Sasuke finished speaking, 2 genin from a mecha gear flew into the clearing. They were unconscious and bound. Another Naruto followed them, leaping back into view with his teammates. Naruto handed Sasuke 100 Ryo while saying, "Damn it, I was too slow. I shouldn't have done that." Naruto dropped his transformation. "It seems we were careless," said the now revealed Amige Cure Genin. Naruto showed his teammates the Earth Scroll he had acquired from the AIM Genin he was facing. "It seems to be useless, but the more scrolls we have, the fewer people get through." "Sorry." Naruto finished as he knocked the last Genin unconscious. After tying the AIM Genin to a tree, Team 7 was leaping through the forest once more. Approximately 30 minutes later, they made contact with another team, and a huge snake. "That's a big snake," Naruto said, surprised that he hadn't sensed it beforehand. The snake's ambush pulled Naruto away from his teammates as they disappeared into the forest. Sasuke and Sakura immediately became nervous when they noticed the 3 Kusugakure Genin standing in front of them. It was the creepy-looking girl again. She said, "You too, take care of the Senju boy. Kill him if you can. I'll take care of these two." Following orders, both Genin from Kusugakure disappeared, following Naruto and the summoning of the snake. Seeing the other 2 ninjas leave, Sasuke asked a question. "You seem to be the leader. So, what scroll do you have?" The Genin from Kusugakure pulled out a celestial scroll. "You want my heaven scroll, right? Since you have an earth scroll." "Well," the Genin said as she swallowed her scroll, "let's fight for the scrolls. With our lives." With Naruto, the snake led Naruto for a walk, and eventually ended up almost a mile away from Sasuke and Sakura before stopping. "I didn't even sense that snake until it was too late, and it appeared out of nowhere. That means it's a summoning. Snake summons usually mean something bad if they're the kind I think they are," Naruto thought. Naruto had to dodge the snake as it attacked, trying to eat the golden blonde Genin. "I need to get back to my teammates. It seems like separating us was on purpose. I don't have time to play around," Naruto thought. He placed his hand on a half-ram seal and channeled some chakra. Beneath the snake were a dozen explosive notes. Naruto had dropped them when he dodged the snake's thrust. Boom. "Wow, that was huge. That snake is really gone," said Naruto. Naruto drew a kunai while blocking the attack of an incoming Kusugakure Genin. "You seem to be quite good. However, there are 2 of us," said the Genin who was clashing kunai with Naruto. Naruto looked surprised when he saw the other Genin. "Hello, Naruto Senju. We're here to finish you off. Our leader said you must die, so get out of here." The Genin didn't bump into Naruto. Instead, he drew a sword and lunged at him. The sword pierced Naruto cleanly through the stomach. The 2 Genin grinned at the sight of Naruto's expression, but those grins vanished when they saw Naruto turning into mud. Both Genin felt a hand grab their leg. "Earth style, double decapitation technique," Naruto said, standing beneath the 2 Genin. He then proceeded to drag them both to the ground by their necks. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto thought, as he emerged from the ground behind the 2 immobilized Genin. "Looks like I'm pretty good," Naruto said as he picked up the sword the Genin had dropped. "Before I kill you, who is this leader who wants to kill me?" Naruto asked as he faced one of the Genin. "I won't tell you anything, Konoha scum. You can also ki." The Genin began until Naruto cut him down, piercing his eye and killing him instantly. "Well then, go ahead. Who do you work for?" "I can't kill you if you tell me," Naruto said as he looked at the remaining Genin. The Genin was absolutely terrified. He had just killed him. He had killed him legitimately without torture, nothing. He had no chance. He wasn't going to make the same mistake again. He needed to live. "Ora Korochimaru," the Genin said, trembling. "I figured as much," Naruto said as he killed the Genin as well. "I don't like killing, but it's necessary. I'll kill any traitor to the leaf or anyone who works for that traitor," Naruto said as he channeled a massive amount of chakra. He vanished in a powerful body flicker technique. With Sasuke and Sakura, the ninja from Kusugakure lowered her eyelid as she said, "Let's begin." Sasuke and Sakura were immediately assailed by visions of their deaths. The visions were so shocking that they were both instantly paralyzed. "Is this a genjutsu?" Sasuke thought in a panic. "No, this is just killing intent." The intent is so powerful that it induces fear on this scale. We have to get out of here. It seems neither of you can move. What a shame, said the Kusagakure ninja as she threw 2 kunai at Sasuke and Sakura's heads. Sasuke had somehow managed to pull out a kunai, which he proceeded to use to stab his own leg. That shock to his system allowed his body to respond to his commands. He immediately rescued Sakura while dodging both kunai and fled behind a nearby tree. The ninja from Kusagakure smiled slightly. He stabbed himself in the leg to allow himself to control his body. It seems he's more special than I thought. After being rescued, Sakura looked at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you saved. Sasuke placed a hand over Sakura's mouth, preventing her from speaking and potentially revealing their position. Then he placed a finger over her lips in a shushing gesture. We need to run before they find us again. Where's Naruto? He'd really help in this situation, Sasuke thought. So, in his thoughts, he barely dodged the snake that had appeared between him and Sakura. Damn it! I was so scared I forgot to check my surroundings. Now it's found us again. The snake then opened its jaws as the Genin Kusagakure emerged. Sasuke threw a dozen kunai into the snake's mouth to catch it off guard. It was all for nothing, as the Genin simply slipped out from the side of the snake. You mustn't relax for even a moment. Prey should always try to run in the presence of a predator, the Genin said as he slid towards Sasuke. However, before she could get there, she was stopped by a barrage of shuriken that landed between her and Sasuke. Sorry, Sasuke. I didn't mean to take so long, Naruto said as he landed on a nearby branch. Naruto, Sakura said, relieved by his arrival. That meant he had dealt with their opposition and seemed relatively unharmed. It must have been easy. I should have known he'd be here so soon. Those useless idiots didn't stand a chance against him, thought the ninja Kusa. Naruto, this ninja is far too advanced to be just a genin. He's on a completely different level than anything we've ever faced. We have to run, Sasuke said. It seems you successfully defeated that giant snake and my 2 teammates, Naruto-kun, said the ninja from Kusa. Yes, she is Orochimaru. Naruto thought before saying, looks like you're messing with Genin now, huh, Orochimaru-san? What makes you think I'm Orochimaru? Questioned the ninja Kusa. The snake was summoned at first. Only Konoha had that contract, or used to have it before Orochimaru took it from them. Secondly, the way you move is reminiscent of a snake, which means you're using the Hibi style of taijutsu taught by snakes, the same style Orochimaru uses. But you could have taught those things to someone else. So I finally had your henchmen confirm my suspicions before I killed them. Naruto finished, briefly making eye contact with Sasuke's Sharingan. Kusa's Nin showed no outward reaction to the deduction, but inwardly he was pleased. That kid is incredible. To be able to deduce things so easily with just a glance. That's thinking at a level befitting a Kage. He's too good. Even extracting information from my subordinates so quickly. Talent. If only I could have his body. That damned bijou would probably ruin my transfer. And even my cursed seal. Too bad. It seems I'll have to get rid of him since he'll become a major threat in the future. Or perhaps I could bring him to my side. Orochimaru thought, still disguised as a Kusanin. Orochimaru, the lost S-rank ninja of Konoha. One of the legendary Sannin, we don't stand a chance. I'll just give him the scroll. Naruto already has another Earth Scroll, so why bother with him? Sasuke thought as he pulled out the Earth Scroll. Here, I'll give you the scroll. Please, take it and leave us, Sasuke said as he threw the scroll towards Orochimaru. The scroll only reached halfway when Naruto snatched it in midair. Instead of a lesson on why Sasuke was a punk, Orochimaru was surprised to see a fireball approaching. They tricked me. They knew I expected Naruto to scold Sasuke, but it was all a feint. A feint to hide Sasuke, just long enough for him to fire a jutsu. How did he tell him the plan? Orochimaru mused before the attack struck. When they made eye contact, Sasuke must have put him under a genjutsu to devise a plan. Fantastic teamwork, Orochimaru thought as he easily dodged the fireball. You two are impressive. I expected nothing less, Orochimaru said as he bit his thumb and ran it over a tattoo on his arm, which was actually a seal. Summoning technique, Orochimaru said, slamming his hand against the ground. Another enormous snake appeared with Orochimaru perched on its head as he glared menacingly at the 3 genin in front of him. "Not this again," Naruto said as he dodged the snake's attack towards him. "Shit," Naruto thought. Dodging the snake placed him exactly where Orochimaru wanted him, and the snake Sannin took full advantage. Orochimaru threw a punch that shattered Naruto's jaw and leveled his entire body. Instead of his jaw breaking from the blow, Naruto turned into mud that immediately scattered from the haymaker. "Replacement. Incredible," Orochimaru said as he turned to watch Naruto cut off the snake's head with a sword, the sword he had from Kusa Genin earlier. That shouldn't have happened with that scrap metal sword the lackey had. So how did he cut? "I see he used wind chakra to sever the snake's head. It's more impressive than I thought." Orochimaru, seeing that the snake had been cut, went towards Sasuke. "Let's see what you do, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru thought as he quickly approached Sasuke. That assault stopped when a yellow flash appeared on his face. Naruto performed a shunshin and launched a swift kick at Orochimaru's face. Despite its speed and force, Orochimaru blocked and grabbed the kick. That was an incredibly fast shunshin. In fact, he almost had me there, Orochimaru thought as he smiled. If this kid joins me, it will be a huge advantage. If he opposes me, I'll kill him before he has a chance to ruin my ambition. For now, I need him out of the way so I can get to Sasuke. Orochimaru then extended his tongue to restrain Naruto. Naruto was surprised by the strength of the tongue as he found himself completely immobilized. Damn it, it was a mistake to try and catch him off guard. He's a Sannin, and at one point he was a contender for Hokage. This is going to hurt, Naruto thought as Orochimaru plunged 5 fingers into his stomach before Naruto had a chance to use the Nine Tails chakra. Gojyo Fuin, seal of the 5 elements, Orochimaru thought. Naruto immediately fell into a deep sleep after his application. Then he was thrown to the forest floor as Orochimaru turned to Sasuke and Sakura. Getting back to 2. Show me what you're made of, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said. Sasuke seemed scared that Naruto could be defeated so easily. If he could beat Naruto, then what chance did he have? Naruto always won his matches, so he was clearly no match for Orochimaru. Slap. Sasuke seemed surprised to see Sakura slap him. What are you doing, Sasuke? Stop acting like a punk. What would Naruto do if he were in your situation? Wouldn't he just sit there doing nothing, thinking he was going to die? He'd fight to the end. Coward like you. You're just trying to run and cling to your life. Now man, kick his ass. I'm going to see how Naruto is, Sakura said as she fell to the forest floor to check on Naruto. Sasuke was shocked by what Sakura said. She had never spoken to him like that before, much less hit him. Sasuke finally broke down when she said she was running and clinging to life. That was what Itachi had told her to do the day of the massacre. Maybe Itachi was right, he should run. No, he wouldn't back down. He had to fight and protect his team. He wasn't going to die here. He still had a lot to do. Sakura's right. I acted like a coward. But no more. If I can't defeat you, how can I expect to defeat him? Sasuke said, closing his eyes. I'll protect my friends and teammates. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and I'm going to kick your ass. Sasuke finished opening his eyes. Upon opening them, Sasuke's Sharingan moved slightly as a third tomo appeared in both eyes. Kukukuku. It seems the blood of his clan is beginning to boil. His third tomo has appeared. Impressive, Orochimaru thought. Show me what you can do. Sasuke pulled out a myriad of throwing weapons and hurled them at Orochimaru. Despite this, Orochimaru easily dodged them all. I can see, Sasuke thought, perfectly observing Orochimaru's movements. I can see his movements so clearly now. Sasuke threw another shuriken at Orochimaru, who jumped out of the way. Orochimaru had to dodge again when Sasuke threw another kunai directly at him. It seems he can see me now. He's reading my movements perfectly and aiming at vital areas, Orochimaru thought before noticing Sasuke pulling on a rope. Sasuke tugged a couple more strings as each projectile he launched flew back to entangle Orochimaru. The strings wrapped around Orochimaru and pinned him against a tree. This is the Sufushisan no Tachi, manipulation of the triple windmill swords, Orochimaru thought before watching Sasuke pass through 4 hand seals. A huge stream of fire appeared and shot up the rope toward Orochimaru. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Technique, Sasuke said. The powerful stream of fire flew down the back of the tree with Orochimaru in the middle. Sasuke sighed, thinking it was all over. He turned to head towards Naruto and Sakura when he stopped, hearing a voice. Simply perfect. To be able to use your Sharingan so well at this age. You'll be everything I need, Orochimaru said. The jutsu from before managed to burn half of his face, revealing another beneath. What? How did he survive that? Sasuke thought before realizing he couldn't move. Not again, Sasuke-kun. I enjoyed testing your abilities. You and Itachi are truly brothers. Although I can say that you have a higher ceiling than him, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru threw down his celestial scroll and then proceeded to burn it in his palm. Are you really Orochimaru of the Sannin? Sasuke asked, struggling to move his body. Yes, I am. Naruto-kun already realized that. Of course, he's better than you, so it's not unreasonable to expect him to figure it out faster. However, I can give you the power you want. The power to surpass Naruto and kill Itachi. Orochimaru said as he placed his hands in a unique tiger seal. Orochimaru's neck stretched towards Sasuke as he bit into it. After a few moments, Orochimaru removed his teeth from Sasuke's neck and pulled it back to its original length. A black seal, taking the form of 3 tomo, began to appear on the back of Sasuke's neck. After its appearance, Sasuke immediately screamed in pain. Finally, Sasuke fainted from the pain and anguish of the new seal. Sasuke will seek me out for power. He'll need my guidance if he has any hope of capturing Naruto Senju. Orochimaru thought as he looked at the vulnerable Naruto. I would kill him myself since he might involve a scoundrel in my plans, but then Akatsuki will come after me for disturbing their property. So he'll live for today. I'll let the sound trio in these exams handle those two. Perhaps I can get them both to join forces, though one would be more than enough. Either. Rakamaru then sank into a tree to leave the area. 1 day later, a day had passed since Team 7's encounter with Orochimaru. Sakura had retrieved Sasuke and taken him and Naruto to a clearing. Naruto and Sasuke were still unconscious from yesterday's encounter with Orochimaru. Sakura had administered first aid and medical ninjutsu to help them, but unfortunately, she wasn't advanced enough to wake them up. She could only keep them under a tree while she waited for any sign of them waking up. Sakura had set traps in the area to ensure her teammates' safety should enemies appear while she was off guard. A squirrel appeared in the area, and Sakura shot it with a kunai. The squirrel had almost set a trap prematurely, and fortunately, it startled her enough to make her leave the area. Sakura then had a heart attack when she heard a whispered voice. Sakura-chan, don't admit I'm awake. There's an explosive note on that squirrel, which means there are enemies in the area. Whatever Orochimaru did to me really affected me, since I can feel my chakra going haywire. I won't be much help to you, Naruto said. It must have been the seal he put on me. Placing an odd-numbered seal on top of an even-numbered seal creates an imbalance. I can't even talk to Kurama. I need to find a way to get rid of this, Naruto thought as he remained still. Shortly after Naruto's announcement, 3 newcomers appeared in the clearing. It was the sound trio. Hello, were you up all night? The mummy of the group asked as his companions flanked him on either side. But don't worry, you can rest now. Dosu, my teammates Zaku and Kin, and I are here to kill Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Senju. Sakura, be careful. I'll help you as best I can, Naruto said before sensing another presence rapidly approaching. I know Orochimaru is pulling the strings, Sakura said as the sound trio looked surprised. What does he want with Sasuke and Naruto? What's this mark on Sasuke's neck? Sakura asked as she pulled out a kunai. I wonder what he's thinking, Dosu said, pondering Orochimaru's thought process. You give the kid a cursed seal, but you want to kill him? Well, they were here to kill them, so that's what they'll do. It doesn't matter. We were ordered to kill those 2 and I will. I'll even kill this girl, Zaku said. He was about to run toward her when Dosu stopped him. Wait, Zaku. She set a booby trap. That's why she threw that kunai at the squirrel. You didn't notice the explosive note. You were just protecting your pathetic trap. You're a talentless girl who should have left to save her own life. Kill her, Dosu said as the trio jumped over the trap. The trap turned out to be a hoax when Sakura smiled as she cut a wire beside her. That wire activated a massive log that hurtled toward the trio in midair. However, Sakura's smile faded when the log exploded from Dosu simply by touching him. Like I said, you're a talentless girl. People like you have to work harder to compete against guys like us, Dosu said as he and his team were still heading towards Sakura. Her progress was halted before Sakura when several well-placed kicks from a green blur ended her approach. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. Came the voice and the arrival of Rock Lee when he landed in front of Sakura. I suppose you all should work harder too, Lee said as he stood in the starting stance of the Goken fighting style. Who are you? Dosu asked. I am the beautiful green beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, Lee said as he approached Sakura. Don't be afraid, Sakura-chan. I will protect you with my life. I will always be there when you're in trouble. Sakura was surprised when she realized Lee was helping her. Well, thanks for saving me and my team, Sakura said as Rock Lee nodded before turning to the sound trio. Zaku, you take out Sasuke and Naruto. They're both down, so I shouldn't pass on the girl, Dosu said as he threw a scroll from the sky to Zaku. I'll take the new kid. Rock Lee wanted to face all three of them at the same time. But because of Dosu's jutsu, his attention had to be focused directly on him. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei. I'll have to use that move. I can't let Sakura-chan get hurt, Lee thought as he unwrapped his bandages a little. Lee disappeared only to reappear beneath Dosu and kicked him below the chin. The kick sent Dosu flying into the air, where Lee reappeared behind him. Dosu then found himself wrapped in bandages and bent upside down toward the ground. Omo Renge, Lotus Forehead, Lee said as he hugged Dosu and threw them to the ground. However, when he slammed Dosu against the ground, he felt strange. Heh, looks like I arrived just in time, Zaka said, his hands planted firmly on the ground. He had pushed air into the earth to create a softer landing for Dosu. To think that technique was still so powerful, even on the surface of a sponge, Dosu said as he stood up. However, it's my turn. Dosu finished as he charged at Rock Lee. This is bad. My body, Rock Lee thought as he dodged Dosu's attack. He was still reeling from Melody's arm, just like Kabuto. Rock Lee knelt as the jutsu took effect. He looked up, wincing slightly to see Dosu staring at him. You can move at high speed, but our skills move at the speed of sound. Dosu raised his arm and said, I'll show you a wall you can't overcome with hard work alone. Before Dosu could knock Lee down, a yellow flash appeared. Along with that flash, there was a high-speed kick that sent Dosu hurtling past his team into the woods behind them. Sorry I'm late, Naruto said as he lowered his leg. It took me a while to master the technique. Thanks for protecting us, Lee. I'm grateful. Before anything else could begin, a powerful chakra surged into the clearing. Naruto turned to see Sasuke basking in a vile purple chakra. Sasuke also had black, flame-like patterns on his skin. That's what Sakura meant by the mark she received from Orochimaru. It seems to have given her a power boost, but there has to be a catch to all that power, Naruto thought as he watched Sasuke stand up and look around. Sakura, Sasuke said as she looked happy to see him awake too. However, Sasuke also noticed that Sakura seemed to have been in a fight. And it was true. In the brief moment that Lee was fighting Dosu, Sakura had confronted the other two members of Sound. Who did that to you? Sasuke asked. Zaku, wanting to provoke Sasuke, replied with, I made him stupid. What are you going to do about it? Zaku placed his palms towards Sasuke and said, Zankaha, decapitating the airwaves. A powerful gust of wind blew towards Sasuke, shattering the ground as it roared toward him. Once the dust settled, Sasuke's body was nowhere to be seen. Heh, it wasn't that hard. Now for the Senju, Zaku said while pointing his hands at Naruto. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Flower Technique. Sasuke said as a dozen fireballs flew towards Zaku. Zaku smiled and fired another gust of wind that smothered the flames, but it did nothing to stop the shuriken hidden inside. What? Zaku exclaimed in surprise as the shuriken pierced his body repeatedly. Lowering his guard, he found both his arms pinned behind him, a foot pressed directly into his back. This is for hurting Sakura. You seem to love these arms. So let's get rid of them, Sasuke said as he began to pull on Zaku's arms. Kin tried to help her teammate, but a quick blow to the back of the neck from Naruto knocked her unconscious. After hearing a disgusting explosion, Naruto had had enough. Sasuke, stop, Naruto said as Sasuke looked towards him. Naruto, this power, it's Orochimaru. A traitor to the leaf gave you that power. Don't you think it comes at a price, Sasuke? You have to stop using it, Naruto said, completely serious. Sasuke felt incredible. The power coursing through his body made him feel unstoppable. But Naruto was right. This power was corrupted. He could feel it attacking his will. Sasuke forced the seal back just as Dosu returned to the clearing from Naruto's previous kick. If you let us live, you can have our scroll from heaven, Dosu said. Naruto glanced at Dosu for a second before grabbing the scroll of Zaku's injured form and throwing it back at Dosu. Dosu was shocked that they got away with it and quickly disappeared with Kin and Zaku in tow. Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto knew those guys worked for Orochimaru, so why did he let them live? Naruto, why don't we kill them? We know they work for Orochimaru. We could have eliminated them immediately. Why do you agree? Sasuke said before hearing an explosion. Naruto was holding a half-ram seal when he said, I never agreed. Sasuke smiled at Naruto's actions. Then he activated his Sharingan when Naruto spoke again. I know you're here, Neji and Tenten. So come out, Naruto said, pointing to the opposite side of the clearing. You two, Shika, Ino, and Cho. Neji landed on a nearby tree branch along with Tenten. You should hand over all your scrolls, and maybe we'll let you go in peace, Neji said confidently. You realize that Sasuke, Sakura, and I are all right? It's 3 against 2, not to mention your teammate is injured right here. What makes you think I'm not going to kill him now? Naruto asked as Neji caught on to the implication. He carefully walked over to Rock Lee and led him and Tenten out of the area. Neji checked Lee for an explosive note before leaving. Naruto-kun, you were so amazing just now, Ino said as she was about to jump on Naruto when Shikamaru stopped her. Ino, right now Naruto is the enemy. He could have hurt you and taken our scroll right now if you went toward him. Be careful. He's been planning to negotiate with us ever since he called us. So what do you have to do? Say? Shikamaru asked cautiously about Naruto and his intentions. Hehe, can we team up to reach the goal? We're pretty disabled right now and need help getting to the tower. We have an earth scroll if you need it, Naruto said shyly with a laugh. What? Choji asked because Naruto had just threatened Neji. That was a bluff, Choji, and a pretty well-played one at that, Shikamaru said, considering teaming up with arguably the best team in his class. Alright, we'll team up. We have a heaven scroll, so your extra earth scroll will also lead us to the tower. But now we have to watch our backs more closely since you two have some serious trouble. Shikamaru finished as the group of 6 headed toward the tower. Several hours later. What do you mean you never liked Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked/shouted. Ino laughed and said, the only reason I pretended to like him was to boost your confidence. With me as your rival, you always pushed yourself to be better, so that's why I did it. Besides, Naruto is much better anyway. Ino finished with a smile. She could still make Sakura's blood boil. It's not. It's too much. It's not. It's too much. Troublesome, Naruto said, realizing something. I see why you say that all the time, Shika, Naruto said, now in Choji's back stance. Shikamaru had Sasuke on his back when he said, yeah, having to carry them here is bad enough. Now we have to listen to Ino and Sakura. Bitch. What? Ino and Sakura said at the same time, looking murderous towards the Nara clan member. Shikamaru let out a sigh before speaking. Annoying. Looks like we're here, Sasuke said as he and Naruto climbed off each other's backs. They were still reeling from their encounter with Orochimaru, each bearing his own respective seal. The adrenaline from earlier had allowed them to move and defeat the sound trio. After reading the message, Shikamaru and Naruto easily realized they had to open both scrolls at the same time. The scrolls began to smoke as Irika appeared. "Why was I called twice?" Irika asked before realizing there were two teams ahead of him. "Oh, you guys worked together for that. Well, congratulations, guys. You passed the second exam. You still have 2 days until the third exam. So get some rest. You'll need it." Irika finished with a smile. "All 3 teams of Rookie Genin have passed so far. Amazing." "Thank you," said Shikamaru as Team 10 walked towards the tower. Noticing that Team 7 was still there, Irika voiced his question. "Why are you all still?" He stopped when he saw that everyone had serious faces. "We need it. Orochimaru is here." Chapter 9. The third Hokage rushed to see Team 7 when he learned of the events that had transpired in the Forest of Death. After hearing the story from Naruto and Sasuke's perspectives, Hiruzen made sure everything was accurate. "So Orochimaru found you in the forest?" Hiruzen asked, to which Team 7 nodded. "Did he defeat you all, place a cursed seal on Sasuke, and leave with orders for his team to kill you both?" After another nod, Hiruzen let out a sigh. "Well, at least you're all still alive. Sasuke-kun, Kakashi has a plan to deal with your seal," Hiruzen said as Kakashi entered with a yo. "He'll place a Fujihoin, evil sealing method, on you to suppress the seal's influence. However, due to the power of the cursed seal, you'll need your willpower to control how effective the Fujihoin is." Hiruzen finished when he saw Naruto smile. "Basically, Sasuke got a hickey from a pedophile. That hickey is imbued with the pedophile's power. Kakashi is going to suppress the hickey's power to prevent Sasuke from using it." "Understood," Naruto said as Sasuke turned to face him with a furious glare. "I'm not going to use this cursed seal, but it's good to have extra protection to keep the influence down. I don't need someone else's power. I'm an Uchiha," Sasuke said, turning to Kakashi while showing Naruto the Uchiha crest on his back. After Kakashi finished laughing at Naruto's comment, he and Sasuke left the room to tend to their cursed seal. Sakura had left Naruto and Sasuke earlier to rest and avoid staying awake while they were incapacitated. Only Naruto and Hiruzen remained in the room. "Hee," Naruto said as he lifted his shirt and channeled some chakra to reveal his seal. "Can you remove this seal? I didn't want to mention it in front of my teammates because they don't know about my condition yet, but Orochimaru put it on me during our fight." Naruto finished as Hiruzen punched him hard in the stomach. "Gojyo Kaien, the 5 unsealed elements," Hiruzen said as Naruto fell asleep again. "Of course I can, Naruto-kun. Now rest a little before the finals. I want to see you impress me, my dear boy." Hiruzen then picked up Naruto and took him to his room. After putting him to bed, the third Hokage disappeared back to his office to prepare for the third exam. 2 days later, the 2 days since Team 7 finished the test were relatively uneventful for Kakashi's Genin. Sasuke had his seal removed, and Naruto finally regained control of his chakra. In reality, nothing else happened beyond that until today. Team 7 had been instructed to go to an arena, where they encountered 5 other teams. The other 2 rookie teams from Konoha, Team Guy, the Sand Brothers, and Kabuto with his team. It seemed there were only 18 Genin left, including them, and 15 of them were from Konoha. They were all positioned in a huge arena with platforms on either side. On the platform directly in front of them stood the Hokage. When all the Genin had arrived, Hiruzen addressed them amiably. "Congratulations to all the Genin who passed the second exam. Before you proceed to the third exam, I'd like to inform you of a few things," Hiruzen said. "In years past, the Chunin exams were, and still are, a competition. A competition that pitted the Chunin hopefuls of each nation against each other in a duel to demonstrate their village's strength outside of wars. This final exam is observed by many people, including potential clients and daimyos in all the elemental nations. You don't need to win the tournament to be promoted to Chunin. You only need to demonstrate skills that qualify you for promotion." Hiruzen was about to continue until he was interrupted by a sickly ninja with a prominent cough. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, if I may intervene, I would like to take over from here," the ninja asked as Hiruzen nodded. "Hello, everyone. I'm Heiate Gecko, and I'll be your supervisor for the third exam, Hayate said, coughing a few times. Due to the number of you all, we'll have preliminary matches right away to reduce the numbers. Hayate finished when she encountered a complaint. One of Kabuto's teammates spoke up. We just arrived 2 hours ago. Shouldn't we rest first? No. Unfortunately, you'll be at a disadvantage, but those are the rules. After answering the Genin's question, Hayate continued. We'll have one-on-one duels that will pit you against each other. Too many of you were eliminated this time, so we need to do this to whittle down some of you. That way, I'll end up with fewer than 10 competitors to start the finals. Is there anyone who would like to resign right now? Resigning now won't affect your team, as you're all individuals from now on, Hayate asked, only noticing Kabuto's raised hand. You can go, thanks for coming. After Kabuto left, Hayate pointed to a monitor behind him. Now that it's settled, each of you has been placed in a randomizer that will display your names on the board 2 at a time. When your name appears, the name of whoever is next to it will also be your opponent. You will fight each other until one of you surrenders, is killed, or I dismiss you for a draw or for being unable to continue. My word is law, and if I say it's over, it's over. Is that clear? Hayate asked as all the Genin nodded. After Hayate spoke, the monitor began to fly through names until it stopped on Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato. Will Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato stay here, while all the other Genin move towards the platforms surrounding the arena floor? Following the instructions, all the other Genin climbed onto the platforms, as Sasuke, Yoroi, and Hayate were the only ones left on the arena floor. Hayate coughed a few more times as he looked at each fighter. Are you both ready, Hajime? Hayate said as he stepped back to give the Genin some space. Yoroi shuddered slightly but noticed that Sasuke was motionless, his arms crossed over his chest. Yoroi shifted a little, but Sasuke was still standing with his arms crossed and his Sharingan active. I thought I couldn't use that without being affected by the cursed seal? Never mind. It won't be able to stop my technique, Yoroi thought. Yoroi's left hand began to emit a blue chakra aura as he ran towards Sasuke. Sasuke made no move to defend himself as Yoroi approached. Then Yoroi simply slammed his hand into Sasuke's forehead, slamming him hard to the ground. Sasuke's face changed to one of surprise as he felt his chakra leave him. Yoroi smiled, realizing how easy this victory was. Yes, I have the ability to drain a person's chakra through my jutsu. You never had the chance, Yoroi said as Sasuke began to fight back, though his power waned. Yoroi thought he had him in the bag until he felt several kunai pierce his body. Yoroi screamed in pain as he looked up to see Sasuke still standing with his arms crossed. He was confused as he looked down to see Sasuke turn to dust. What's happening? I know I hit you with my technique. I felt your chakra leaving you, Yoroi said as he began to lose consciousness from blood loss. It seems you don't know about the power of the Uchiha clan. What a shame, Sasuke said as Yoroi collapsed unconscious on the ground. Hayate looked at Yoroi and then called out to him. Shausa, Sasuke Uchiha. With the spectators, I need a Sharingan, Shikamaru said. Naruto stood next to Shikamaru, looking amused by his comment. Why is that Shika? Naruto asked while all around him people wondered how Sasuke won. All Sasuke did was look him in the eyes and he fainted without either of them moving a muscle. Yoroi wasn't even touched by Sasuke, not even hurt, but he was still defeated. If I could do that, strike people with a fixed stare, I'd be so happy. If only, Shikamaru said as Naruto burst out laughing. Kakashi decided to stifle everyone's questions as he recounted Sasuke's victory. The Sharingan is a powerful dojutsu, eye techniques, that grants the user many abilities. One such ability is to cast powerful genjutsu with a simple glance. Sasuke defeated Yoroi with a genjutsu, and Yoroi must have fainted from the mental belief of losing. That's why Sasuke won without harming Yoroi, or even moving, for that matter, Kakashi said with a smile as a member of his squad passed by. It seems her eyes have grown stronger. Did she get her third tomo? Kakashi reflected as Sasuke climbed the platform to stand beside Naruto. Sasuke smiled at Naruto as he walked, his Sharingan still active. I'll see you later. Looks like Naruto, Sasuke said, showing off his enhanced Sharingan as his tomo began to spin slightly around his pupil. Heh, maybe. I haven't left yet. I could lose, Naruto said with a serious face, glancing at Sasuke's equally serious expression. They maintained their poker faces until they both burst out laughing. Don't worry, Sasuke. I'll be there to kick your ass again for the whole world to see, Naruto said, hearing a voice in his head, a voice he hadn't heard in a while. So the Uchiha kid has a better Sharingan now? It means nothing compared to what I've seen you do, Kurama said in Naruto's head. Kurama, you're back. By the way, you were so right about Fuinjutsu. I got hit by 5 fingers twice and passed out both times. Fuinjutsu is scary, Naruto replied upon hearing Kurama laugh. I told you it was. I needed that snake to jolt your common sense a little for you to understand my point. I bet I could have kicked his ass if I'd used all my skills, Naruto said as Kurama agreed, though it was debatable. Naruto was easily one of the strongest in Konoha when using his chakra and would release abilities. But Orochimaru was Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, and definitely not easy prey. While Naruto and Kurama were talking, the board landed on 2 more names, Temari and Tenten. Naruto paid no attention to this encounter as soon as he saw Tenten firing weapons. It's pointless. Temari-chan has a fan that I'm sure she uses skillfully. She'll just blow away all your projectiles. Sorry, Tenten, she's your worst matchup, Naruto thought as he watched Temari continue to deflect Tenten's projectiles. Finally, Temari had enough and finished off Tenten by trapping her in a tornado of wind that tormented the brown-haired girl. Hayate called out to him once he saw he had finished. Shausa, Temari, you made that fan look so sexy. I need one in my life, Naruto said loudly, earning a smile from Temari as he walked back. After the doctors transferred Tenten, the names started to circulate again. Choji Akimichi versus Shino Aburame. He's a bad target for Choji. He'll be a great target for Shino's bugs, and since his only techniques involve chakra-induced expansion, he'll lose, Naruto thought. Naruto was proven right as Choji continued to clash with Shino. However, they were only mushy bunshins, insect clones, that proceeded to deplete Choji's reserves after approximately 2 minutes. Shausa, Shino Aburame. Naruto perked up a bit in the next match, Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. However, Naruto was disappointed by Hinata's lack of fight against her cousin. Neji didn't have that problem, as he brutally dismantled Hinata during the fight. Naruto, however, grew fed up at the end when Neji went for the kill. Neji was stopped a few feet away from Hinata by several people. He was trapped by Guy while Kakashi held his left arm and Kurenai held his right. But everyone was surprised to see Naruto between Hinata and Neji with a firm fist, just inches from Neji's face. It seems the main branch is receiving special treatment again, Neji said before feeling a chill under Naruto's gaze. Neji, I have nothing against you as a person, but what you did to Hinata-chan here, knowing that Hayate would have cancelled the match regardless of her willingness to fight, is unbecoming of a Konoha ninja. It's best if I don't do it. I'll see you in the finals because I promise to give you 10 times what you gave Hinata-chan, Naruto said, clenching his fist, which still held a little of Hinata's blood. Guy took Neji away shortly after. Hinata was attended to by medics while everyone else returned to the stands. The next fight was between Shikamaru Nara and Sakura Haruno. Many people believed Sakura would have an easy victory against the last student in her class. However, Naruto knew better. Shikamaru is the smartest person I know. He's only the last one standing because of his unwillingness to do his schoolwork. I want Sakura to win as his teammate, but Shikamaru is just too smart, Naruto thought as Sakura attacked Shikamaru, pummeling him with punches and kicks. Shikamaru dodged Sakura's attempts when he finally stepped back far enough to place his hands on the ram seal. Shadow possession technique, Shikamaru said, once his shadow and Sakura's connected. Shikamaru made Sakura draw a kunai as he said, Sakura, I'm sorry. I put my kunai sheath on my left leg before this match started. So as you can see, I don't have one. You have it, and I'm not afraid to hurt you, so give up. Sakura looked dejected when she realized she couldn't stop Shikamaru. So reluctantly, she gave up to avoid getting hurt. Shausa, Shikamaru Nara, Hayate said as Shikamaru and Sakura climbed back up the platform. Good job, Sakura. Maybe you'll have a better opponent next time. Shikamaru is tough, Naruto said as Sakura smiled slightly. Noticing Shikamaru's face, Naruto asked, "What's up with Shikamaru's face?" Shikamaru sighed. "I should have lost. I could have ended this tournament and slept for the rest of it. Now I'll have to fight again. It's troublesome. Hopefully, I'm not up against another troublesome girl," Shikamaru said, probably cursing himself. Naruto chuckled softly as he watched the board change to another pair of names, Kankuro and Misumi Tsurugi. Naruto found the match amusing when Misumi realized she had been fighting a puppet the whole time. After receiving a crushing hug from said puppet, Misumi was done. "Shausa, Kankuro," Hayate said, cautiously eyeing the next match. Gaara versus Rock Lee. Gaara versus Lee. Yash! Now I can show everyone the power of youth, Lee exclaimed excitedly. Lee felt a hand squeeze his shoulder and looked up to see a blinding smile. "Go Lee! Show them you're in the spring of youth," Guy exclaimed, as excited as he patted Lee on the shoulder. Lee gave a salute as he jumped to the sand. Gaara arrived in Asuna Shunshin, standing with his arms crossed, looking uninterested in Rock Lee or this tournament for that matter. Hayate watched both competitors as the match began. "Hajime," Hayate said as he stepped back. Lee assumed the starting stance of the Goken as Gaara removed the cork from his gourd. Sand seeped out of the gourd and surrounded Gaara on the ground in a rough circle. Lee, having had enough of standing still, vanished to attack Gaara. Gaara seemed surprised to see his sand blocking Lee's blows, but without seeing Lee. "Is it moving that fast?" Gaara asked as he kept turning his head to see the sand scattering after being hit, but not Lee. In the stands, Sasuke handed Naruto 100 Ryo while saying, "Thanks for saving me from getting my butt spanked before the first exam. That speed is ridiculous." Naruto smiled at Sasuke, who kept his Sharingan eyes glued to the game. "It looks like he's trying to copy Lee. A clever idea, since it's the best taijutsu I've ever seen," Naruto thought, watching Lee trying to defeat Gaara. "Shikaku," Kurama said in Naruto's head. "Shikaku? Like in the one-tailed beast. Is he here? Where is he?" Naruto asked, still watching the game. "Gaara? Yes, I can sense Shikaku's chakra emanating from the boy. Not to mention he's from Suna, and the bijou of Suna is Shikaku. He's likely the Jinchuriki. Those black marks around his eyes are bags. Shikaku doesn't allow its hosts to sleep, so it's even more likely now." Kurama finished as Naruto nodded mentally. Why would Tsunade send its Jinchuriki to a Chunin exam in a foreign village? Naruto said as he pondered the matter. "I don't know, but be careful with him if you're not using your full power. Jinchuriki, no matter how small the bijou are extremely dangerous when they're using their bijou's power," Kurama said when Naruto noticed something. "Are you helping me? You don't seem like such a big, scary beast. You're just a fluff ball. Finish that sentence, and I'll kill you," Kurama said dangerously as he cut Naruto. "Okay, I love you too," said Naruto. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." Kurama started before Naruto severed the connection to focus on the fight. Sand floor. At some point during Naruto's internal conversation with Kurama, Lee had removed some weights and received a significant speed boost. Without his weights, Lee's speed became even more incredible. Now he could land blows on the Suna Jinchuriki. Despite Lee's powerful blows, Gaara's sand armor proved durable, as he remained standing and able to fight. Feeling the need for a powerful finishing move, Lee resorted to the technique designed to defeat Neji. "Looks like I'll have to play my trump card. Even after crushing him with the front lotus, I still couldn't defeat him. I wish I could save him, but I need to defeat him with something more powerful," Lee thought as he crossed his arms in an X. Hashiman Tanku, Simon Kai, 8 inner gates. "Gate of life's liberation," Lee said. Lee's skin immediately turned red and a swirl of chakra surrounded him. "Shomon Kai, gate of liberation from pain," Lee said as a green aura surrounded him. Everyone could feel the power emanating from his body. It was incredible. A few moments later, Lee said he had vanished and reappeared beneath Gaara. Lee planted a foot on Gaara's chin, sending him flying. Lee reappeared above Gaara and seemed intent on causing damage. Gaara's sand shield couldn't keep up as Lee proceeded to strike Gaara several times in mid-air. Finally, after a dozen blows, Lee decided to finish off Gaara. This will be the end. Tom and Kai, release closing gate. Lee said as he vanished again to strike Gaara with a series of rapid punches to the stomach. Before Gaara could hit the ground, Lee pulled Gaara up by the bandage wrapped around his waist. You're a renge, reverse lotus, Lee said as he struck Gaara with an open palm punch and a kick at the same time. Gaara crashed to the ground when Lee landed a little way away. There's no way he can recover from that, Lee thought to himself as his right arm and right leg ached from using that last movement. The same arm and leg now hurt even more as the sand slid down his arm and he proceeded to squeeze them. Sabaku Q, sand binding coffin, Gaara said weakly as his sand crushed Lee's arm and leg. He was trying to move it further around his body, but Guy appeared and suppressed that movement. That's enough, Guy said as he took Lee to the doctors. Due to interference, Shausa Gaara, Hayate said as Gaara was grabbed by his sensei and taken back to the platform. His bijou would help heal him. Since there are 3 competitors left, there will be a 3-way fight between Ino Yamanaka, Kiba Inazaka, and Naruto Senju, Hayate said as the 3 of them went down the stairs. Damn, I have to fight Naruto. I try to team up with Ino, but I know she'll side with him. Looks like it'll just be me and Akamaru. Don't worry, we've improved since the academy. We've got this, Kiba thought as he reached the destroyed sand floor. Oh no, I have to fight my husband. Life isn't fair. If I lose, he'll think I'm too weak to be his wife and he'll never go out with me again. If I win, he'll hate me for embarrassing him. What do I do? Ino said, panicking about fighting Naruto, completely forgetting that Kiba was fighting too. Let's see how good my comrades have become, Naruto thought as he got into a ready stance. Ino and Kiba did the same as Hayate lowered his arm. Hajime, Naruto started with a quick body slam and landed a powerful punch on Kiba's jaw, sending the Inazaka flying back into the wall. Naruto then turned to Ino and saw her holding a unique seal. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique, Ino said as she fired her jutsu at the surprised Naruto. Ino's body fell to the ground as her jutsu flew toward Naruto. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto run and catch Ino before she fell, gently setting her down on the ground. That was easier than I thought, said Naruto's voice as everyone was even more surprised. Naruto was hit by Ino's jutsu. With the spectators, wow, Ino actually managed to hit Naruto with her jutsu, Shikamaru said, surprised by the result. She can make Naruto lose his right to fight. To think Naruto would let himself get hit by that jutsu? Does he know everything too? Sasuke seemed surprised to see Naruto get hit by that jutsu so easily. Sakura was surprised that her rival could catch Naruto off guard like that. Naruto was rarely caught off guard. All the Jonin of Konoha looked horrified because they knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki. His bijou would be there with Ino. They feared the worst. Everyone seemed hysterical when they saw Naruto tying Ino up with a rope. Back in the arena. Nice try, Ino-chan, you need to be a little faster. You almost had me there, Naruto said as he felt Kiba approaching. 2 Kibas. Gutsuga, double piercing fong, Kiba said. He and Akamaru, who transformed into Kiba, came flying toward Naruto in a spinning display of death. Naruto managed to throw Ino back into the stands next to their sensei just before getting out of the way of the first Kiba. Naruto tried to evade the second one but received a cut on his hand due to his efforts. I almost got you, Naruto. Let's see how well you do when you're blindfolded, said one of the Kiba as he dropped a smoke bomb. Both Kiba launched themselves into the smoke in another Gutsuga, double piercing fong, to trap Naruto with all their might this time. Finally, the smoke dissipated and 3 Kibas could be seen in a triangle. One of the Kibas grinned as he attacked another Kiba with a punch. I can smell you, Naruto. You can't hide from my nose in a simple henge transformation, Kiba said before realizing there were 2 more Narutos. I knew it, Naruto said, holding a kunai to both Kiba's necks. The Kiba who was punched transformed into Naruto before turning into rocks, indicating an IWA Bunshin, rock clone. Damn it. How come I didn't smell you until it was too late? Kiba asked. It's easy to pinpoint my location with your nose. But if I'm underground, I'm sure it'll be harder to find me through the earth. So while that cloud of smoke was in the area, I replaced myself with a clone and hid underground. Then it appeared to catch you off guard. Surrender, Naruto said as he pushed the kunai closer to Kiba's neck. After Kiba lost, Hayate called off the match. Shausa, Naruto Senju. Could all the winners please come down to the arena floor? We have some announcements, Hayate said. Kiba left the arena floor while Naruto remained. Sasuke, Temari, Shino, Shikamaru, Neji, Kankuro, and Gaara arrived on the arena floor as Hayate approached them again. Congratulations! You 8 Genin are the finalists who will compete in the Chunin exam in 1 month. It will be like this, except that we will find your opponent right now through the selection. You will draw a number from the hat and announce which number you received. We will match you by numbers. Anko brought the hat closer to Naruto as he threw first. 1, said Naruto as Anko walked past him. I still remember. Kid? Anko whispered as her hips brushed against Naruto's lower region. Nice package. That lady again. Is this rape? Wait, is it rape if I like it? Naruto thought, freezing again as he felt his blood rush. Naruto would need a cold shower later. Sasuke then drew his card. 6. Temari 8. Shino 5. Shikamaru 7. Neji 2. Kankuro 3. And Gaara received 4 by default. Match 1. Naruto Senju vs Neji Hyuga. Match 2. Kankuro vs Gaara. Match 3. Shino Adhering vs Sasuke Uchiha. Match 4. Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Game 5. Winner of Game 1 vs winner of Game 2. Match 6. Winner of Match 3 versus winner of Match 4. Game 7. Winner of Game 5 versus winner of Game 6. Now that all your opponents have been dealt with, use this month to prepare for the finals. Your village will be represented, so fight with that in mind, Hayate said as all the Genin left the arena. 1 day later, the next day, Naruto was walking through Konoha, on his way to find someone. He wore a simple gray long-sleeved shirt with the Senju clan crest on the back and black pants that connected to his black shinobi sandals. He wasn't wearing his forehead protector at the moment, so his hair partially obscured his eyes. Kakashi had taken Sasuke to the mountains to prepare him for the finals. Naruto had asked Kakashi for help, but Kakashi informed him that there was already someone capable in hot springs, and that they had already been called dibs for teaching him. So that's who Naruto was headed to find/meet. Upon arriving at the main gate of hot springs, Naruto heard a strange noise coming from around the corner. Naruto turned the corner to see a white-haired man laughing. Before Naruto could say anything, Ebisu appeared and began to reprimand the man. "Excuse me, sir. It's inappropriate to stare at women in hot springs. I'll have to ask you to leave," Ebisu said as the man didn't move. Ebisu noticed the man wasn't moving, so he went to drag him away. Ebisu grabbed the man by the neck to pull him back. However, the man leaped into the air, causing Ebisu to overextend and trip beneath him. Ebisu was surprised by the man's swift movement when he was suddenly crushed by a toad and knocked unconscious. "Wow, that was awesome, sir. Was that a summons?" an excited Naruto asked as he approached the man. "Oh ho ho. So you like what you see, huh?" the man asked as he turned to face Naruto. He was a tall man with spiky white hair that reached his waist and was tied back in a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing either side of his face. He had red lines running down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector bearing the kanji for oil. He also had a prominent wart on the left side of his nose. The man wore a green short-sleeved kimono and matching trousers, beneath which he wore chainmail armor that peeked out from the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His attire was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese geta, wooden sandals, a red haori with 2 simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. Naruto recognized the man immediately. He'd had his suspicions when he saw the toad, but the oily forehead protector dispelled all doubt. You're... Naruto began before being interrupted. "I am the Toad Spirit Monk of Mount Myaboku, also known as the Toad Sage, Jiraiya of the Sannin," Jiraiya declared as his toad disappeared. Naruto's eyes lit up as he stared at the sage. You're even better than I've read about. You taught the fourth Hokage, who's my hero. But I never imagined you were a pervert, Naruto said, a little perverted. Jiraiya seemed a little surprised to see Naruto acting like a pervert. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't know the first rule of peeping. Don't talk out loud. Inside the restrooms, a woman said, "Pervert? There's a pervert outside." "Ah, geez, they noticed I was watching." "But I'm not a pervert," Jiraiya said. "I'm a super pervert," Jiraiya boasted proudly. "Okay, well, Kakashi-sensei said there was someone here who would be supervising my training for the month. Are you that person? If so, could you train me for the finals?" A hopeful Naruto asked. "Heh, the kid looks exactly like Minato, except he has his mother's eyes. He even knows how to ask for training. Why not see what he can do?" "But I need lunch," Jiraiya thought before saying. "Buy me lunch every day. I'll train you and I'm in." Naruto took out his toad wallet, affectionately called Gamachan. After opening it, he began to cry over the amount of money he would lose during the month, but it would be worth it. 2 hours later, "Hey kid, you should definitely hit that," Jiraiya told Naruto as he and Naruto walked out of a dango restaurant. Naruto's face turned red as he remembered the incident. Flashback, 40 minutes ago. "So you're telling me pancakes are better than waffles?" Jiraiya asked as he finished placing his order. "Yeah, I could eat pancakes all day, especially with blueberry syrup," Naruto said as he and Jiraiya chatted. Naruto and Jiraiya were already talking like good friends after knowing each other for only an hour. Naruto was about to continue speaking until he paused and moved slightly. "Do your hot girl senses also shut off?" Jiraiya asked as he sensed a beautiful woman approaching due to his own sensory abilities. Naruto's face turned red when he felt Anko arrive, literally. She appeared sitting on his lap with a kunai at her neck. Anko greeted Jiraiya. "Hello, Jiraiya-sama. I see you're dating the Gaki, brat." "Actually, I'm Anko-san. Looks like you need a moment. I'll be right back," Jiraiya said as Anko thanked him. Naruto was muttering "help me" to Jiraiya as he left Naruto alone. Jiraiya just gave him a thumbs up as he disappeared around the corner. "If you needed help, Naruto-kun, you could have just asked." "I'll definitely help you with anything," Anko said, glancing at Naruto. Then she looked down. "Anything," Anko added suggestively. It took all of Naruto's willpower to keep from reacting to Anko. Naruto and Jiraiya's dango arrived when Anko grabbed a stick from Naruto's plate. "You seem to be better than I thought, but I'll get you, kid. Just wait," Anko said. She seductively placed the dango in her mouth as she slowly climbed down from Naruto's lap. "Goodbye, Anko-chan," said Naruto as he sat down, frozen. "She's still not wearing underwear," thought Naruto as Jiraiya sat back down. "Have you got a good talk, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked with a smile. Naruto simply nodded as he silently ate the rest of his dango. End of flashback. "I need to learn how to handle those situations better," Naruto said as Jiraiya laughed. "We'll add that to your training, brat," Jiraiya said as Naruto arrived at a training field. "Naruto, before we begin, give me a summary of your abilities." "Okay, I'm pretty good at all the shinobi arts. I've been told ninjutsu is my favorite. Taijutsu, I'm still using the basic academy style, but I'm not bad at all because of my speed. Genjutsu, I know how to dispel them and I can cast a few, although I rarely use them on ninjas, since they can be broken easily. Ninjutsu comes easily to me since I have 3 chakra natures. I have a pretty good arsenal of jutsu, but I need some heavy hitters. I'm a level 3 Fuinjutsu user, and that's about it," Naruto said until he saw Jiraiya chuckle slightly. "Kid, I'm Konoha's spy master. I know all about your abilities, even your countless skills," Jiraiya said as he leaned in to whisper. "Would release and the Nine Tails. You're quite a special kid." Naruto looked surprised, since only Kakashi, Tenzo, and Hiruzen knew about both of them. "I should have known you'd know. Yes, I can use would release and roughly 1 tail of my tailed beast's chakra." "Great. Now that that's out of the way, let's get to your training. Since you have low ninjutsu and I'm terrible at genjutsu, we'll focus mainly on taijutsu and even fuinjutsu, since I'm a level 8 seal master. I'll only be with me for your time. I'm sure your other sensei will help you with your ninjutsu." though I can show you some of my own special jutsu. Since you don't have a taijutsu style, I'm going to teach you Kawazu Kumite, Toad Fist. It's taijutsu that only Toad summoners use, Jiraiya said, pausing to let Naruto catch his drift. It took Naruto a few seconds to understand Jiraiya. I'm going to be a Toad summoner. But why would you choose me? Naruto asked, confused by Jiraiya's intentions. They had just met, which made it all the more special. Well, it's been a while since I've had an apprentice. I'm getting old, and I've been watching you. You seem perfect to become a Toad summoner, Jiraiya said as he pulled out a scroll. All you have to do is draw a little blood and write your name in this space here. Place your 5 fingers here, and you're golden, Jiraiya said as Naruto performed all the required steps. Naruto noticed that he had placed his name next to Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. I have a new title to add to my name. I am Naruto Senju, future Hokage, ramen connoisseur and Toad summoner of Konoha, said Naruto as he puffed out his chest a little. Not exactly. First, you have to summon the Toad Chief and gain his approval. To summon him, you must bite your thumb to draw blood. Perform these hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and strike a surface with the palm of your hand while channeling a large amount of chakra, Jiraiya said before continuing. You might not succeed on your first dash. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, said Naruto, cutting Jiraiya as a huge column of smoke appeared. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? A huge red toad wearing a blue vest and carrying an enormous sword asked. The toad also had a pipe in his mouth. Hello, I'm Naruto Senju. I'm the one who summoned you. Could you be the head toad? Said Naruto as he jumped from the toad's head to land in front of it. The toad looked at Naruto and almost gave him a heart attack. This is Minato's son. He's grown so big, and he looks like a capable shinobi. Where is Jiraiya? I have some questions for him, the toad thought before speaking. You summoned me? Heh, well, what do you want? Since I'm the chief toad, Gamabunta. Gamabunta said. Naruto smiled slightly as he said, well, I was told I need your permission to become an official Toad summoner. So how do I go about doing that? Do I ask? Or is there a requirement? To this kid. If he's Minato's son, sure, but why not mess with him? Gamabunta thought as he said, of course you can be a Toad summoner. If you share a drink with me. A drink? Heh, he has to be 20 years old to drink alcohol. He'll probably panic about being too young to dash, Gamabunta thought until Naruto interrupted him. Are you supplying? Naruto said, completely willing to accept it. Gamabunta looked surprised for a second before smiling. Call me back in 15 minutes, Gamabunta said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya peeked his head out from a nearby tree and said, I heard you were drinking? 1 month later. The next month passed quickly as Naruto made his way to the Konoha Stadium, where the Chunin exam finals were being held. Naruto was wearing clothing similar to that of an umbu, a gift from Tenzo. Tenzo had given Naruto the outfit when he visited him the previous week. Naruto was dressed in a black t-shirt, black umbu-style pants, and umbu-style sandals. He also wore a gray bulletproof vest like the Konoha umbu. To complete his outfit, he had matching gray arm guards with black forearm warmers underneath. He wore his forehead protector around his forehead as usual as he entered the stadium. He was stopped and directed to the area for the finalists. Yo, sup Shino? Ready for today? Naruto said to the only other person there at that moment. Hello, Naruto-san. I think I'm adequately prepared for the fights. Are you ready for the final? Shino replied in the same manner. Naruto smiled slightly. Of course. This day means a lot to me, Naruto said, thinking about learning about his parents. Naruto talked a little longer with Shino until he sensed a trio appear. Temari-chan, Kankuro, and Gaara, said Naruto as the trio entered. Kankuro growled in response. Temari gave Naruto a sweet smile. Gaara eyed Naruto suspiciously. Gaara was watching Naruto while he was talking to Temari. Gaara finally interrupted Naruto's flirting with Temari with a declaration. Mother says to be careful with yourself. She wants you to die, if possible, Gaara said as Naruto heard Kurama laughing. The child thinks Shikaku is a girl. Ha, that's perfect. Kurama said, laughing inwardly with Naruto. Kurama had told Naruto about the other bijou. Its gender was also mentioned, and Shikaku was considered a boy. Well, maybe, but you never know. You could be dangerous too. Ichibi, Naruto said as the sand trio gasped. Does he know about Gaara? How much does he know? Does he know about the war? I need to tell Sensei. Temari thought as her blush vanished immediately upon hearing Naruto say Ichibi. Fortunately, Shikamaru entered and caught Naruto's attention with a greeting. The third Hokage also began addressing the crowd, his voice echoing through the walls. A few moments later, Sasuke entered to complete the group of finalists. Naruto noticed Sasuke's clothes were identical to his own. Sasuke was dressed in the same outfit as Naruto, except his shirt had a high collar. Naruto punched Sasuke when he said, "You would have thought you'd make a grand entrance, HN. We were going to do it until Kakashi received a message from the Hokage saying we had to arrive on time," Sasuke said. "Nice clothes," Naruto said. "Looks like you have the same ones as me. I guess Kakashi told you." Sasuke smiled. "Yes, I also received an invitation from Umbu. We can use the uniforms to practice fighting with them." "Yes, they're quite comfortable. You seem pretty confident." "Good month of training." Sasuke activated his Sharingan as he said, "More than ready to kick your ass in the final. If you can even beat Neji and most likely Gaara." Naruto smiled slightly. "We'll see. Shino isn't easy. Good luck with that. You'd better make it to the finals," Naruto said, hearing the stadium erupt with a roar as the third Hokage finished speaking. It seemed like it was just getting started. Stadium floor. "Hello and welcome to the Chunin exams. I'm Genma Shiranui, and I'll be supervising today's event," Genma said as the crowd erupted in cheers. "Everyone, please keep your cheers to a minimum while we introduce our finalists." One by one, the Genin entered the stadium. From Tsunade, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, Genma said as each Genin came out one after the other when their name was called. From Konohagakure, Shino Aburame. The cheers grew a little louder when Konoha was introduced. Shikamaru Nara. Neji Hyuga. The crowd erupted when the Hyugas were a dominant clan in Konoha. Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd went even wilder when their golden boy was introduced. Naruto Senju, Genma said, as the crowd seemed to grow louder. Naruto looked astonished by the cheers. His eyes drifted to the Hokage as Hiruzen smiled. It seemed Hiruzen had learned of Naruto's presence in the city, and indeed it did. Konoha had been informed about Wave, who made Konoha his main trading partner, definitely boosting its economy. The claim that Naruto was the hero of Wave prevailed over why Konoha received such a trading partner, and the population now knew. They were definitely grateful for it. The rumor had even spread, also originating from Hiruzen, that since Naruto's body was that of a Senju, the Ninetales was perfectly tamed within him. Naruto, being a Senju, had the power to tame the Ninetales, according to the rumors. People began to believe that Naruto was indeed a hero, just as the fourth Hokage had intended. It only took 3 years from when Naruto became a Senju until this point for the belief to spread throughout the population. Naruto never noticed the change in people's opinions since he was focused on training and missions with Team 7. He was so happy that Naruto made a mental note to thank Hiruzen later. All he ever wanted was the admiration of the village, and that's exactly how his dreams began. "Get ready, kid. You and the Hyuga go first," Genma said quietly to Naruto. Then Genma spoke aloud to address the crowd. "The first match of this Chunin exam final is between Naruto Senju and Neji Hyuga. Will these fighters stay here while the rest wait in the finalists' box? Listen to instructions." Only Naruto, Neji, and Genma remained on the field, while the rest of the group moved to the finalists' square. "Are both fighters ready?" Genma said as they both nodded. "First match of the Chunin exams, Hajime,"